This event is happening here at our main venue at ESI Hub at Space Rubik's Puchong in Malaysia. To all our amazing viewers out there, wherever you may be throughout ASEAN or even all around the world, if you guys do have a little bit of free time and could actually make it to our event, do come on over here
to the main venue itself to witness all this action happening on the main stage as well as the backstage action, which will transpire in the next 2 days. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned before, we do have our amazing game title here for this event, and it is going to be none other than eFootball 2025, the mobile version itself. So pay close attention as we're going to be featuring some of the amazing eFootball 2025 mobile version athletes here at the main stage. And of course, some of you guys might be curious on which are the participating countries for this event. Now we feature 8 amazing countries in ASEAN. We have Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Brunei, Myanmar, and Laos. And all of them will be competing in 3 different categories. Firstly, we have the men's singles. Second, we have the women's singles. And of course, last but not least, we have the mixed doubles. And each one of these things will feature an amazing prize pool, which we'll be getting onto that. Now, each of these respective categories will be having a prize pool of $4,500. Now, for the men's singles, women's singles, and the mixed doubles, the first prize will be $2,000 together with medal and the mark check. Second place, bringing back home $1,500 medal as well as mark check. And the third place winner will be bringing back home $1,000, the medal and a mark check. And all this, as mentioned before, will be presented at the gala dinner and the prize giving ceremony on the next few days. So be sure to tune into that particular stream because all of it will be live streamed for everyone to witness all that amazing actions. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, as our opener match for the day, we'll be featuring 2 amazing nations here in ASEAN. It is going to be the women's singles category here up on the main stage. But bear in mind, there'll be a number of matches happening concurrently at the same time. But for the main broadcast, right here at this current moment, it'll be the women's singles. And this will feature Malaysia and Timor-Leste. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading over to amazing commentators. Take it away. We have Aiman Roshizam, which is Sakaichi, as well as Hafiz Abisuddin on the commentator desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Flava. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to ASEAN Youth Esports Championship 2025. This is your big man this side for my good buddy Aiman Sakaichi as your official commentator. What's going on, Aiman?
Well, it's going to be a fantastic 2 days, and talking about eFootball Mobile, it is always a global game.
These days, especially with all the world recognition, global recognition, but now having this as one of the main esports titles for ASEAN Youth Esports Championships, well, it couldn't have been more better.
Yep, it couldn't be more better. And also, we'd like to say thank you to our strategic partners, which is Makers, and also iQOO, especially the Neo 10 version, which I have with me right now in my hand. As you know, it has the Snapdragon 8 Gen 4 mobile platform chipset, together with a super competing chip Q1, which is absolutely stunning for the gaming scene. And especially we're playing eFootball, all of the players are using this phone.
Yeah, so this is the official tournament phone for ASEAN Youth Esports Championships 2025 in conjunction with Malaysia ASEAN Championship 2025. So this is the very first time that we are able to gather all ASEAN countries in one esports tournament. So the thank you as well to co-organizers Esports Integrated and Malaysia Esports Federation for making this happen.
Yes, indeed. And 8 countries. We have Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Brunei, Myanmar, and Laos. And here is all of the participating teams as mentioned. As I was made aware that we already have 1 game ready on the main stage. Yep. But how about the prizes that will be up for grab for all of our categories?
Yeah, so there are 3 categories in this competition. We have men's singles, we have women's singles as well. That is very interesting to see a women category being one of the main events of this competition, and then mixed doubles as well, which means that the men's singles and women's singles will be paired up with each other as well. So the prize pool for each category is $4,500. So the day 1 schedule for women's singles, we are going to have 3 matches because there are 6 participants in the women's game. So it's going to be Timor-Leste going up against Malaysia up first, and then Laos going up against Thailand, and then Indonesia going up against Brunei.
Absolutely stunning 3 games for the women's single, but let's see what else do we have for today. Looking forward, this is the men's single where Malaysia going up against Indonesia, Vietnam going up against Laos, Myanmar going up against Laos, and also 1 p.m. it's going to be Vietnam going up against Thailand. After that, in the afternoon session, we have the playoff round 1, round 2, and 3 p.m. is going to be the lower bracket because we are using a double elimination format, best of 3.
You know what? If there is one thing that I'm really looking forward to, it is always the Nusantara clash. Malaysia, Indonesia has been one of the powerhouses of eFootball Mobile especially. And, well, we are going to have the mixed doubles as well in the evening session. We are going to start off with Indonesia as well as Laos, starting at 4:30. And then Malaysia going up against Thailand. And then Thailand will go again against Laos. And then Malaysia against Indonesia. Again, that's a rivalry between these two countries. Will be revisited once again before a Timor-Leste Brunei encounter.
Ooh, that is going to be a very, very delicious schedule of matches lining up for the first day, which is dated on the 24th. It's going to be a very interesting battle. So I believe that if we are all ready, we will be going into the first game very, very shortly. I believe it's going to be the women's category, which is Timor-Leste going up against Malaysia. And there you have it on screen right now. And I believe this is the team from Timor-Leste on cam.
Yeah, and the player is actually behind the monitor. The one that is beside her is obviously the coach for Timor-Leste. So we are going to witness, because it's very rare that we see Timor-Leste actually in eFootball Mobile tournaments. So it is going to be very interesting to see, especially in the women's game as well. So if there's anything that I would love to see, I would love to see a competitive matchup, especially to kick things off in this ASEAN Youth Championships, because this will set the benchmark for what it is to come, especially in the women's game.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting indeed, because ASEAN Malaysia 2025, if memory serves correctly, the tagline is inclusivity and also sustainability. So it is very, very crucial to see not just the boys who is holding the console, but opening chances for the ladies to also share what is their worth. And because gaming is not just a male dominated, it's everybody's game. And today we are going to show that women also can play, and we will kick off the game very, very shortly between Timor-Leste and also the home favorites, which is Malaysia. And it's going to be very interesting because I believe that among the teams that will be followed, here is the lineup. It's going to be Duven and also his partner, which is Virginia. So what can these two pairs show on the field? We'll soon find out, Ayman.
Yeah, that is very, very interesting. And especially Timor-Leste being in this competition as well. Virginia Espirito will be the representative in the women's game for Timor-Leste. Whereas for Malaysia, they will be represented by Subasa, which is Shamsir. And as well as Slin or Sharifa Islin. Both of them are the top one in MYEL, which is a Malaysia eFootball League in eFootball Mobile.
And I believe that everything is set and ready. So if everything's ready, ladies and gentlemen, we will take you into the first game, where it's going to be the women's single. Timor-Leste going up against Malaysia. Best of 3. Win 2 games, you'll get yourself that first points win, because it's a best of 3. There is no, what you call this? A draw points. It's either you win or it's either you lose the game itself.
Yeah, and every game is going to be absolutely important. A best of 3 games. So it is going to be Virginia that will be kicking things off with FC Bayern München I believe this is the very last months of Bayern München being in eFootball as one of the official teams. But straight away, it is Slin for Malaysia using Atalanta, going for the first attack, earning the first corner of the game.
Yep, that is absolutely stunning, making use of that space between the fullback and the defender, running forward. Now, what can Lokman do? And again, another corner because the ball was cleared up very, very quickly, going for a second corner. Could it be a swing into the far post, looking where Pavlovic is? No, it's going to be cleared away, and nothing much, but Edison has a chance for a finesse, but Manuel Neuer, not a problem, and it's going to be a game on.
Yeah, but straight away winning possession back, it is Edison, who is actually one of the centre midfielders for Atalanta, the Europa League winners of the previous season, not this season. This season was won by Tottenham Hotspur, but they actually won by beating Bayer Leverkusen in season 23-24, and Edison is one of the very important key players as well, as the goalkeeper messed that one up and almost got there is Matteo Retegui, but his shot was blocked and it's saved in the hands of the goalkeeper, and Ademola Lookman just won it back, and there'll be the first goal. And Slin opens the scoring up for Malaysia.
Oh, that was a big mistake by Manuel Neuer. It should have went long, but he decided to throw the ball short. Thus, the ball fell into the hand of the opposition striker. Easy finish, 1-0, just over 19 minutes.
Yeah, Ademola Lookman, a hat-trick goal scorer in the Europa League final the season previously. He just opened the scoring for Slin. And a dream start, actually, for Malaysia after some mistakes in the defense for Virginia from Timor-Leste. Thomas Müller straight away went for the shot. That's very interesting from very far out. It's Harry Kane. Not going to score from there. It's going to be easily taken by Francesco Rossi.
Well, that was a little bit too ambitious, overzealous, if you want to call it, but over the top. Now, this is very special, but I think the ball will cross the line. It's going to be a goal kick, good effort, going over the top, tried to bypass the last defender, but with only 15 minutes on the clock left, Manuel Neuer, should I say, Timor-Leste needs to do something special, get the ball, pump the ball into the D-box and try to initiate an attack as soon as possible.
Yeah, and if there is anything that is very, very important, is to get your short passes right. And now Slin comes in again, but the final pass just deflected off the defender and cleared away by Timor-Leste. A high ball this time. Well defended once again. Pavlovic. Martin de Roon intercepted that easily. It's now Edison. Jonathan Tah, the new boy of Bayern München, coming from Bayer Leverkusen. Leverkusen just lost 3 of their main players to some bigger teams for next season. Jonathan Tah being one of them, and then other 2, Jeremy Frimpong as well as Florian Wirtz, went to Liverpool.
Yeah, that is a big surprise, those 2 going to Liverpool. But however, that's how the transfer market goes. Short pass, Edison, back heel, a chance for a shot, however, took a deflection. Going to be a corner kick for Team Malaysia. Should capitalize on this, add more salt to the wound for another goal on extra time.
Yeah, 2 minutes of time added on. Ademola Lookman, but couldn't get past the first man, but it is a quick dispossession of Virginia, and yet again another corner with 10 seconds left on the clock. Still 1-0 up. Lookman sends one in towards the front post once again. It's Martin de Roon for the last chance of the first half. There's the header hitting the post. Almost a second goal of the game, and Slin still 1 up, but she should have been 2 up.
Yeah, look at the shots on target. 6 compared to 0 with 1 goal. That is 1 out of 6 chances. Need to be more clinical, need to be more on target to convert those chances on target to be a goal. But still, 1-0, and the opponent, which is Timor-Leste, only holds the ball like 40%. That is not a good day in the office.
Yeah, and especially if there is something that Virginia needs to do, is to is to get the ball retention well. Pass the ball, just calmly pass it around the midfield and then try to get the ball to Harry Kane, because if there is one thing that she is not doing in the first half is to hold the ball for the longer parts of the game. And Slin, or Sharifa Islin, is having the time of her life now, having lots of possession, lots of chances, and like you said, clinical would be one of the main issues, but when she has the ball for the majority of the game, the possession would actually make her win this match, because she is now in the lead and she is not having any trouble whatsoever in the defense. And straight away the second half comes, but cleared away from the first long ball already for Slin, who is using Atalanta. Ibrahim Sulemana tries to come in from the right-hand side. Edison just wins it back. Joshua Kimmich wins it, but she needs to really be careful there, Virginia, because Ibrahim Sulemana just wins it back. It's Vavasori into the area. Jonathan Tah, that's a huge mistake. And somebody on the bounce needs to take the chance. And Matteo Retegui has just doubled the lead for Slin.
Absolutely stunning, over the top, missed interception, far post, nobody was marking, easy tap in, and that is a goal. If it was a miss, it would have been a miss of the match, but no missing from there. A tap in, Manuel Neuer could not get the pass, and it's a 2-0, Malaysia leading the way.
Yeah, Matteo Retegui, one of the top strikers for Serie A this season, and it's a very good snap from Atalanta, especially when they are playing Champions League football this season. They needed another striker, and that is exactly what they've got in Matteo Retegui. It's now Vavasori, Josip Stanisic just wins it back for Virginia, but straight away losing it. Both these players seemingly losing possession left and right inside the midfield, but at the very least for Slin, the #1 women's player in the Malaysian eFootball League, is strutting her stuff, having a 2-0 cushion so far with 1 hour already gone.
Yeah, it's not about the goals, it's about the win. You want to get the win set, because it is a best of 3, and it seems like, oh, what are you doing playing inside of your own goal box, trying to pull defenders away, trying to chase the ball, and maybe for a long drive. Good strategy. Time wasting a little bit too early.
Well, I wouldn't say that it is a bit of time wasting. She just wanted to have a better feel, because remember, this is the first game of the tournament where she's playing with a new device, which is the IQ device.
Yeah.
Which is very different from what. Yeah. And what one is that, and then playing on stage, this could be like one of her very first international involvement in her career. So she will want to have a good feel to the game, have a good feel to the ball, the feel-good factor, I should say.
Yeah.
Although she is already 2-0 up, but surely this could add more morale for her for the games to come, as she gets the third already.
Absolutely stunning, like hot knife through butter. Again, exploiting that half space in between the fullbacks and the defender. Timor-Leste defense was all over the place. Look at it. Nice pass and beautiful slot to the bottom or far post. That was a good goal.
Yeah, I would say pass and movement has been second to none from Slin in this matchup. And once again, it is Matteo Retegui. A simple one into the corner. So, if anything, it is already game 1 for Slin. It is a 3-0 cushion with less than 10 minutes to go.
Yep, so less than 10 minutes to go. It's all about playing slow and steady, not making any more mistakes. I believe that for this first set of games, maybe Timor-Leste have to concede, but maybe possibly a chance of Harry Lightning Kane straight to the goalkeeper. That was the first shot on target by Timor-Leste.
Yeah, at the very least, a positive to take to the second game is that she has already got her first opportunity, first real opportunity of the matchup. And as you said, it doesn't matter how many goals you score, because in the next game it's going to be a very different game. What a ball that one! Ademola Lukman could not find Matteo Retegui, but anyways, it is Atalanta 3, Bayern München 0. So Slin having the first victory for Malaysia, but it's still not over yet. It is a best of 3. But Slin has already got the first win already.
Well, as you can see, looking at possession, it's 40-60. And but again, for Team Timor-Leste, it's not at the end of the world. They still have the second game to drag this game into the deciding match, which is the third game. So as you can see, if you're watching live, it's not wrong to say apa khabar, assalamualaikum, good morning, sabah un khair. What else? Language that I
Do
know.
that in Thai, do that in Vietnamese.
Sawadee Krap. And the others, I need to open my phone. I need to open my Vivo IQ Neo 10 and open up to see what else do we have salutation in the morning. But Malaysia is leading, guys. Malaysia is leading with one game won 1-0 in the best of 3, Aiman.
Yeah, it is a round robin format, but it is still a best of 3. So it is going to be absolutely important that you get your first win, especially being so early in the competition, to ease pressure. When you are in this kinds of tournament setting, it's always important to get your first win, to get your to get your nerves eased a little bit, especially when you have tougher games to come. Because, well, gradually it becomes even more harder. No matter who you go up against the first game, it only gets harder when you go to the knockout stages, the semi-finals, and the finals. The stakes will be higher and higher and higher.
Yep, one mistake is all it needs for you to, how do I say this, to be a winner, or you come back home with a second prize money.
Yeah, but it's still a bit too early to talk about being the first or the second yet, because if there is one thing that is very important early on, is to get your tournament feeling, already.
Yeah.
And then I believe Slin is slowly getting herself into that with a comprehensive 3-0 victory. But for Virginia, a positive is that she has got that one shot on target. When she gets that one shot on target, that also sets her up for what it is to come for the next game. Because if you see that she was very, very nervous in the first few minutes of the first game, I could really understand that when you play for the very first time, especially in an international tournament setting, the nerves could get to you.
Yeah. Of course. Especially when you are the first game.
Yeah.
You're the first game. You're like, I want to watch other people play first. But yeah, we are the first game. So if you're watching live, whatever you are, on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok, I hope you have a very, very good day. And I want to say thank you to our co-organizers, which is Esports Integrated and also Malaysia Esports Federation, for co-organizing this tournament, ASEAN Youth Esports Championship 2025. And this is in conjunction with Malaysia as the chairmanship for ASEAN 2025 this year. And you know, the best part is, for the very first time on the government level, they are discussing about ASEAN politics. But on the esports level, we have all of the region right here at ESI Hub Space Rubik Puchong, Malaysia, to share our passion in esports, in eFootball, and see who is the best of the best.
Yeah, and talking about ESI Puchong, we are in Puchong.
Yeah.
Slin is also from Puchong. So I believe one of the main reasons that she eases herself pretty easily into this tournament is because she is playing not only in her own country, but also on her own turf.
Yeah, on turf, and I believe that it's going to be the same team where Timor-Leste will be using FC Bayern München, while Malaysia will be using Atalanta with 1 point advantage. Malaysia needs to win this game to secure the first win, best of 3, but for Timor-Leste, it's a must-win game to drag it into the deciding match, the third game.
Yeah, so Slin with a 3-0 victory in the first game. One goal was scored in the first half. 2 of them in the second. Sasha Boy just clears it away, so far away. Dylan Kozono, another former Bayer Leverkusen centre-back, playing for Atalanta starting this season. Sasha Boy with the throw-in for Timor-Leste. Stanisic. It's very, very risky, holding the ball for far too long. Lukman wins it back. It's now Retegi. Sorry for Sulemana, but Pavlovic was there. Lukman wins it back. Sasha Boy recovers it well for Virginia, but losing possession once again. That was very, very risky play from Virginia of Timor-Leste.
Yeah, it was very, very risky, but it seems like in these early minutes, she looks a little bit more composed in her passing, more easy, or should I say more precise pass compared to what she has in the first game. Shows that she has confidence, but Malaysia going forward currently slowly but surely. Thomas Muller with a mid-sliding tackle back heel. Malaysia going in numbers, however. The final pass in the D box could not connect well. However, still having possession, still having the ball, possibly maybe, but it's going to be a foul. A red card!
Oh, wow.
Wow, referee seems to be very, very generous.
Oh,
a late lunch, but it was deserving of a red card. Free kick for Malaysia.
Yeah, a free kick, especially seeing that the final passes, well, perhaps a player could be caught offside, but Jonathan Tah with a lunge and Edison with the shot, but straight towards Manuel Neuer. But Bayern München of Virginia is going to play with 10 men for an hour or so. So high pressure situation for the player from Timor-Leste. Here's now Ademola Lukman. Oh, good ball for Vavasori! And Slin took the chance. 1-man advantage, and now a 1-goal advantage after 31 minutes of play. It is Slin 1, Virginia 0.
Wow, with the absence of Jonathan Tah, literally destabilized the backline defense for Team Timor-Leste with a beautiful through pass, and it is a solid goal by Slin of Malaysia. So what is the response from Virginia, who's currently 1 man down and 1 goal short in this match of best of 3?
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough situation, but interestingly enough, she's not making any changes to at least add 1 more centre-back. Here's Virginia, so Slin is going to take the advantage. Cleared away, cleared behind. It's going to be Slin's throw-in. 5 minutes before the end of the first half. Lukman's cross is towards Vavasori. It went over the winger, who's just scored the first goal of the game.
Yeah, not troubling, looking for Harry Lightning Kane. Now could be another goal incoming. Going into the center, Joshua Kimmich with a crucial interception with 1 man down. Malaysia can just send men forward because they know they can overload that back line. Look at the defense. It's gone everywhere with a volley, but it just went wide.
Wow, what a ball, I should say. That chip towards Vavasori. That is out of the box thinking from Slin. Almost getting the second goal of the game, but still, she leads 1-0 over 10-man Virginia of Timor-Leste, and Slin looks to have been or should I say Virginia looks to have been in a more comfortable situation before the red card and before the goal.
Yep, agreed. But however, looking at even though, how do I say this, the total shot on target for Slin of Malaysia, it's kind of a little bit lesser compared to the first game. As you mentioned, Virginia, maybe she's a little bit more composed a bit, but with that red card, it's not a good day in the office. any red card in a football match is not a good day in the office in my book.
You know what? That hits me a little bit when the red carded player was Jonathan Tah. He has not played a Bundesliga match for Bayern München yet, but already I'm seeing it with a red card because Jonathan Tah used to be like one clean player in defense as well. But well, all the best to Jonathan Tah. He's a very good professional. But anyways, it is Slin coming up with the second half with the first attack already. Lukman winning the ball once again, finding Dominic Vavasori, the 19-year-old. It's now Lukman once again, and winning it back at Sulemana for 2-0. Straight off kickoff, losing possession not once but twice, but recovering well is Slin, and she doubled her scoreline once again.
That overload, massive offense players into the D box, 4 white shirts in the D box. It's so overwhelming for Virginia to actually control her players and also pushing the ball away, because every time she decides to take a short pass, she loses the ball almost instantaneously. That's a tackle. Lukman! Ladies and gentlemen, this is what happened when you lose your main center back with high aggression. Look at that play by Slin, passing it into the D box. Lukman with a left footer and beating Manuel Neuer.
Yeah, 3-0 it is. 2 in quick succession in the second half. Remember, it's only a 3-minute per half game in eFootball Mobile. And to have 2 goals in a space of 10 minutes, it is going to be absolutely wonderful. But coming in once again is Lukman. 1-1 with the goalkeeper. Manuel Neuer said enough. He now makes a save to ensure that it's not 4-0 yet, but Slin will come again.
With this corner, for sure, it's going to be an outswinger. Going over the top, Manuel Neuer punch it away. Elise can get the ball. No, he doesn't. A chance for a shot, but he decides to go for Lukman. Maybe going for a hat-trick for Lukman, but it's 3-0. She can afford to miss around in my book.
Yeah, but 1 hour has been played already, and Timor-Leste is going for the counter-attack now. Edison with a good interception, finding Charles de Ketelaar. Ketelaar on the left, chips it in. Punched away by the goalkeeper. Vavasori tries to go for it for the second goal of the game for Vavasori, the 19-year-old striker, an advanced striker. Lukman wins it back. It is Ademola Lukman. This time hitting the near post. Goalkeeper has done well at his near post. Sulemana wins it once again, piling on the pressure on Timor-Leste, and this time cleared away.
Yeah, cleared away only to find the player of Atalanta again. Short passes, opening, and another shot hits the keeper. Manuel Neuer with a good save, but it seems the situation is very critical for Virginia. Needs to do something special. She needs to pump the ball into the D box, but she's not holding the ball.
Well, she could not, because it is a high press from Slin, and almost a 4th goal there. Good passing movement, but the last minute is just one from the right-hand post.
What is next? Short pass? Possibly, maybe?
Oh,
no.
That was very risky from Virginia.
Very, very risky indeed, trying to play center when there is another white shirt just standing there. A little bit too late on the acceleration, but if that was intercepted, well, that is very dangerous gameplay.
Comes in once again, Vavasori this time. Charles de Ketelaar! And this time a goal for the Belgian. And Slin just closes it up with number 4.
Wow, that was a clear error on Virginia's end. She should have played long. I mean, there is a lot of white shirts in front of her. She took the risk for that short pass. It did not pay it off. It was a golden goal gifted on a silver platter for Slin, as Malaysia looking to close the game 5 minutes left on the clock, 4 if you want to count it, and 4 goals for Virginia to chase.
Well, the Ketala just won it back, and it is Adebala Lukman. Well, that was a powerful finish. 5 of the very best coming from Slin, and Malaysia have the first victory in ASEAN Youth Esports Championships 2025.
Looking at the situation, is a situation critical. 5 minutes left on the clock, but hold on, try to go for a short pass. Derun clears the ball outfield. Now maybe possibly one more goal incoming, making it number 6. Lokman could not get the final touch, but Edison does pass it forward. Lokman! He should have taken a shot. He was being very, very generous. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The first win of the day is going to be Malaysia taking the first win of the best of 3.
Yeah, it is a comprehensive 8-0 win on aggregate. She wins by 2 games to 0. And Islin, she has done Malaysia proud for the first game of this competition. The #1 player in Malaysia eFootball League. And she has got the first 3 points already in the competition.
But that was a commanding win, I would say. A commanding win in my book.
Yeah, a commanding win, yes. But if there is one thing, she took the advantage of all of the errors, all of the mistakes coming from Timor-Leste for the victory.
Yep, so I believe that the first game is done. So let's summon. I summon thee, Flava, to the main stage. Take it away.
Tess. Thank you so much for summoning me back here to the stage, our amazing commentators, for narrating that first opening match here of the day. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the match for the women's singles for the first round match between Malaysia and Timor. Let's say congratulations to Malaysia. Of course, things are not over yet. All the best to Malaysia for upcoming matches. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short break and be back with more esports action. To be more specific, the eFootball 2025 action mobile version happening here on the ASEAN Youth Esports Championship.
Selamat pagi, selamat datang di Asian Youth Esports Championship 2025 kali ini ditemani oleh saya Brinspong dan juga rekan saya
Bang Wakar.
Itu dia.
Apa kabar Bapak Bepong?
Baik,
Di pagi hari ini kita akan langsung menyaksikan pertandingan di Asian Youth Esports Championship ya.
Yes.
Di mana ini tergabung dari beberapa negara yang ini berjalan secara offline di China dan kita Malaysia, sorry. Di Malaysia dengan representatif dari Indonesia ini adalah Huda Yulivier dan juga kategorinya ini yang menurut saya adalah kategori yang menarik dan baru nih.
Betul.
Itu adalah kategori untuk woman kategori dan juga mix ya.
Betul
ya. Dan di kategori woman ini kita diwakili atau direpresentasikan oleh seorang Ayu Pramesti, yang dimana namanya ini mungkin juga sudah tidak asing lagi ya bagi kalangan kaum eFootball di tanah air kita sendiri nih. Khususnya dia memang memiliki segudang pengalaman dan juga memang sudah tergabung dalam beberapa kali kalau saya lihat di e-sport komunitas Indonesia. Dan kalau nggak salah dia berasal dari Kalimantan, Pak.
Oke. Untuk saya pribadi ini jujur adalah turnamen pertama yang melibatkan dari player dari perempuan.
Yes, betul. Emang ini juga kali pertamanya. Juga yang paling menarik, Pong,
ya.
Itu adalah ada negara baru yang maksud saya baru saya melihat nih.
Benar.
Yaitu adalah negara Timor Leste.
Dulu nggak belajar dia apa gimana?
Bukan maksudnya di bagian eFootball. Maksudnya di dalam scene eFootball ini Timor Leste ini baru pertama kali join.
Betul.
Dari saya pribadi saya melihat ya.
Ya.
Dan ini kita bisa melihat di layar kaca. Sebentar lagi kita akan melihat pertandingan antara Indonesia berhadapan dengan Brunei Darussalam.
Betul sekali.
Ya.
Berarti tinggal yang belum kelihatan itu Filipina sama Singapura ya.
Filipina dan Singapura, betul, karena belum pernah ngelihat.
Belum pernah kelihatan.
Sepakat.
Di football.
Iya, sepakat, setuju. Tapi kalau misalnya ini kalau misalnya kalian lihat dari kok 12 PM dan 12.30, ingat kita beda sejam.
Benar.
Jadi memang sebentar lagi kita akan menyaksikan pertandingan antara Ayu Pramesti berhadapan dengan
Nun Izati Syahirah.
Nah ini memang kayaknya nama-namanya agak sedikit asing kalau untuk wanita karena memang jujur ya, biar kayak orang Jakarta Selatan ya. Jujur kita belum pernah melihat seperti apa. Cuman pastinya kita akan menantikan semenarik apa. Maksud saya bagaimana mereka bisa mengattract kita dengan skill-skillnya karena biasanya kalau misalnya di olahraga asli memang kalau wanita ada perbedaan yang signifikan dengan pria.
Betul.
Cuman kalau misalnya di Esports Championship ini kita nggak ada yang tahu guys.
Benar, karena ini sebenarnya adu otak sebenarnya.
Betul sekali. Dan ini kita juga melihat negara-negara yang berpartisipasi di pertandingan kali ini, di kompetisi kali ini, yaitu ada Brunei, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Thailand, Timor Leste, dan Vietnam.
Ya, di mana juga ada beberapa kategori, yaitu ada men's kategori, di mana ini diikuti oleh semua peserta. Sementara itu ada juga women kategori, ada beberapa negara yang tidak ikut. Cuman ada Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Brunei, Timor Leste, juga Laos. Di situ ada Myanmar dan juga Vietnam yang nggak ikutan di women's kategori, dan juga ada mix kategori.
Yes.
Nah,
ini yang seru,
macam
berarti
butang.
co-op nih.
Bener,
Iya,
co-op.
kita berarti kudu ngelihat Tantowi Ahmad sama Liliana Natsir.
Bukan,
Iya kan?
bukan, beda cabur.
Beda cabang. Maksudnya
Beda
kita
cabang.
ngeliatnya di sini di cabang
Benar,
e-football mobile-nya
di cabang
khususnya.
e-football mobile-nya, betul. Kalau di e-sport lain ada nggak ya?
Apa?
Yang mix gender gitu?
Mix gender mungkin kalau misalnya yang setahu saya, sepengetahuan saya ini mix gender, cuman mereka nggak main yang double, sistemnya main tim, biasanya
tim.
5 orang.
Betul.
Itu
betul,
ada
betul,
yang
betul.
mix karena ada memang beberapa player e-sport yang wanita
Ya.
memang mumpuni. Kayak contohnya waktu itu lagi di ESF 2022 ada tuh tim, kalau nggak salah tim CS2-nya gitu, tim CS2 ada. CSGO ya, bukan CSGO, belum 2 CSGO. Jadi kan emang ada yang momen kategori, cuman ada yang
ada yang mix ya?
ada, dia masuk jadi 4 orang cowok 1 cewek.
Oke.
Di game FPS kebanyakan sih yang saya ngikutin sih kayak gitu.
Oke. Nah, itu dia.
Dan ini kita juga ingin membahas bahwa kompetisi kali ini berjalan dengan formatnya itu autentik ya Pong ya.
Betul.
Dengan menggunakan klub-klub license dari Konami.
Klub
Ya.
license, benar.
Yes, dengan
Tadi,
total prize pool sebesar.
untuk di men's single kategori itu
Yes.
ada 4.500
US dollar.
US dollar.
Yes.
Nah, sementara itu untuk di women's single prize pool itu ada 4.500 juga ya?
Ya.
US dollar.
Dan mixnya
Mixnya juga sama 4.500 US dollar.
berarti sekitar nah ini
Ketahuan goblok sih ini. 13,5.
13.500 US dollar. Dan kita juga mungkin itu adalah yang memang nomor keduanya, tapi nomor pertamanya adalah pride untuk membawa piala ini ke tanah air. Karena menurut saya ini juga kalau misalnya sepengetahuan saya, ISC ini baru tahun ini dan memang Indonesia juga baru ikut. Setahu saya. Correct me if I'm wrong. Cemiu. Iya. Dan kita masih menunggu untuk kabar dari Malaysia sana. Saya langsung terhubung dengan tim Malaysia ini. Asik.
Gaya lu.
Enggak ya? Enggak ya? Enggak ada. Tapi tadi gimana Pong? Mungkin kita juga tadi teman-teman bisa melihat sebelum kita masuk ini, kita melihat pertandingan antara Timor Leste berhadapan dengan Malaysia dengan skor 5-0.
5-0 memang bisa terlihat Malaysia cukup mendominasi di 2 game ya. Tadi kan best of 3. Oh, ini best of 3 ya teman-teman.
Best of 3, iya benar. Ini kita menggunakan format best of 3 ya guys. Jadi dalam satu pertandingan akan ada Yes, berarti kita ini cewek ya?
Masih women single kategori.
Berarti baru next match-nya men single ini Malay lawan Indonesia.
Wah, kita langsung ketemu sama tuan rumah ini. Tapi masuk di kategori
pria.
Ya,
yang dimana pria ini kalau misal kemarin saya baca-baca dan saya analisis dan juga melakukan mini research, asik
keren.
Malaysia itu diwakili oleh Syamsir Hussein yang dimana mereka untuk di scene e-football khususnya pastinya di Malaysia sudah top tier dan dia juga sudah melalang buana di Indonesia kemarin. Betul. Ada beberapa kompetisi-kompetisi yang diadakan dia sudah mulai ikut. Ramadan dia ikut. Terus juga yang kemarin kalau nggak salah itu di Windah ya?
Windah emang ya? Enggak.
Ya udah saya maaf kan saya nggak tahu kan bilang kalau nggak salah berarti salah dong.
Betul.
Ya kan?
Udah.
Tapi memang maksudnya sudah ada lah namanya lah.
itu dia lebih dikenal dengan nama Tsubasa ya.
Tsubasa betul.
Tsubasa Ozora.
Yang dimana Indonesia RRQ Huda guys.
Betul.
Yang dimana sekarang lagi bawa Indonesia ya.
Ya, dan
Huda Yuliviar yang
Betul.
kemarin juga memenangkan kompetisi single tuh yang
di ini.
mall offline.
Oh ya, di apa? Memang Huda itu.
Huda
Ini
sempat menang
Konami Cup.
Konami Cup ya.
Emang iya.
Ada Huda menang. Nggak
Iya,
percaya
iya.
Anda.
Short memory, mohon maaf
Ya,
ini.
Gak percaya. Dan ada juga habis itu next matchnya mungkin kita juga bisa agak sedikit intermezzo sembari menunggu pertandingan yang berjalan. Yaitu antara maksud saya di format men single antara Vietnam berhadapan dengan Laos, yang dimana Vietnam ini tetap kekeh, gimana ya bahasanya ini? Tegas
Nah,
diwakilkan oleh seorang Anat Nguyen.
betul.
Kalau teman-teman ini juga nih informasi lagi aja dari gua nih. Nguyen itu bukan dibacanya yang Nguyen.
Gimana
Oh,
cara bacanya?
Nguyen.
Nguyen. Ya, gitu.
Benar.
Pakai W ya justru ya.
Iya,
bukan
jadi
I.
Nguyen.
Ah.
Itu Nguyen loh. Iya. Jadi memang Anat Nguyen ini Nguyen lagi kan.
Gimana?
Nah aja. Anat Nguyen ini juga merupakan pemain yang sering atau langganan menjadi merepresentatifkan negara Vietnam ya di format eFootball Mobile. Yang pertama kali kalau misalnya dari pribadi saya bertemu itu pada saat IFeL Asia
Southeast Asia.
IFeL South Asia Championship itu Southeast Asia Championship 2022. 22.
Masa sih? 22 ya?
22 dulu
Oh, iya,
yang
22.
apalagi masih Southeast Asia yang pertama kali banget.
Oke.
Yang
Online itu ya?
pertama kali offline. Offline langsung itu waktu itu dia konconya itu itu David.
Oh, bukan Hong Chavo.
Bukan Pot Changfo itu bukan. Bukan. Itu Pot Changfo, David nama Inggrisnya. Maksud gue itu. Kok bukan Edward
Bukan David.
Edward. Tapi kalau misalnya yang setelahnya kan di ASEAN Championship diwakilkan sama Tamfigo,
betul. Itu 2022 ya?
2022.
2023. Masa sih?
Buat teman-teman yang di rumah kalau misalnya memang ini coba kalau komentar 2022 atau 2023. Kalau 2022 sampai saya benar, Bepong Gondrong.
Ih, apaan?
Ketik ini kayak barbar GTA tau kan? Dari kurus tiba-tiba keribu gitu. Tuh 2022 tegas gua mah bilangnya benar.
Masa sih?
Saya.
Ingatan gua kacau ya.
Tapi kita juga sekarang akhirnya ngebahas untuk Laos ya.
Kenapa?
Untuk Laos.
Untuk Laos
itu kan awalnya itu kalau biasanya diwakili sama Sok Mangkone.
Iya benar.
Sentongkam. Betul. Tegas kan
Ingat
gua.
lagi lu.
Cuman kalau misalnya sekarang ini ada pergantian ya representatif
Sotipon
ya.
Sintong.
Ini Sotipon ini kalau nggak salah juga sempat yang kemarin
Asia ya dia mainnya ya.
Betul. Jadi sekarang udah kali kedua sepertinya ya.
Ya betul.
Di kelas internasional gitu ya. Sotipon ini.
Ya berarti kalau di Indonesia sendiri
ya.
Pemain-pemain internasional ini yang sudah familiar adalah Samsir, Tsubasa, terus juga si Anat Nguyen,
dan juga ini dari Brunei ini juga langganan nih.
Betul.
Ini Hasmi Asnawi ini memang juga beberapa kali di kompetisi internasional selalu menjadi langganan yang merepresentatifkan Brunei Darussalam di cabang eFootball Mobile. Karena dia juga kalau nggak salah sempat yang ada tuh yang di Sarawak ya kalau nggak salah. Ada di Malaysia juga. ASN ya kalau nggak salah ya. Sukanegara itu dia juga ngewakilin dan jadi juara keberapa gitu 2 tuh.
Betul.
Dan waktu itu Indonesia diwakilin sama kan ini. Kena lagi.
Bukan.
Dari orang Kalimantan.
Paudi bener. Paudi konsolnya Pak.
Nggak ada konsol Bu.
Masa sih?
Nggak ada konsol.
Iya bukan.
Pukul nih.
Siapa ya?
Ada, gue lupa kan. Dari
Kalimantan si tuh. Pemain Persiraja.
Kok Persiraja sih?
Iya.
Bukan.
ASN kan?
Iya. Oh ASN bener. Hari Sukanegara itu si Haikal Paudi.
Iya.
Ada satu lagi.
Yang mana sih?
Kompetisinya itu cuma ada 4 negara dan jalannya itu di universitas di Malaysia, Selangor atau Sarawak gitu.
Wah nggak ikutan gue berarti tuh.
Aduh gue lupa namanya siapa tuh.
Kok lu bisa tahu sampai
kan
gua Selangor
oleh
ngurus ya.
kan kita gitu.
Pantes lu tahu.
Iya. Ini kita sembari menunggu cita-cita seperti ini, sembari menunggu perjalanan Ayu Pramesti dengan nanti berhadapan dengan Siti Izati.
Airball,
sorry. Holy F Airball ya, Holy F Airball gak ada Siti. Di otak gua Malaysia, Siti Nurhaliza loh.
Bahkan di Brunei. Bahkan ini Brunei. Woi, masih pagi woi.
Maaf.
Gimana sih? Dari Brunei itu ada Nur Izati Syahirah.
Kita nanti lawan Brunei kan?
Lawan Brunei benar.
Itu juga malah kok di otakku Malaysia ya.
Di women single.
Syafirah.
Kalau yang apa? Yang lawan Malaysia itu yang men.
Ya.
Yang men itu lawan si Subasa
betul.
Syamsir.
Tapi ini kita langsung lanjut lagi ke Myanmar. Nanti berhadapan dengan Laos. Berarti Laos langsung main 2 kali nih ya. Termasuk Indonesia Indonesia tapi beda format.
Indonesia tapi beda pemain.
Beda pemain, tapi kalau misalnya untuk Laos akan bermain 2 kali dan berhadapan dengan Myanmar yang saya juga namanya cukup asing karena memang Myanmar ini cukup dinamis untuk berganti pemain representatifnya.
Kok dulu tuh yang kembar ya? Hah? Iya dulu yang kembar.
Enggak. Oh, secara tadi kita mendengar langsung informasi dari Malaysia. Yang pertandingan berjalan secara offline di mana Putri Prames berhadapan dengan Thailand, yaitu diwakilkan oleh Sukanya Tatong. Ayu Pramesti menang dengan skor 2-1.
2-1, mantap.
Ini kita harus bangga loh.
Betul. Karena tadi berjalan secara off stream ya.
Nanti pastinya juga akan langsung
update
di operator. Tapi kita langsung, saya karena terhubung langsung dengan Aiman ini.
Asik.
Padahal saya baru ketemu sekali. So kenal, so akrab. Yes, tapi juga buat teman-teman di rumah jangan lupa like, comment, dan subscribe untuk yang nonton di YouTube dan juga yang di TikTok. Jangan lupa langsung tap-tap layarnya karena tap-tap itu gratis.
Betul. Terima kasih buat teman-teman yang sudah hadir, yang sudah mendukung berjalannya acara ini dan juga tentunya perwakilan dari Indonesia. Yaitu ada Huda Yuliviar dan juga Putri Pramestidia.
Mungkin yang di rumah pada bertanya-tanya, ini jalannya kompetisinya berapa hari sih, Pong?
Berapa harinya itu 2 hari.
Betul, itu dia. Karena hari ini kita langsung dibabat habis. Posisinya ini akan bermain ketemu dulu semuanya grup ya?
Benar, grup stage dulu.
Akan langsung dilanjutkan dengan knockout stage.
Nah, itu dia. Masih kita tunggu update dari Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia terkait berjalannya pertandingan. Berarti selanjutnya kita akan nonton yang men dulu ya?
Ya, betul. Dan ini kalau misalnya ini saya udah melihat bahwa sudah ada 300 sekian pasang mata yang sedang menyaksikan di TikTok. Dan ada beberapa pertanyaan, guys. Indo siapa yang main? Nah, ini tegas Indonesia nih. Biasa nih. Kita sudah pastinya informasi-informasi terkini dan tercepat, update, akurat. Itu pastinya ada di mana, Pong? Di Instagram Indonesian Football League di IFeL_ID.
Nah itu, jadi teman-teman bisa langsung cek update dari sosial media IFeL, yaitu di Instagram IFeL.id. Di situ sudah ada informasi terkait siapa aja representasi dari tiap-tiap negara termasuk Indonesia tentunya.
Gak cuma itu juga, jangan lupa juga untuk selalu memfollow dan juga pantengin terus dari TikTok @IFeL_ID juga, di mana kita akan selalu menyajikan konten-konten yang menarik dan membahas semua tentang perduniawian eFootball scene di Indonesia.
Betul sekali. Konsol apa mobile ini? Ini cuman mobile ya teman-teman.
Dan ini juga ada pertanyaan, 1 juta gue pegang Indo lawan Malai. Tegas. Ini baru lakik. Dan kita bisa ngeliat nanti pastinya pertandingan-pertandingan yang akan tersaji ini sangat seru. Dan kalau nggak salah juga dari penamaannya aja, ASEAN Youth East Championship, ASEAN Youth Esports Championship. Konyong sih. Berarti ini pada muda-muda.
Masih pada muda-muda.
Kalau nggak salah under 17.
Enggak lah.
Ya kan kalau nggak salah.
Mudah-mudahan kalau nggak salah baik.
Kan biar ini aja. Gue pengen mencoba lo untuk tahu gitu.
Oh gitu.
Tegas.
Udah Yuliviar aja seingat gue tuh 21. 22 ya?
Ya sekitar segitu sih. Dia kalau nggak salah 20 atau 21. Terakhir gue ketemu dia umur 8. Lama banget. Lama. Kita gimana guys? Kita lagi menunggu persiapan technical di sana. Karena mereka juga posisinya sepertinya lagi ada post match interview kalau nggak salah. Tadi Aiman ngomong
sotoy banget.
Ada.
Malaysia Min Mbappe bukan. Untuk
Enggak,
kali
bukan.
ini Malaysia bukan Min
Mbappe
Mbappe.
itu yang kemarin FIFA ya?
FIFA I, dia yang juara
Dia udah
FIFA
juara
I.
dunia dong.
Bener.
Iya. Ya oke. Iya.
Sekarang yang bawa Malaysia itu Syamsir.
Ya tapi BTW Min Mbappe ini kayaknya gue baru ngeliat itu pas lagi di FIFA aja tuh.
Dia pernah ini kalau nggak salah pre-eventnya IFeL Asia
Secara offline, online.
online.
Oh. Iya.
Iya,
Min Mbappe
kan?
ini. Kalau nggak salah dia tuh dari dulu timnya itu apa?
Apa ini geng?
Geng
Esports ya? Masa sih?
Geng
Iya,
geng kalau nggak salah. Cuman sekarang kan banyak yang udah. Tapi jujur kalau misalnya ini kalau bisa boleh ngebahas sedikit e-sport di Malaysia juga lagi naik-naiknya.
Benar.
Maksudnya khusus di football ya.
Betul.
Semenjak momentum itu akhirnya mulai e-sport besarnya tuh mengakuisisi. Kayak contohnya ada Todak, ada Homeboys dan lain sebagainya tuh.
Betul.
Sudah mulai.
Kalau yang mobile tuh yang gue familiar geng sama WPS.
Ya, WPE.
Oh, WPS dia?
Dia WPS satu geng ya.
Antara dua
WPS
itu
Tsubasa sama
Tsubasa.
Takumi itu.
Takumi ya.
Sama, siapa yang kemarin GG
siapa?
WPS.
Oh ya.
GG.
Yang ini ungu oranye dia ya jersinya ya.
Ungu pokoknya ungu gitulah.
Ya, kalau si
Geng
Adip.
ini Adip.
Geng ya.
Geng.
Benar. Oke.
Iya.
Mungkin
Nah, cuman kalau
teman-teman
misalnya memang ya ini
Kenapa
mungkin
tuh?
kita yang nggak tahu atau gimana ya, Pong. Kayaknya kita harus ada riset lagi karena memang kalau misalnya momentumnya seperti ini, kemungkinan besar Southeast Asia ini juga momentum e-football di masing-masing negaranya juga harusnya udah mulai ikut naik. Cuman
Betul.
memang yang baru kita lihat yang masuk radar kita lah, masuk radar gua jujur. Itu Indonesia sama Malai yang e-sportsnya udah mulai muncul karena kan ini habitnya per e-sportan nih. Maksudnya di e-sport mereka punya pemain berapa. Sedangkan kalau di negara-negara kayak Myanmar dan lain sebagainya kayaknya gue masih belum dengar sih.
Benar.
Menurut lu gimana?
Dan sebenarnya juga kemunculannya Timor Leste itu
Ya.
juga salah satu gejala tuh sebenarnya.
Bukan gejala dong, perkembangan.
Iya. Maksudnya gejala dari sebuah perkembangan.
Oh iya benar.
Gitu.
Benar. Sepakat gitu kalau cara lo kayak gitu. Cuman kalau misalnya untuk di e-football konsolnya memang sebenarnya udah bukan nama-nama, maksudnya negara-negara itu juga udah punya e-sportnya sendiri. Kayak Vietnam contohnya ada Box Gaming dulu.
Oh iya,
Box Gaming itu dulu yang megangnya Vietnam dan kalau nggak salah juga pernah tergabung di IFeLeague Thailand. Apa? Tanmu pemainnya atau nama ininya? Oh iya, kalau Box Gaming
tapi itu
kayak
konsol ya?
konsol. Kayak Pot Changfo itu
iya.
Box. Tamfigo juga pernah kayak gini, pernah ikut sana. Terus kalau yang di Myanmar itu
IFeL.
ya kan udah ada liganya sendiri kan ya kan.
Dia.
Myanmar.
Waktu itu Indonesia tuh yang pemain Indonesia yang maju tuh Sakti Aulia tau gue.
Betul. Kalau
Apalagi?
yang dari Myanmarnya itu yang kemarin jadi perwakilan konsol di Asia. Aduh, gue lupa namanya. Miguel. Bukan kan benar. Aduh.
Siapa sih?
Pokoknya dia ada nama Myanmarnya tapi ada nama Inggrisnya juga.
Iya.
Calvin. Dia kalau nggak salah tergabung sama Kepolistero atau NN apa gitu.
Yang gue masih penasaran tuh namanya si yang ini dah mobile Myanmar dulu dah. Kurus orangnya.
Oh, ya,
Calvin kan gemuk.
ini apalagi ASEAN atau Southeast ASEAN?
Southeast Asian deh.
Southeast ASEAN yang ini berarti apa namanya kayak guru ya?
Siapa namanya gak? Oh dia Zlatan.
Zlatan itu yang di Asia.
Oke.
Di pas lagi Southeast Asia ini dia manajer.
Bukannya kembar dia?
Tegas loh, bener. Tapi gitu, kalau misalnya teman-teman menyaksikan dulu apalagi di ASEAN Championship, Zlatan atau Mintun Muya itu.
Oh iya.
Lu pikir dia umur berapa dah gitu ya?
Berapa emang?
Enggak, lu aja dari dulu melihat perawakannya kan lu melihat secara
20.
langsung. 20 lu tegas ya. Kali 100% Pong.
40.
40 Pong.
Seriusan?
40 lebih.
Ih,
ya.
kurang ajar dong gue.
Beneran. 42 apa 43 di terakhir tuh.
Oh iya.
Beneran. Mr. Zlatan tuh udah termasuk udah berkeluarga juga, udah punya anak gitu dan emang
Masa sih
lebih.
punya anak?
Lah emang enggak boleh.
Udah kayak ini dong.
Apa?
Udah kayak Tampigo.
Lah iya emang enggak boleh, Pong.
Tampangnya kayak di bawah gua.
Senioritas lu sotoy lu. Wah, tegas lu. Tegas.
Yang kurus
tegas.
tinggi kan?
Iya, yang kecil.
Asli gue kira di bawah gua itu.
Myanmar dia tuh udah 40 berapa gitu. Sedangkan kalau yang lain-lain average-nya itu kayak contoh mungkin kalau misalnya gue ini yang konsol tuh tua-tua loh. Yang konsol tua-tua Indonesia sama yang ada beberapa negara lah yang muda. Cuman kayak si Tamfigo terus
Fong Chatvo,
Edward juga termasuk udah tua. Tapi mereka emang masih Thailand udah passing the baton lah. Karena dari ayahnya Jensui, dari Jensui. Sekarang Jensui
justru muda banget. Justru
kemudaan parah.
Masih 15 sekarang ya?
Mateng pohon tuh belum. Sekarang kayaknya 16 tuh udah mulai 17 dan gue melihat juga di sosial media bahwa dia udah masih tetap staying on the top gitu. Di Thailand. Top
Kemarin masih juara ya?
Ada juara apa?
Di IFeLeague Thailand ya? Kayak IFeLeague Thailand ya itu.
Thailand ya kayaknya.
Soalnya gue lihat di ininya klasemen bentuknya. Kayak liga jadi bentuknya itu.
Main lah gila, sabar guys. Tunggu guys. Jangan marah ke kita. Kita lagi menunggu yang dari sana. Ini kita sembari kita sembari kita chat-chat aja dulu.
Benar. Kita sambil ngobrol-ngobrol dulu aja guys ya, sambil kita ngebahas nih perkembangan e-footballan se-Asia Tenggara. Karena kebetulan juga di turnamen kali ini yang dipertandingkan itu khusus untuk
area Southeast Asia.
Southeast Asia.
Yes.
Istilahnya AFF U19 inilah.
Ah iya, tegas AFC. IFeL, oke.
AFC sih.
IFeL.
AFF U19. Udah 3 kan ada tuh AFF 23. Ya, ini kira-kira segitu.
Terus apalagi yang belum kita bahas. Kalau misalnya Brunei kayaknya memang masih itu aja ya.
Enggak, kemarin sempat ada namanya Alwi juga perasaan dah.
Kawi kali.
Bukan. Abdul Kawi itu konsol, mobile maksud gua.
Oh iya, kemarin si Hasminya
nggak ikut
ya, karena posisinya dia kalau nggak salah skripsian.
Oh iya ya.
Dia masih university kan waktu itu kalau nggak salah sekarang bagus. Hasmi ini berarti yang kemarin gua nggak kurang familiar tuh.
Punya coffee shop dia. Asli gua nggak bohong, bukan yang gantiin.
Soalnya kalau si Hasmi thrifting.
Oh iya.
Dia punya thrift shop gitu.
Iya.
Ini kita jadi kita tahu dia wirausaha ternyata guys.
Kalau konsolnya betul Abdul Kawi terus yang maju.
Betul, S3 dia.
Dokter,
S3,
PhD.
S2 S3 tuh berarti.
S3.
S3 kan?
S3 itu ya. Kayaknya S3 deh, keren ya.
Iya, memang ini salah satu contoh memang tegas tuh, di sini jago, sono jago tuh.
Dua arah, keren.
Hebat. Malah itu kemarin konsolnya siapa ya?
Malah itu
oh bukan
si ini siapa namanya Khairun. Ya. Yang di Asia ya?
Iya yang di Asia Khairun.
Kalau yang di Southeast Asia
Haikal Adib, berarti ini Khairun sama GG.
Khairun
GG.
Ini
yang pas lagi ASEAN.
GG itu siapa ya? GG ya?
Itu aduh lupa namanya siapa ya?
Bukan GG. Iya GG bener GG. Tapi sini ikut.
Tunggu Mima Subasa.
Iya.
Iya karena kan
hadir
yang offline
benar.
Lainnya kan. Kalau nggak salah mereka baunya banyak loh itu.
Banyak. Sama sini juga siapa namanya
ada
lagi?
Si
yang di Triple X dulu.
Iya aduh.
Kebanyakan lupa. Siapa namanya ya?
Aiman.
Iya Aiman.
Iya,
yang di Triple X.
Dulu dia sempet ke Triple X.
Di Invitational ya. Invitational season berapa tuh?
Dia pokoknya tandemannya langsung sama Katy atau sama Pandu dulu.
Nah itu gue udah lupa tuh.
Katy sama Pandu itu dari teman-teman dari Kalimantan Timur.
Nah,
tuh. Karena Triple X itu biasa Kalimantan Timur.
Basis di Kalimantan memang ya.
Malah Rumpi hostnya. Nggak tahu aja. Kita nunggu.
Ya kita karena juga harus nungguin update dari Kuala Lumpur ya teman-teman ya.
Kita juga memang di sini lagi menunggu prosesnya untuk technical preparation dari Kuala Lumpur, yang dimana kalau misalnya kita bisa melihat infonya langsung dari Malaysia nih, baru kelar nih match Thailand sama Laos.
Nora tuh kelihatan
nih Nora ya.
Apa Myanmar lawan Laos sekarang ya? Thailand lawan Laos.
Jadi kita juga harus bisa mengerti kalau teman-teman di sini kita akan membawakan pertandingan khusus untuk pertandingan Indonesia. Ya, jadi kita untuk match-match negara yang tidak ada Indonesianya, kita jujur tidak akan membawakannya.
Benar.
Jadi kalau gimana?
Ya gitu. Jadi kita fokus untuk game-game Indonesia. Ya. Dari Mbak Prames dan juga Mas Huda.
Yes, betul.
Nah,
Jadi semua match Indonesia akan kita tampilkan, cuman khusus untuk pertandingan-pertandingan di luar dari negara Indonesia tidak akan kita streamingkan.
tapi tentunya kita sambil nunggu juga ya update dari panitia.
Ini Aiman gimana, Man? Aiman gimana?
Lagi
Man?
sih.
Panggilin Man gitu doang. Kalau orang luar negeri, coba nih, Mintut Muya. Panggilan apa? Masa Tut? Nggak mungkin.
Tapi lo hafal ya sampai nama-nama Inggrisnya juga lo hafal ya?
Iya, karena megang data waktu itu ya. Megang data buat pas lagi kedatangan dan lain sebagainya.
Fong Chatfo tuh gue ingetnya Fong Chatfo.
Kocak itu Edward.
Edward atau
Karena
ininya ya.
dia baik sih, tuh orang baik-baik.
Kalau
Jujur.
Anyat Nguyen nggak punya nama ini dia.
Anyat Wen nggak punya, dia manggil Anyat-Anyat aja.
Nah kalau si Anyat Nguyen itu
Kalau
kapten.
manggil gua betul gitu,
Apa?
Aui.
Lu dicariin tahu?
Oh iya, dia sampai ke DMG bener.
Lu dicariin. Where is Alwi? Where is Alwi? Pas di Asia Championship.
Iya. Itulah memang kalau gitu punya karisma, bro.
Asik. Bikin geli.
Yes.
Nah kalau misalnya kita intip sedikit dari pertandingan Thailand Laos,
Yap.
nampaknya sudah mulai di game pertama.
Iya, dimana kita akan melihat di sini untuk pertandingan-pertandingan yang di luar negara Indonesia, kita akan langsung serahkan ke caster yang
Bertugas.
di sana. Dan 3-2-1.
Thailand and AC Milan being used by Laos for this first encounter. So AC Milan is one of the favorite teams for all the mobile players, and Inter is also one of the favorite teams, especially for last season.
Yep, a true pick of the team, as if I'm not mistaken, that the balance, the team rating have already been balanced for this
Uniform
tournament.
ratings.
Uniform rating. So basically the difference is that you want the player which is tanky, which is strong, to be... but before that, Abraham, easy. Tammy Abraham kick was a little bit too slow. It's a little bit easy for the keeper to pick up the loose ball, but still again, Laos coming in numbers with Tammy Abraham again, but no problemo. Cleared outfield only to find Hernandez.
Yeah, and it was a very risky play from Thailand, trying to play out from the back, and that gave Lao a little bit of space, especially winning the ball. It means that you have short route to go towards the goal, but now it is Marcus Thuram for Ling Noi. Henry Mkhitaryan with an open space, tries to go for the extra pass instead of going for a shot. Only one-on-one with the goalkeeper, but still, comes again is Ling Noi. Into Mkhitaryan on the left-hand side, but Zielinski. Well saved by the goalkeeper, had to be cleared away by Ayok. And although Lao had the first few opportunities, but the first shot on target came from Ling Noi.
Yep, and Denzel Dumfries throwing the ball for Hakan Chanaloglu, crossing the ball. It's dangerous, but Mkhitaryan could not make a volley. He should have made the volley work. A chance wasted on target. Zielinski on the left flank. Henry Mkhitaryan tried to cross it central. Again, he was well read by Ayok just now.
Yeah, good cutback, especially when the pass button for the wingers will usually go for a low cross. Tammy Abraham now is for Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Tries to go for a 1-2. Good clearance away, and it's been neck and neck so far between these two nations. Especially these two nations who share a little bit of almost similar language between these two, and that is why when you meet a Laotian, when you meet a Thai, you can always converse. They have just a little bit of differences between their languages, and very small differences in their ability as well in eFootball Mobile between these two.
Corner kick given by the referee. And I believe after Joao Felix almost take a shot on target, this is going to be a outswinger. Liberali, left footer, swings it in. And I believe the ball will be chased by Voss going into the D box, but it was an interesting match. First half, I believe it's almost 50-50.
Yeah, similar possession, similar shots, similar opportunities as well to win. And should I say, similar gameplays as well. They press each other very, very well. They play the passing game, play the pass and move with variety as well. We can see Ling Noi sending some crosses in, almost getting some opportunities, especially with Henrik Mkhitaryan. Good save from the goalkeeper there of Laos. But towards the end, and before that as well, the first few opportunities also came for Ayok. So the first goal of the game surely is going to change this game. But so far, they have been doing well in cancelling each other out.
Yeah, cancelling each other out, and also there are at times when there should have been a shot, taken an extra pass, an extra touch by Mkhitaryan. Should have been a clear shot on target, but again, we are level pegging. If you're watching live wherever you are, hopefully you are in the best of health. Together watching ASEAN Youth Esports Championship 2025 game back on, and Inter Milan is going to be in the blue kit. That will be played by Thailand, while AC Milan will be used by Laos. But however, Hakan Çalhanoğlu passing is central, but a kick that was a little bit too soft, a little bit too wide. And it's a goal kick given by the referee.
Yeah, you know what? In eFootball Mobile, sometimes those kinds of shots have a tendency of going in.
Yes,
actually,
it
if it was directed towards the bottom corner, the goalkeeper had no chance of saving that. And that is one opportunity that she tries to take there, Ling Noi. And that was a good opportunity, actually. But it just went wide on the left-hand post.
Yeah, it just went wide, as currently we see Kyle Walker, a white kid of Milan. That is Ayok from Laos. Tried to find option from the right flank, could not go through. However, a little bit chance wasted. And it's again going to be a throw-in for Laos. Try to restart the attack, but that throw was a little bit dodgy in my book.
Loftus-Cheek. Now with Ayok coming once again, this time slowing down the tempo of the game. But Francesco Acerbi, man who was the hero against FC Barcelona in the Champions League semi-final second leg. And now it's Marcus Thuram. And Malik Thiaw was there once again, a very physical and fast defender as well. It's Tammy Abraham sets herself. Not the best setup actually, although that was some ball. That was a great through ball from Ayok there from the midfield. Now Aslani wins it back for Henrik Mkhitaryan. Has the opportunity for 1-0. It is Mkhitaryan, sends one in instead.
Hoping for a rebound goal.
well, that is one. And another one, perhaps, it was a low cross trying to find the extra man. Çalhanoğlu into the far post. Away by Tammy Abraham, and away once again by João Felix.
Yep, now what can we see with Bisek? Nice with a chance on target. Well saved by the goalkeeper. However, to find Denzel Dumfries. Again, pumping the ball into the D-box. Mkhitaryan, nice one with a finesse shot. Possibly not, maybe. And again, another chance gone begging for this team currently in attack. Oh, he hits the upright. How so unlucky.
Wow. If there is one thing that I will want to say wow for Ling Noi, it is the passing selection. All those long balls, and then with the stunning pass as well, finding her man and almost scoring the first goal of the game as well. One hitting the upright, and then another one with the block as well. If there is one thing about Ayok and her defending, it is the manual defending, using the defender to block the shots, to block the passes, which is why it is still scoreless with 5 minutes to go. It's now João Felix trying to find Tammy Abraham, but there was Denzel Dumfries.
Yes, indeed. Now in the final hour of the game, Marcus Thuram sends it over to Mkhitaryan, but however, the ball was a little bit too far, and now the clock is ticking very, very quickly. One goal needed to find the winner for this best of three. Dumfries over the top. Now Thuram going to Correa. Correa running. Correa one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Golazo! What a finish! Joaquin Correa on
the end of time. What a finish to this game. Yeah, well, we say only one goal will change this game. These two teams, these two women have battled their hearts out, and it needed one superior moment. It needed one genius of a through ball towards Joaquin Correa, who actually had no stamina already. No changes being made by both these women, but Joaquin Correa has just used his second wind and finding the near post for 1-0 for Leng Noi. And Thailand will steal this victory 1-0 in this best of 3.
There's no comeback. It's just a kickoff and the whistle is done. 1-0. All it takes for a victory. And if I'm not mistaken, Thailand is Inter Milan, is it?
Yeah. Wow, what a game of eFootball Mobile. We've seen both these teams attacking each other. It has been end-to-end, it has been entertaining, minus the goals, of course. But that one moment, that one brilliant moment with the through ball, this is what I said. Leng Noi has great choices of passes, whether it is through balls, whether it is short passes, long passes, stunning long passes as well. And she's shown that in the end, and Joaquin Correa was free, although he got no stamina, but he summoned his second win. He got into the penalty area, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and that was a composed finish. Because if there is one thing that these two have not been able to come up in that 90 minutes, it was the finish. Because they've done well. They've done well to get the ball to the final third, only to be disappointed with A, the final ball, and B, the finishing touch.
Yeah, true, agreed. They work so hard, and only is the finishing that denies them from a spectacular, not just spectacular, but more goals. They deserve more goals. This game should produce more than one. But it's because, as you mentioned, it's maybe the passing was blocked, the shot was blocked, the keeper was in the way. It should have been 2-3 goals, but there's only one winner, and it was decided by that last-minute goal in extra time in the final second, and that was a clear heartbreaker.
At that time, by the way, it's the 90+3 when Joaquin Correa scored the winner for Leng Noi of Thailand. But it could have easily been anybody's game. But I gotta commend the defense of Ayok as well for Laos, especially her manual defending. She always will manually try to block passes, manually try to block shots. And most of the time, it worked perfectly.
Yeah, it worked perfectly. That's what I said. I mean, it worked perfectly, but again and again, as you mentioned, it's going to be a very, very interesting game indeed. So, I believe we are waiting for the team to be ready. So, is it going to be a straight to win, or is it going to be a game to the third deciding match?
Yeah, because remember, we do have a third game. That is why, between one of these two players, that is why we have a bit of a delay coming into the second game. So we apologize to that, because we also depend on the results of the other players in their offline matches. But after this, it's the game that really you guys are waiting for, because it is not only Malaysia against Indonesia, but it is Tsubasa and Huda Yulivia. So these two has been very well known in eFootball Mobile scene. But we gotta hand the respect to both these women as well, because they are playing a wonderful game. And now we are going to a second matchup. Once again, Leng Noi, Thailand, with Inter Milan and Ayok with AC Milan. No changes in teams. Will there be a change in fortune instead? Meditaremi finding Marcus Thuram. This time, a goalkeeper making the save for Ayo, but almost scoring early this time from Ling Noi.
Ooh, that was a close call, a very, very decisive clearance off the field, and now sending it back central. Hakan Chanaloglu, the contact was not great, but cleared out of danger. No, this is dangerous. Can you clear the ball? Yes, you can. Keeper was off the line first.
Well, that was very, very risky. If anything, that was a very, very risky header back. If Ayo actually timed the run better, then she could have an easy chance on goal. But now it is Marcus Thuram once again. This time with a cool finish to open the scoring in the first quarter of an hour.
Oh, that was a very spectacular finish. He had to dive and slide to get that final touch, and Inter Milan is leading the game 1-0, where Ling Noi takes the advantage.
Yeah, once again, it is Ling Noi, but this time, passive movement has been second to none. She might have actually changed the formation, because I'm seeing two centre forwards this time. Meditaremi as well as Marcus Thuram. At this time, it is Marcus Thuram one-on-one. No mistake this time.
Well, I believe playing a little bit more compact in midfield, but it looks like a 4-4-2 from this starting lineup.
Yeah.
But maybe with an additional of a cam, maybe a diamond, I'm not so sure.
Or perhaps even a 4-2-2.
Yeah, so that's where the overload in that attacking numbers. Thuram passing it left, but Carl Walker was there to intercept. How about Loftus-Cheek? Not going well forward, but still having possession. Fofana, not a good pass, and now Ling Noi attacking in numbers.
Marcus Thuram 1-2 with Meditaremi. It is one-on-one opportunity once again, and it's going to finish it beautifully. And Ling Noi with a 2-goal cushion after 24 minutes, and it is once again Marcus Thuram with the finish.
Oh, that is good exploitation of space. Quick pass and movement. The defensive line was broken again, especially look at that beautiful ball. 3 players went into chasing the ball, and Thuram was not even marked. Went straight forward with a good finish. 2-0 in just under 24 minutes.
Wow. Well, now winning possession once again. And she's building on a momentum. Now Ling Noi going for the third. This time goalkeeper with his feet making the save. But once again, Marcus Thuram has been a menace. And that is why in eFootball, you always use teams like Inter Milan, or you use teams like France, and you use Marcus Thuram due to his, not only was he physical, but he is also very, very quick on the run as well. And using Inter Milan unlocks that potential. Using Meditaremi as well, which is a bit of a tanker as well in the attack. And Henry Mkhitaryan trying to go for a third at this time. Well saved by the goalkeeper once again with his foot.
Well saved by the goalkeeper going forward. However, Fofana picks up the loose ball, but the pass was not the best. Sends it all the way back to Martinez. Restart the attack in midfield. Beautiful pass, but wow. Meditaremi almost get past his marker. If he does, it will be a clear chance running. But hello, could this be another goal? Meditaremi again to Marcus Thuram. Should have taken one step extra, because he was not in a good position. He was off balance, and the shot shows.
Well, perhaps a little bit of a run but from Marcus Thuram. He looked to have been in a perfect position, in a perfect run, but just a little bit of an extra touch, an extra glance on it, and that is what made him lost his balance. But still, 2 goals from Marcus Thuram, 2 goals for Ling Noi. This time not needing a 90+3 minute winner, but now certainly the change in formation have just worked wonders for her. She's using the physicality as well as speed of Marcus Thuram way better this time.
Yeah, true. And also, if you look at the positioning of Marcus Thuram, he's always at the edge of the shoulders of the defender, making it easy to run. As mentioned, abusing the pace, abusing the speed and acceleration. And again, 2 goals and good effort by Ling Noi. But can the game be killed with more goals? That is the question. We have another 45 minutes on the clock. A long drive to Hakan Çalhanoğlu, changing side where Inter Milan is leading 2-0. Can there be a goal with a cross? Mahdi Taremi could not make that connect well.
Well, that was headed away by the defender. That was a stunning cross with pace, actually. If that came to Mahdi Taremi, then you can bet on a powerful volley into the back of the net. Well defended by Ayok this time. Fofana. That was a risky pass. Mahdi Taremi tries to go for a scoop, but Mike Maignan was there all the way.
Dropping the ball, sending it forward. Oh, that was a very, very dodgy clearance. Heading the ball back while there is a blue shirt wandering around behind the defensive line. Better be careful. Mahdi Taremi looking for Mickey, but however, Mkhitaryan was not in a good place to receive the pass after all.
Jimenez. An opportunity for Ayot to get back into this game, and Henrik Mkhitaryan back on defensive duty. Marcus Thuram up against Malik Tiao. Almost a good pass, but Matteo Gabbia was well played as well to make the interception for Ling Noi. Fofana. Ayot needing 1 goal back at the very least in the next 5 minutes, but she could not string 2 or 3 passes together, especially in this second game. Fofana. It was a good idea, but Alessandro Bastoni was there all the way.
Yep, as we can see, the attack gaining momentum. Nice through ball. Hakan Çalhanoğlu looking for some support. A little bit too long holding the ball. Should have tried to release the ball ASAP, but however, still in possession. Ling Noi, Hakan Çalhanoğlu trying for the through ball, but not the best of master plan, as we have another 10 minutes left on the clock. 2 goals in 10 minutes need to be fine, but hold on. Hello, well saved.
Penalty.
Penalty, says the referee. On what tackle? Let's see the replay. It was a late lunge, and yeah, it's a penalty, well called.
Yeah, that was a pen and a chance to kill the game off for Ling Noi. It is Christian Aslani, the Albanian, going up against Mike Maignan. Well saved by Mike Maignan. No goal number 3 there. But still, with less than 7 minutes to go, Ayot is in so much trouble still.
Yeah, looking maybe possibly for a consolation goal. Loftus-Cheek, Creek. Oh, Jimenez. What happened? A little bit of a panic at the edge there. But is there enough time? Voss, slow ball. Loftus-Cheek, a shot out of anger. And well pushed away by the goalkeeper.
Well, I like the idea, especially with a stunning shot. Sometimes the goalkeeper won't be able to save that. But well done, Josep Martinez. Well, that one reason that she's using Josep Martinez because of the height of the goalkeeper. Jan Sommer is not the tallest of goalkeepers. Only one goalkeeper that is more than 190, but Ling Noi wins it by 2-0 after winning game 2 by 2-0. 2 Marcus Thuram goals. And she will have a huge buffer in the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very solid gameplay. If you look at the shot on target, it was clearly one-sided. I mean, that was a solid game in the iron. And here you go, the winner, Ling Noi from Thailand, taking the game after a 2 straight set win in the best of 3. Congratulations. That was a very entertaining game, I would say.
Yeah, especially game 1, because in game 1 you could not call it. It could be anyone's game, but Ling Noi, if there is one thing that I admire about her gameplay, is her variety, is the playmaking, is that she will always find the best pass. She would not go for one-dimensional gameplay only. She will use a lot of outlet to try to find space. As you can see from the second goal, she went long, headed by Thuram, went the 1-2 with Meditaremi, and well, that.
Yes, kita baru saja menyaksikan pertandingan antara Thailand berhadapan dengan Myanmar, di mana dimenangkan langsung Laos, sorry. Dimenangkan langsung 2-0 tanpa balas ampun, tanpa balas budi. Thailand lawan Laos, yang menang Thailand. Laos yang menang. Tunggu pukul ya. Pukul ya. Ini nih. Kita yang beraja, Aiman yang menang siapa, Man? Oh, Thailand. 2-0 tegas. Yes. Dan ini kita sedang memasuki preparation ternyata untuk pertandingan selanjutnya, di mana kita akan menyaksikan pertandingan antara Indonesia berhadapan dengan Malaysia. Men's kategori kan?
Men's kategori.
Yes. Indo akan berhadapan dengan Malaysia. Ya, buat teman-teman di rumah langsung kita ngumpul lagi.
Kurang tanggap lagi gue.
Iya, kurang nangkep nih ya. Kita bisa melihat di layar kaca sekarang Malaysia akan berhadapan dengan Indonesia. Dan ini merupakan men's kategori yang dimana kita akan langsung menyambut tuan rumah sama gini nih. Sokin bang, gitu kan. Dan ini sepertinya bukan kali pertama seorang Subasa berhadapan atau bertemu dengan Huda Yuliviar ya.
Masa? Kapan ya?
Karena setahu saya di Invitational tuh mereka juga sudah beberapa kali ketemu dan mereka juga masing-masing sudah sangat familiar dengan gameplay masing-masing dan pola masing-masing. Cuman nggak tahu juga ya. Authentic, it's different dengan Dream Team.
Karena di Invitational bisa di Dream Team ya.
Betul. Dan juga dengan keunikan atau dengan adanya fitur sekarang kita sudah bisa berubah formasi, maksudnya udah bisa ngegerakin pemain nggak pakai formasi default. Itu juga merupakan salah satu fitur yang bisa membuat player ini lebih kreatif dan bervariasi.
Betul, dan apalagi juga semenjak Invitational terakhir itu tentunya sudah ada beberapa kali update yang mempengaruhi gameplay pemain juga di situ.
Termasuk
update terakhir.
Apa?
Kan biasanya setiap update gameplaynya agak-agak berubah, Pak.
Betul, pasti. Maksud gue ini berarti berubahnya signifikan ya?
Ya.
Karena setahu gue juga ada yang ini ya.
Karena kemarin sempet tuh pas
ballot header kayak ballot header
gitu. Pas di RX tuh ballot header siapa namanya? Orang Norwegia. Koler.
Spaso.
Oke, epic. Itu bukan orang Norwegia, kocak. Koler, gulit.
Ya. Itu bukan Kohler bacanya.
Apa?
Koiler.
Asik, keren. Ih, asik.
Makanya jauh-jauh buka mata
Koiler ya?
Iya, Koiler. Itu dia. Dia sorry ini, dan kita bisa melihat di sini kalau di layar masih belum ditunjukin ya sama operator ya.
Iya, masih.
Cuman memang di sini Indonesia akan berhadapan dengan Malaysia sebentar lagi ya.
Betul, belum ada update kembali terkait berjalannya pertandingan antara Indonesia berhadapan dengan Malaysia.
Yes.
Namun tentunya ini akan menjadi pertandingan yang seru.
Pastinya.
Derby Melayu.
Derby serumpun.
Betul,
derby serumpun
antara Indonesia dan Malaysia. Syamsir berhadapan dengan Huda Yuliviar
11.55. Kenapa?
Ya. Mungkin sekitar 7 menit, sekitar 8 menit ya. Kalau di berdasarkan countdown.
Dan kita sebagai caster yang sangat profesional, kita harus bisa mencoba untuk mengulur countdown ini dengan semaksimal mungkin dan seseamless mungkin.
Betul.
Jadi caranya, apa kabar Pom?
Klasik
ya. Apa kabar? Jadi Coki Sitohang.
Orang Indo ngaku Malay.
Udah, teman-teman, jangan dibiasain.
Jangan dibiasain, teman-teman.
Sebar-sebar head. Where is the love, man? Where is the love? Ini even though di dalam kita musuh, di luar kita sahabat.
Betul. Jadi kita harus bisa
respect
menjadi
sama lain.
Komunitas yang lebih baik ya.
Betul, karena hal-hal yang kayak gini itu juga bisa, bahkan ini udah terbukti bahwa itu bisa menghambat loh.
Yes.
Menghambat perkembangan ekosistem komunitas.
Betul.
Jadi itu harus bener. Ini serius gue loh. Dan emang ini ya, jadi udahlah kita don't hate speech dan lain sebagainya. Kita have fun aja, kita saksikan dan kita doakan yang terbaik untuk para atlet yang sedang berjuang saat ini.
Betul sekali. Di mana Indonesia akan diwakilkan oleh Huda Yuliviar.
Yes, Huda Yuliviar ini juga termasuk sudah mulai karirnya lumayan melejit nih.
Benar.
Kalau nggak salah kan kemarin sudah menang yang di
Inter.
eFootball.
AC Milan, sorry.
Terus dia juga sekarang menjadi representatif AC Milan untuk
Ya.
nanti di World Cup Final ya.
Betul.
Bahasanya apa sih ya, World Cup Final di Jepang kalau nggak salah.
Apa namanya biasanya?
World Finals. Ya, World Final di Jepang ya.
Betul,
Betul
di
ya?
Jepang.
Menjadi pemain representatif AC Milan berduet dengan pemain konsolnya itu
Etorito.
seorang legend juga yang bisa dibilang yang kalau nggak salah ya, dia tuh sempat vakum, balik lagi jadi bener,
Langsung jadi.
jago bener kan, berarti kan jadi sempat vakum langsung jadi gitu. Kamu tuh orang tangannya begini-gini mulu ya, tapi apalagi lagi belajar begini-gini mulu nih, kena sindrom. Ada loh sindrom yang tangan gini-gini.
Iya, benar.
Udah mulai banyak loh di kalangan atlet-atlet esports. Indo bilek tombol suren. Ini begini-gini nih. Ya nggak apa-apa juga, mungkin gini kita kalau misalnya lihat di kolom komentar di TikTok khususnya, tampaknya teman-teman dari Malaysia juga sudah mulai gabung.
Sudah mulai
untuk
rame
nonton kita ya.
Betul.
Ya jadi ya salam halo buat teman-teman di Malaysia sana. Jangan lupa follow TikTok @IFeL_ID dan juga Instagram @IFeL.id karena informasi-informasi penting seputar skena eFootball di tanah air maupun di dunia pastinya akan kita update terus di sana. Dan juga jangan lupa untuk subscribe YouTube Indonesian Football IFeLeague untuk menyaksikan pertandingan-pertandingan yang seru, match-match highlight yang pastinya bisa buat kalian pelajari ataupun bisa menghibur kalian di rumah.
Benar.
Daripada nonton podcast bosan ya kan, pasokin aja. Gitu, tegas.
Ya, selamat datang untuk teman-teman komunitas eFootball Malaysia. Tentunya saat lagi kita masih menunggu pertandingan derby serumpun antara Malaysia dan juga Indonesia. Dari Malaysia ada seorang Syamsir Hussein.
Coba kalau nggak salah Syamsir Hussein ini udah bukan WPS lagi. Kalau nggak salah.
Iya tadi ada yang bilang tadi
Dia tuh udah
Todak ya.
Todak juga merupakan e-sport besar di Malaysia.
Sport besar. Oke.
Kalau ada yang baru kemarin gua lihat itu di postingannya pemain Malaysia konsol Haikal karena dia tergabung sama Homeboys. Homeboys eFootball mobile-nya lagi habis menang juga.
Oh iya.
Itu yang GG itu sekarang di Homeboys.
Gigi itu sama siapa ya?
Aduh, lupa lagi gue. Syamsir Hussein, enggak
Syamsir
mungkin.
Hussein Subasa.
Bukan, dia tuh apa sih?
Apa Aiman juga ya?
Enggak, Muhammad siapa gitu. Muhammad Alfiandra Panjaitan, enggak mungkin.
Kok nyebrang ras? Jadi lain suku.
Bukan, namanya tuh lupa gue, jujur gue lupa.
Tapi waktu itu ya,
tapi emang dia punya nama panggung GG.
nama panggungnya GG. Kalau temennya Khairun.
Ya. Indonesia waktu itu konsolnya itu berarti Elul ya.
Elul, Bang Elul.
Dengan Huda Yuliviar. Dan ini juga kita bisa melihat schedule yang nanti berarti sudah per hari ini harusnya kita juga sudah bisa masuk ke babak knockout, loser round. Yes.
Ya. Playoff ya jatuhnya ya.
Ya, jatuh.
Iya, play.
Oh iya berarti
Sesuai
posisinya
jadwal.
karena ada ini ya, ada yang pertandingan dijalankan secara offline juga ya.
Betul, ada
Ya,
yang
ya.
off stream.
Ya.
Ya terpantau sudah ada 600 pasang mata yang menyaksikan di
Like-nya
TikTok.
berapa tuh?
Likes-nya tadi ada 18.000.
Baru
Ya
18.000 aja,
ilah.
20.000 gue statue di sini bener. Ya 25.000 gue yang tuk dung tak itu bisa gue.
Sementara itu di YouTube
Ya ada 161
bisa di-share lagi kali guys.
Bisa dinontonin aja dulu sembari nunggu di kelas, kan sekarang lagi weekdays nih ya. Sembari nunggu makan siang.
Iya
lain sebagainya.
betul.
Weekdays tuh.
Lagi weekday sekarang. Karena biasanya kita di weekend ya.
Yes, betul.
Biasanya sekarang YouTube IFeL tapi udah gede loh.
Siapa dulu yang punya?
Siapa? Kemarin minimal banget 1.000. Minimal banget.
Oh iyalah, itu kan kelas internasional.
Kalau
kan?
Indo main udah 10.000.
Beda.
Keren.
Edan.
Mantap teman-teman komunitas e-football.
Pastinya wajib kudu mesti wakumes untuk tetap semangat dan juga mengembangkan komunitas dan juga ekosistem e-football. Karena perkembangannya kalian bisa melihat sendiri secara nyata, guys. Kemarin Radinka baru juara loh. Radinka.
Di ini.
Porda Jakarta.
Porda Jakarta.
Kemarin Radinka baru juara. Kan siapa?
Kalau Porda itu nama individu apa nama daerah?
Harusnya dia itu terdaftar di kota tersebut, di kabupaten tersebut.
Porda itu Jakarta kan, provinsi kan?
Iya, Forda, bukan Porda, beda. Soalnya Forda.
Festival olahraga daerah.
Enggak semua event harus festival.
Santai banget gua.
Bisa aja fun. Fun olahraga daerah.
Gak masuk akal, bodoh amat. Ya benar, baru juara Porda daerah Radinka di usia
kayaknya dia masih under 17 deh. Masih under 17, sekitar 15 atau 16.
15-an ya.
Karena dia masih belum lulus juga kan, belum lulus SMA.
Itu Jinsuinya
Indo yang khusus mobile
itu.
Yes.
Luar biasa.
Cerah, Bro. Iya. Cerah ini lagi cerah-cerahnya. Terus kalau nggak salah juga kemarin ada di kompetisi komunitas juga mulai ada yang diadakan di Jawa Timur, Persebaya.
Oh iya,
ada.
Luar biasa.
Kalau nggak salah championnya itu Zidan Alfayet.
Oh iya, jelas.
Ya. Juara keduanya tuh ada pemain dari NSC.
Siapa?
Lupa namanya jujur. Cuman itu yang gue tahu itu.
Benar, oke.
Di Jawa Timur tuh ada kemarin. Terus maksudnya dengan kayak gini kita bisa melihat bahwa udah mulai bermunculan nih kompetisi-kompetisi yang bisa menaikkan skala komunitasnya menjadi lebih lebih eksis bisa dibilang ya, dan
lebih rame lah.
Rame.
Oh iya, waktu itu juga sempet pertama kali di dekat rumah gua.
Apa tuh?
Di Alsut.
Dari apa?
Ada turnamen konsol sama konsol ada nggak ya? Mobile.
Siapa yuk?
Dua-duanya Kak. 2 minggu. Weekend pertama mobile, weekend kedua konsol.
Oh gitu.
Yang juara. Sini juga main siapa namanya? Si Vergoy main. Siapa main tadi yang di Persebaya Blitar? Zidan main.
Yang juara?
Lupa gua.
Ya. Enggak mendalam.
Banten ya?
Apa?
Enggak di streaming, tapi offline rame di Flavor Bliss.
Ya itu memang
luar biasa.
Kita bisa bilang terima kasih juga buat teman-teman yang udah mulai makin melek dengan e-football mobile, e-football konsol dan lain sebagainya. Ayo terus banyakin.
Ramaikan
kembali, betul.
Nah, tentu karena besarnya komunitas olahraga apapun, e-sport olahraga konvensional itu sangat ditentukan sama jumlah kompetisinya.
Betul, itu bisa dibilang semakin ramai juga semakin bisa bukan menyukseskan, bukan juga membugarkan, mensejahterakan.
Nah, betul.
Keseluruhan termasuk ekosistemnya. Mensejahterakan ekosistemnya.
Dari segi pemain juga itu bisa meningkatkan jam terbangnya si pemain. Jadi otomatis kalau misalkan banyak-banyak turnamen, dia akan banyak-banyak latihan.
Betul. Berarti ini juga maksudnya kalau misalnya contoh aja Huda berarti sekarang di kompetisi ini kalau nggak salah ya kompetisi kali ketiganya dia bermain secara offline untuk turnamen internasional. Yang pertama ASEAN.
Asia
Milan.
Oh ya AC Milan. Oh ya benar 3.
Habis itu yang sekarang ketiga.
Benar.
Karena beda loh mental offline sama online tuh beda guys.
Betul.
Jadi emang ini udah kali ketiga. Terus kayak Indonesia juga termasuk yang orangnya bukan itu aja ya, maksudnya
beragam,
bervariasi. Mereka berkompetisi dan bersaing lah untuk menjadi representatif ya.
Benar, memang di Indonesia cukup banyak nih talenta.
Kita fokus ke mobile dulu sekarang.
Mobile, ya?
Kalau misalnya mobile pertama banget untuk yang bisa sampai ke luar negeri wakilin yaitu zaman Docindo.
Ya pasti.
Khususnya ke arah Dennis waktu itu ya. Pertama kali kalau nggak salah Southeast Asian itu kan Dennis.
Betul.
Ya kan. Terus ada yang pas lagi ke London kalau nggak salah ada bukan World Final, ada qualification
ini
atau
Fame Up Your Game.
Ya kayak gitu-gitu.
FIFA I
ya.
Ya.
Dennis juga kan kalau nggak salah itu.
Betul Dennis.
Ya terus habis itu kemarin Philip FIFA I. Terus dia juga kemarin kan kualifikasi walaupun belum berhasil optimal
ya? Di
Inter Milan cuman ini Sakti Aulia juga
Sakti Aulia. Oh iya Sakti Aulia.
Tiba-tiba dari konsol di konsol dia no wonder ya, maksudnya
Betul.
memang juga udah jam terbang tinggi.
Udah cross
Tiba-tiba ke
platform ya.
konsol, dari ke mobile, masuk. Masuk ke final lagi kan?
Iya.
Bukan final, sorry.
Sampai ke Inter Milan,
playoff.
sampai ke Milan. Kan nggak semua peserta bisa lolos sampai ke Milan ya.
Betul. Terus abis itu
Inilah
udah kan AC Milan terus
siapa?
Yoga.
Orang Lombok.
Oh, Asgard Azizi.
Asgard Azizi.
Itu yang awal banget itu.
Nah, itu yang senior.
World final ya.
Iya.
Dia juara. Juara.
Terus siapa ya yang rame ya?
Ada yang bisa bantu nggak guys di kolom komentar siapa?
Hierarki siapa ya?
Hierarki. Huda
sama siapa ya?
Radinka.
Oh
belum,
iya, Huda Radinka. Benar,
Radinka
benar.
belum.
Kalau di Onyx itu Docindo.
Docindo,
Oh
betul.
iya, siapa lagi? Tapi rame banget kok.
Lagi mulai rame lagi.
Rame banget talenta-talenta
mulai tinggi-tinggi
football
lagi
mobile di Indonesia, luar biasa. Terima kasih untuk teman-teman yang selalu berprogres.
Ya.
Dari segi talenta dan juga komunitas, moga-mogahan kalian bisa lebih sukses lagi di kompetisi-kompetisi internasional, membawakan nama Indonesia tentunya.
Betul, karena termasuk yang buktinya adalah salah satu contohnya yang kemarin di China itu juga salah satu progres bagus loh, karena China waktu itu ya correct me if I'm wrong juga, kalau misalnya emang jarang banget untuk ngadain kompetisi football yang emang dedicated e-football.
Betul.
Dan kemarin akhirnya baru ada.
Karena ternyata, ini gue juga baru tahu,
Ya.
kalau di China itu gamenya beda.
Kayaknya semua game. Karena
Ya.
dia punya versinya sendiri.
Punya versinya sendiri.
Betul, banyak banget game-game yang emang punya versinya sendiri kalau untuk di China.
Jadi
Mereka tuh punya communication messenger sendiri, punya platform
Internet sendiri.
YouTube-nya sendiri,
Ya.
internetnya sendiri,
TikToknya
bahkan
sendiri.
TikToknya juga sendiri.
tuh,
Itu jadi mereka punya sendiri-sendiri kayak gitu, dan masuk game-gamenya juga.
ya
IP sendiri, makan sendiri,
jomblo aja tuh.
semuanya sendiri, mandiri itu.
Mandiri.
Ya.
Ya apa kalau misalkan dilihat juga agak beda sedikit ininya, apa namanya?
Grafik.
Grafiknya tuh agak beda, displaynya tuh layoutnya tuh
ya.
agak beda dikit lah.
Ya.
Dari gua agak terkejut di situ tuh.
Kenapa tuh?
Faidan kayak lancar banget, padahal situ semua tulisan Cina. Individual instruction gimana coba lo? PR.
Tapi kan jujur kayak gitu, muscle memory kan. Kagak udah gini aja nih. Gue ngeliatin kalau zaman dulu kayak orang India baca cepet dong. Yang rekor.
Di tapi layar.
Coba ulangin gitu. Coba ringkas gitu, ulang tutup bukunya gimana? Alasan apa? Saya kan baca doang.
Nggak salah.
Gak salah. Sorry, kita juga teman-teman di rumah, jangan lupa kita juga tetap menginformasikan. Jangan lupa untuk yang nonton di TikTok, tap layarnya, karena tap itu gratis. Sudah sampai 30.000. Ternyata kita harus kayak gini. Enggak ya. Berarti hari ini Pong, karena kita kita akan menemani kalian sampai jam 6 sore.
Ya.
Kita punya challenge.
Apa tuh?
150.000 likes di streaming di akhir handstand. Jadiin nggak? Kita lihat aja nanti siapa. Kalian tinggal milih saya atau handstand.
Gak ada lu.
Pilih nggak? Laki bukan.
Bawa gua.
Baca komen kami. Ini dibaca
dibaca,
loh.
dibaca.
Lama-lama ya.
Mohon maaf ya
sabar
teman-teman
ya
ya.
guys, teman-teman. Kita lagi menunggu yang di sana. Cuman kalau misalnya sampai 150.000 likes handstand, jadiin nggak Pong? Gimana?
Kita usahakan, oke?
Handstand bro.
Perut ini gimana ini?
Gak usah takut, gak usah khawatir. 150.000 likes guys, jangan lupa ya. Dan kalau penontonnya sampai 1.500 kali ya,
boleh.
tekan nggak?
Wah itu lumayan tuh.
1.500 penonton, handstand, 150.000 like. Lama.
Sabar
Udah.
guys.
Daripada capek ngetik mulu ya kan, mending tap.
Nah, kita juga di sini sambil menunggu ya teman-teman ya dari tim panitia di Kuala Lumpur
Ya.
tentunya. Jadi mohon
Bersabar.
Ini ujian.
Iya. Kaget. Masih menunggu ya, tampaknya.
Ya. Tadi sih kalau dari countdown sih seharusnya udah selesai ya.
Sudah selesai harusnya.
Seharusnya.
Cuman mungkin sepertinya memang lagi ada technical preparation.
Betul. Dia tahu sendiri kalau misalnya football mobile teman-teman udah medsosnya udah paham lah ya.
Mungkin juga kalau teman-teman yang sudah merasakan kompetisi yang di live streaming kan memang paham kalau misalnya memang technical requirement untuk mobile nih agak sedikit lebih harus dipreparekan dibandingkan konsol. Jujur.
Ceritain Om Panit.
Oh iya, kalau itu mah saya di luar otak itu deg-degan ya. Mulai dari HP.
Baru diselebrasi kan.
Yeah.
Gubrak meja, copot
kan. Deg-degan deh gimana nyolokinnya, mau ganggu nggak bisa, ngeliat gelap. Ya gimana? Kita nggak bisa guys kayak gitu. Cuman kalau nggak salah ini HP-nya dedicate ya di kompetisi ini.
Oh iya.
Iya. Karena ada tuh yang kita nggak bisa sebutin maksudnya.
Oh iya betul.
HP-nya harusnya dedicate. Jadi dia udah satu HP gitu. Cuman ya memang ada preparation dan lain sebagainya.
Ini, kan?
Dan juga kalau nggak salah karena pro kontra dari HP dedicate adalah memang untuk technical requirement-nya itu sudah ada terpangkas lah waktunya. Cuman
gitu.
Iya dong. Karena kan posisinya nggak harus ngelepas equipment dan lain sebagainya, HP ditaruh aja. Dan kalau apalagi pakai format autentik, jadi nggak usah ada keluar masuk akun. Cuman ada kontranya itu adalah player harus nyesuaiin layout. Kadang-kadang.
Maksudnya layout?
Ininya kan dia pakai intermediate.
Oke.
Advance ya namanya.
Advance control.
Kalau misalnya dia yang pakai ini kan dia ada besar kecil, arahnya kan diatur sendiri. Nah itu yang kadang-kadang mereka juga harus setting sendiri.
Oke, paham.
Jadi memang itu kan kalau itu udah personal preference kan.
Benar.
Jadi
tapi
udah.
Lu kan yang sering jadi panitia nih. Kalau
mari kita juga intermezzo tentang bagaimana eFootball di belakang layar ya.
Betul.
Ya,
supaya teman-teman juga tahu yang nonton di rumah.
Ya betul.
Kalau misalkan dedicated kayak begini,
yes.
Apakah si kabel itu selalu nyolok? Kalau dia selalu nyolok, berarti nyoloknya kedua-dua HP dong.
Betul.
Kalau dulu kan salah satu pemain aja biasanya.
Gini, jadi kalau misalnya memang di salah satu pemain itu kenapa harus dicolok awalnya? Cuman akhirnya ditemukan bahwa ternyata ada perbedaan nih.
Perbedaan
untuk
gameplay.
Layout, bukan gameplay. Kalau biasa orang megang HP, ada orang yang nggak biasa untuk dia karena kan colokannya di kabelnya itu di belakang, di bawah lah ini, di bagian bawah. Di saat HP-nya di landscape itu kan posisi ya berarti harus ada yang berubah tuh. Dia keganjal dan lain sebagainya. Jadi untuk fair dua-duanya harus dicolok. Dan juga kedua kalau nggak salah dua-duanya juga sekarang udah mulai dimasukin live streaming, maksudnya karena ada beberapa HP juga, beberapa tipe HP sih yang memang kalau misal di saat menarik live streaming menggunakan kabel kayak gitu dia agak turun.
Betul.
Rate-nya jadi agak lebih delay. Yang akhirnya harus dua-duanya juga harus
jadi fair. Akhirnya dua-duanya dicolok, tinggal nanti operator memilih
siapa tarik dari mana ya? Betul. Tapi ya karena dua-duanya dicolok jadi dengan kondisi yang bisa dibilang dia setara dan fair.
Betul.
Gitu guys.
Berarti untuk keadilan dari kompetisinya juga ya.
Betul, karena memang juga kayak kita mengutamakan pastinya fair play.
Betul.
Nah, di mana kondisi dari kedua pemain itu harus wajib sama. Gitu. Ya mungkin yang di awal-awal kita kan ada trial and error, kita masih bisa apalagi kalau misalnya kelas-kelas masih komunitas ya kita masih bisa trial and error dengan maksudnya HP-nya ada yang berbeda dan lain sebagainya dengan spek yang berbeda karena itu udah personal preference. Cuman kalau misalnya yang setahu saya udah mulai kebelakangan ini dari operator Indonesianya juga ini dari IFeL juga udah mencoba untuk menetapkan standar bahwa HP harus sama.
Oke.
Gitu.
HP-nya harus sama.
Iya, tipenya yang sama maksudnya atau enggak memang speknya yang sama. Contoh di di rulebook tuh udah ada HP yang apa nih yang kuat dan lain sebagainya atau enggak langsung disediain dari operator.
Kalau misalkan dia disediakan, berarti dia harus login.
Betul, itu yang ada kejadian pas lagi waktu kita liga. Ada yang sempat kejadian seperti itu menyediakan. Tapi emang ini udah harus di mention dulu ke pemainnya bahwa resikonya seperti ini gitu.
Oke.
Cuman makanya kalau misalnya yang paling enak kayak gini mainnya otentik udah.
Ya, nggak ribet ya.
Nggak ribet, jadi udah main full aja gitu.
Tinggal dipilih aja.
Tapi kalau nggak salah ya, maksudnya ya memang nggak tahu. Menurut pandangan lu gimana? Kayaknya di turnamen-turnamen sekarang juga udah mulai bervariatif ya, maksudnya yang dream team tuh memang ada gitu, tapi kayaknya masih tetap banyakan ke si otentik. Bener gak sih untuk kelas internasional ya?
Iya. Apalagi kalau sekarang kan jujur ya, kerasa banget kalau misalkan pemain itu punya gulit, punya koler,
pay to win-nya ya.
Iya.
Betul.
Itu sebenarnya itu kerasa banget. Jadi kalau menurut gua sih sebenarnya lebih oke
kita sebagai penonton, untuk
Benar.
dari kacamata penonton.
Walaupun sebenarnya kalau pro player yang pasti ya dia
Lebih
udah emang squadnya udah 3.200 ke atas mungkin. Cuman memang kalau misalkan kalau turnamen yang terbuka untuk umum nih.
Ya.
Yang ada di situ ada pro player, di situ ada nama baru, mungkin yang nama baru ini squadnya belum seberapa.
Jadi yang untuk tengah paling enaknya.
Iya, kebanting. Jadi mungkin lebih tengahnya lebih enaknya itu otentik.
Betul. Tapi kalau nggak salah, Pong, di otentik ini juga namanya pro player ya, pasti nyari tahu meta dan lain sebagainya.
Benar.
Ada beberapa klub yang memang bukan diunggulkan sih, maksudnya lebih enak dimainkan untuk gameplay yang sekarang lagi meta. Contohnya, kalau nggak salah ya, correct me juga ya, Inter. Kalau nggak salah.
Kenapa tuh?
Yang bagus. Isian
Inter Milan ya?
Inter Milan, betul.
Turam,
Iya, kayak gitu. Dia ada dalam apa playstyle, bukan playstyle, apa namanya?
meta.
Ya, intinya itunya apa? Isiannya dah. Isian tuh.
Tapi kemarin tuh yang laku tuh apa ya? Gue lupa sih.
Munchen ya masih?
Milan sih.
AC Milan.
AC Milan Inter Milan. Munchen
Enggak, udah sosok ya.
enggak terlalu.
Enggak terlalu ya, udah jarang.
Munchen enggak terlalu.
Makanya tapi kemarin gue masih lihat ada yang kalau di konsolnya Barca masih dapat.
Konsol Barca ya.
Ya, karena kayaknya tiki taka tengahnya ya.
Ya, Arsenal
Ada emang.
iya banyak kemarin di konsol.
Kemarin Arsenal ya?
Siapa yang mana?
Ya karena dia
Arsenal ya. Oh iya, yang juara tuh pakai Arsenal.
begitu. Nah, itu catatan ini daging aja dari gue. Gitu, daging lagi aja dari gue. Tuh, pakai tuh.
AC Milan paling enak ya. Memang selain memang ada yang tim-tim yang diunggulkan, ada juga faktor preferensi masing-masing pemain.
Betul, karena juga kalau misalnya apalagi kalau kita main otentik ini kan ada format namanya uniform rating. Kalau di uniform rating itu satu udah kita bisa ngeliat dari isian pemainnya, maksudnya cak-cakannya. Yang kedua itu dari postur.
Nah itu
juga termasuk ngaruh loh.
Biasanya ada yang demen main long ball,
jadi dia butuh striker yang memang memiliki postur tinggi atau enggak center backnya yang tinggi.
Ya apa sih namanya kalau di ini?
Aman.
Aerial superiority ya apa sih?
Ya pokoknya areal apa gitu ya. Yang dimana mereka bisa untuk menjaga untuk sundul-sundulan kan. Bener. Itu makanya Inter Milan masuk tinggi depannya. Munchen juga sebenarnya masuk sih. Harry Kane soal sama Turam. Iya ya Harry Kane ya masih. Iya, Harry Kane masih lebih tinggi. Masih. Terus ya, maksudnya CB-CB-nya dari Munchen juga termasuk besar.
Betul.
Jeremy Boateng. Itu zaman dulu. Matt Hummels. Udah. Kan kita bercanda.
Jauh banget, Pak. PSG nggak boleh.
PSG nggak boleh karena nggak rules. Yang rules itu berarti kan kayak Arsenal, MU, Inter Milan, AC Milan, AS Roma, terus Barca,
Bayern Munchen,
Munich, Colo masih.
Ya. Apa namanya?
Napoli
Bota apa namanya? Vasco da Gama ya sih?
Nggak tahu, jujur nggak tahu. Tapi Napoli masih nggak sih?
Napoli masih
ya?
Napoli masih
boleh ya rules.
Masih bisa.
Dulu sempat ada Galatasaray boleh.
Oh iya ya.
Nah
ini dia.
Lama kita langsung saja menyaksikan di layar kaca untuk entry dari seorang Huda Yulivier yang sudah masuk ya sepertinya.
Hudanya masih nunggu.
Wih,
mereka rombongan.
Oh ini ada Tengkumi ya.
Terpantau ada Tengkumi, Subasa, satu lagi gue belum kenalan.
Jujur, itu panitia tuh. Bukan itu dari tim. Dan ternyata memang di sini kita melihat dari sang tuan rumah Tengkumi.
Line up-nya ngeri ya.
Dan juga Syamsir Hussein aka Subasa. Line up-nya ngeri. Oh, maksudnya orangnya emang pure orangnya. Iya. Ini bisa dibilang ya kasarnya kayak duo Cindonya Indo.
Betul. Dan ini dia
Indonesia, Huda Yulivier Amar berusia 1500 enggak dong. 21 tahun. Tampaknya sudah di bawah situ dia terlihat sedang preparation. Seorang Huda Yulivier. Menjadi match pertamanya juga ya untuk kategori men's, maksudnya ini jadi baru gameplay pertamanya ya.
Ya, betul.
Di kompetisi kali ini di IASC, Asian Youth Esports Championship. Mas
itu Malaysia.
Oh iya. Gue langsung bilang bukan. Jersey-nya tapi beda ya, maksudnya
Itu jersey
ini
komunitas.
komunitas ya.
Waktu itu sendiri
Ya.
pas Malaysia main di ASEAN apa namanya? IFeL Asian Championship, si Subasa tuh juga jadi pelatihannya gitu.
Oh iya, tapi di Indonesia si Philip kan.
Iya.
Philip juga langsung nempel Huda kan.
Bener,
Ya kan,
bener,
Karena
bener,
memang
bener.
kayak gitu, jujur, pemain di saat mereka sedang tegang maksudnya.
Nah.
Yang bermain itu bukan cuma otak, tapi muscle memory. Muscle memory itu jadi kayak udah ada yang dia udah kayak kosong pikirannya, cuman tangannya
Itu
tetap
tuh
main.
yang
Itu
gue pengen,
bahaya.
yang gue pengen tanyain ke lu tuh.
Ya, tapi
Orang-orang
nanti
yang
mungkin kita bahasnya nanti ya.
Oh iya
Karena
nih,
ini kita lagi
udah mau main.
udah mau main.
Takutnya
Cuman
tiba-tiba kick off.
nanti di recall aja.
Nah.
Cuman teman-teman gue pengen nanya sama kalian prediksi skor dan juga prediksi gini aja dah, 2-0 langsung babat atau 2-1 atau gimana guys. Coba di kolom komentar.
Dan siapa juga yang menang ya?
Iya, yang siapa yang menangnya coba berapa? Indonesia 2-0, Malaysia 2-0 atau 2-1 Indo atau 2-1 Malai, langsung tulis di kolom komentar. Langsungin aja guys. Dan kita sudah memasuki pertandingan di sini. Di mana sepertinya tampaknya ini dari POV Malaysia ya, atau
Ya.
dari seorang Subasa menggunakan Manchester United dan juga Huda Indonesia menggunakan AC Milan. Kami berdua mengucapkan selamat menyaksikan pertandingan.
Langsung serangan coba dimulai oleh Syamsir. Ada Ruben Loftus-Cheek di sana dari seorang Huda Olivier, berhasil hentikan serangan, direbut lagi, hati-hati kali ini ada serangan pertama dari Syamsir. Awas Jersey. Hampir saja. Ada lob through pass dari Bruno Fernandes, beruntung sedikit terlalu deras. Kesempatan kali ini untuk Huda Olivier membalas, ada Kyle Walker kepada Silvano Vos.
Karena uniform rating ya, makanya ada Silvano Vos ini ya.
Biasanya langsung nama-nama yang pemain reserve
Iya,
itu naik ya.
langsung mulai naik ya, dan kita melihat di sini Subasa mengamankan bola, memberikan lagi ke belakang, back pass di sana langsung long ball saja di kiper, mencoba untuk melakukan build up, namun Huda tampaknya memiliki momentum untuk membangun serangan, ada long ball di sana untuk mencoba langsung passing ke Tammy Abraham, namun tampaknya dibuang begitu saja. Subasa, Bruno Fernandes, Nusan Marzuroi, ada Joshua Zirze, mau coba passing Hailun, namun bukan sebuah ancaman yang sangat mematikan.
Ya masih
Kali ini
masih 0-0, masih belum berhasil kedua pemain untuk bisa menemukan satu shot on target ke arah gawang lawannya masing-masing. Tapi kita lihat ada Rafael Liao, meliuk-liuk Rafael Liao, extra pass-nya berhasil dibaca oleh seorang Lindelof, clear langsung bola keluar. Kembali jatuh di penguasaan bola seorang Huda Olivier, Kyle Walker kali ini kepada João Felix. Artemi Abraham ke sana, ada Rafael Liao.
skill move yang baik di sana. Lihat gak tadi ada Elastico.
Ada bukan double touch ya?
First touch Elastico.
Luar biasa, sebuah kombinasi Elastico placing shot
Ya.
dari seorang Rafael Liao milik Huda Olivier. Berhasil membuka keunggulan di babak pertama 1-0 kali ini Bung Wakar.
Iya, kita bisa melihat di sini ada sebuah skill move yang ditampilkan dari seorang Huda Olivier. Tampak apik, tampak cermat untuk menggunakan skill move sehingga membuka ruang tembakan dan langsung flashing dilancarkan dan membuahkan sebuah gol pertama untuk Huda Olivier. Tampaknya di sini Subasa mencoba untuk melakukan meta kick off. Ada sedikit passing di sana. Oh, dan nampaknya sudah terjebak offside saudara-saudara. Ya, kita bisa melihat ya. Memang telat jauh lebih di depan di sana dan merupakan sebuah goal kick saat ini untuk Huda Olivier.
Lebih ke arah kecepatan kayaknya.
Mungkin
pergerakannya
dari si strikernya tadi ya,
Betul.
ya. Sekarang Yunus Musa, Kyle Walker dimajukan, seorang wingback kanan, coba untuk meliuk-meliuk di sini, passing ke tengah, ada Joao Felix, passing lagi, Silvano Vos, Huda Olivier tampak tenang, mencoba untuk mengatur tempo penyerangan, ada fake shot di sana, namun ternyata terbaca, bahaya. Serangan balik cepat dilancarkan oleh seorang Subasa, Bruno Fernandes, Christian Eriksen, passing ke Koibe Mainu. Ada sebuah stunning shot di sana, namun berhasil ditepis oleh Mike Maignan dari seorang Huda Olivier.
Sebuah shot on target berhasil dilepaskan oleh seorang Syamsir Hussein aka Subasa, menghasilkan sebuah tendangan pojok kali ini. Kembali masih ancaman untuk seorang Huda Olivier, harus berhati-hati Huda.
Ya.
Namun juga Subasa harus waspada dengan potensi counter attack dari skema corner kick. Christian Eriksen dengan kaki kanannya akan mengambil tendangan corner kick out swinger. Melakukan sudah ke tiang dekat. Ada Pavlovic di sana.
Dan ternyata sebuah gol yang bisa dibilang keberuntungan ya.
Sangat disayangkan, ada sedikit bola-bola kemelut di sana.
Ya.
Yang deflectionnya gagal dikontrol dengan baik dan justru mengarah ke arah gawang dan disambut oleh seorang Zerzi. Cukup untuk membawa Tsubasa kembali sama kuat 1-1 masih di babak pertama.
Ya, penanggulangan atau pembuangan bola yang kurang cermat sehingga memberikan bola rebound yang mudah sekali untuk striker dari Manchester United ini Zerzi. Dan kita melihat sekarang kick off dari seorang Huda Yuliviar mencoba untuk melancarkan sekali. Dan langsung Joao Felix di sini langsung shoot saja. Kembali unggul seorang Huda Yuliviar menjadi 2-1 melalui kaki seorang Joao Felix dan menggunakan meta kick off yang sangat-sangat amik, sangat-sangat ciamik. Kita lihat di sini sebuah one-two yang baik, ada sedikit capping di sana dan langsung saja robek gawang seorang Tsubasa.
Luar biasa, kita lihat skema meta kick off yang sangat efektif.
Ya.
Dari seorang Huda Yuliviar berhasil membongkar pertahanan Malaysia terbuka untuk kembali membawa Huda unggul. Tapi kita ada kembali serangan balasan dari seorang Tsubasa. Hoylund terlepas. Untuk bisa kembali membawa Malaysia imbang 2-2. Di mana kita lihat lagi-lagi dari meta kick off. Wow, umpan-umpan pendek yang sangat terarah tadi kita dari Bruno Fernandes membelah pertahanan seorang Huda Yuliviar, menemukan kaki kanan dari seorang Hoylund. 2-2 lagi-lagi sama kuat antara Huda dan juga Tsubasa.
Tampak tercengang tadi sepertinya CB dari AC Milan ya, sehingga tidak bisa mengejar bola yang dialirkan. Namun sekarang bola kembali lagi direbut oleh seorang Tsubasa, namun berhasil diamankan kembali. Tambahan 3 menit waktu. Mampukah atau akankah ada sebuah gol di penghujung babak kali ini? Kita bisa melihat sekarang Huda, Rafael passing ke Silvano Vos mencoba untuk melakukan build up, namun sayangnya kurang cermat. Dan inilah dia turun minum half time dengan skor 2-2 dengan 2 gol yang sangat berbalas bertubi-tubi.
Ya, luar biasa pertandingan yang dipertunjukkan oleh kedua pemain, di mana Huda mempertunjukkan ketajaman serangannya, keefektifan serangan dari seorang Huda berhasil merobek gawang dari seorang Syamsir.
Ya.
2 shot on target, 2 gol. Tapi di sisi lain juga Tsubasa berhasil memanfaatkan peluang-peluang kecil yang dia dapatkan dari corner kick tadi. Sempat menyebabkan kemelut yang tidak mampu dikendalikan oleh seorang Huda, menghasilkan sebuah gol. Dan juga dari umpan yang sebenarnya lumayan anomali itu ya. Kayak gak bakal nyampe, tapi dapat.
Tapi posisinya tadi kalau misalnya kita bisa melihat dari CB yang harusnya menempel tadi tuh, menempel Hoylund itu agak sedikit mundur. Mungkin ya itu bisa jadi misklik atau enggak bisa jadi memang dari AI
memang
skripnya.
Skrip ini ya Konami memang
skrip Konaminya itu mungkin bisa agak dia tadi kelihatan banget pada saat udah pengen nempel. Dia agak mundur sedikit, jadi timingnya untuk si Hoylund
dia mundur tapi nggak ngejaga.
Betul.
Nah itu masalahnya tadi sehingga berhasil dikejar oleh Hoylund
dan kita bisa melihat di sini langsung saja mencoba untuk melakukan meta kick off, namun tampaknya kurang cermat passingan dari seorang Huda Yuliviar. Bola kembali diamankan. Oh, menggunakan Tom Hinton ya?
Ya lumayan unik.
Pamor ya.
Pemilihan goalkeeper dari Tsubasa. Tapi kita lihat lagi-lagi datang serangan dari seorang Huda Yuliviar, gagal kaki Eriksen. Coba dikonversikan menjadi serangan balasan oleh seorang Tsubasa. Kandas tadi. Kyle Walker kali ini masih Silvano Vos, tanggung umpannya. Hoylund menguasai bola. Ada Kobe Mainu.
Sebuah kesalahan passing tampaknya terjadi di sana dan langsung dimaksimalkan oleh seorang Tsubasa dengan melalui kaki seorang Kobe Mainu. 3-2 di menit ke-54 Bepong.
Luar biasa, sebuah kesalahan sederhana namun sangat fatal akibatnya. Dimanfaatkan dengan sangat baik oleh penggawa Malaysia Tsubasa untuk bisa membalik keadaan. 3-2 kali ini Malaysia balik unggul atas seorang Huda Yuliviar yang sempat 2 kali memimpin di pertandingan kali ini. Lagi-lagi kayak datang serangan dari Malaysia. Joshua Zirkzee adu kecepatan dia dengan Malik Thiaw. Beruntung masih mampu diintersep tadi pergerakan oleh Malik Thiaw. Temi Abraham pada Yunus Musa untuk seorang Huda Yuliviar kali ini. Kembali Temi Abraham, Ruben Loftus-Cheek kurang cermat tadi namun kali ini masih ada peluang.
Ternyata kayak kursornya gak ganti tadi ya.
Iya, gak ganti.
Belakang.
Bener.
Sayang sekali, tampaknya memang ada kemelut di sana, kita bisa melihat yang rendang malah yang belakangnya ya. Yang ngasih bola wantu.
Ya, sebuah keanehan yang justru menguntungkan bagi Huda Yuliviar. Sayang tadi belum dimanfaatkan dengan baik. Dengan sebuah finishing yang ciamik. Ada corner kick kali ini. Joao Felix dari kanannya akan mengambil eksekusi. Ada dua opsi umpan pendek. Lakukan sudah Silvano Foster yang dituju tanggung. Tapi masih ada Theo Hernandez. Masih Theo Hernandez. Ada Yunus Musa di kotak penalti. Diapit dua pemain. Bertahan berbaju merah milik seorang Subasa. Clear langsung bola keluar. Masih 3-2 untuk Malaysia kali di Bung Wakar.
Ya, coba untuk melakukan build up serangan di sini. Huda Yuliviar, AFeLeague di sini. Ada sebuah skill move di sana. Ada Tami Abraham langsung mencoba untuk fake shoot. Namun tampaknya sudah terbaca. Sudah rapat pertahanan dari seorang Subasa. Mencoba untuk memanggil pemain ke depan. Akan passing ke depan di sana. Ada kemelut. Namun tampaknya bisa diamankan kembali oleh seorang Huda Yuliviar. Musuh Huda saat ini adalah waktu dan juga pertahanan memang dari seorang Subasa. Memasuki menit ke-71 di sini mencoba untuk membangunkan serangan, namun berhasil kembali dipotong oleh Subasa. Ada long ball di sana, bukan sebuah ancaman yang berarti tampaknya. Mampukah seorang Huda Yuliviar mencetak gol penyama kedudukan atau equalizer di sini? AFeLeague mencoba passing ke Ruben Loftus-Cheek. AFeLeague kembali, tampaknya kurang cermat di sana. Subasa, Kobi Mainu lari ke depan, mencoba untuk memberikan true pass di sini tanpa penjagaan. Hoylun, namun pemain ke-12 yang gawang berhasil mengamankan posisi Indonesia untuk tidak menambah golnya kasarnya.
Ya, luar biasa, sangat beruntung kayak ini Huda Yuliviar. Kembali pertahanan kebobolan oleh pergerakan seorang Rasmus Hoylund. Namun beruntung syutingnya masih sedikit melebar membentur tiang. Hanya hasilkan goal kick kali ini, namun nampaknya sebelum kita menyaksikan sekitar sisa 20 menit waktu di babak kedua. Kita harus kembali menunggu ada tactical pause dari kedua pemain untuk bisa memasukkan kaki segar sambil mengubah formasi, strategi dan juga taktik.
Bertahan dia udah
langsung 5 back nampaknya di sini. Harus hati-hati juga main 5 back. Karena kadang-kadang kalau misalkan wing backnya maju, backnya sepi.
Karena posisi yang wing backnya ini dia malah lebih sering untuk menjadi attacking wing back gitu ya?
Ya, harus diubah jadi defensive full back nih di sini nih.
Ya, kita masih bisa menunggu untuk perubahan yang sedang dilakukan kedua pemain. Akankah ada kejutan di penghujungnya laga atau mungkin memang harus melanjut ke round kedua?
Ya, tentunya masih ada waktu bagi seorang Huda Yuliviar untuk menyembang kedudukan dan juga bagi Subasa untuk bisa menggandakan keunggulan.
Hanya
kita lihat
kurang dari 11 menit loh, 11 menit.
11 menit ya? Oh iya betul. Sudah memasuki 79 kali ini lawan sudah goal kick jauh ke depan. Jatuh di kaki seorang Diogo Dalot. Back pass saja Tom Hinton, langsung kembalikan lagi ke depan. Ada Diogo Dalot di sana. Kasih rebut bola, masih Diogo Dalot. Lob true pass kepada Rasmus Hoylund. Rasmus Hoylund melebar dia ke sebelah kanan. Masih Rasmus. Coba dicuri oleh Theo Hernandez. Jangan sebuah pelanggaran nampaknya di sana, tapi play on. Diogo Dalot kembali, kuasai bola untuk seorang Subasa. Masih Dalot. Mason Mount yang dituju namun tanggung. Sempatan serangan cepat kali ini bagi seorang Huda Yuliviar. Ada Yunus Musa. Akan pada Christian Pulisic. Masih Christian. Yunus Musa kembali. Ada seorang Bob Omorekbe di sana. Bob Omorekbe pada Christian Pulisic. Masih mampu di-clear. Menyisakan 2 menit waktu di injury time. Kembali datang ancaman dari seorang Huda Yuliviar. Arahkan bola ke depan dan menjadi akhir di pertandingan pertama, di mana kali ini seorang Subasa berhasil mencuri 1 poin bagi Malaysia. 1-0 di sistem best of 3.
Yes, tampaknya seorang Malaysia atau seorang Subasa dari kubu Malaysia berhasil mengamankan poin pertama dan harus memaksakan Huda untuk harus wajib mendapatkan 2 poin beruntun agar bisa melaju ke babak selanjutnya atau memenangkan grup ya kasarnya ya.
Betul sekali, kemenangan menjadi harga mati bagi seorang Huda Yuliviar di game kedua untuk bisa merebut kemenangan pertama di fase group stage.
Ya, fase group stage ini untuk di best of 3 karena memang juga kalau misalnya tadi saya melihat dari pertandingan gol yang 2 kali gol yang diciptakan di terakhir dari Subasa ini itu dibuahkan oleh sebuah anomali kasarnya.
Betul.
Yang pertama tadi memang yang ada dari CB-nya yang mundur, yang 2 gol terakhir ya. Dan satunya lagi memang anomalinya adalah sebuah kesalahan yang harusnya bisa diminimalisir kembali. Ini bisa menjadi refleksi diri untuk seorang Huda untuk di next round dan juga di round selanjutnya untuk lebih berhati-hati juga, lebih cermat karena memang tampaknya dari seorang Subasa ini defensifnya bisa dibilang agresif. Cukup agresif.
Ya, di mana tadi memang agak sedikit kesulitan Huda Yuliviar untuk bisa menembus pertahanan dari seorang Syamsir.
Ya.
Karena memang 2 gol dari Huda, dua-duanya meta kick off. Gol cepat. Memang gol yang agak susah untuk diantisipasi begitu.
Ya.
Tapi kalau dari permainan terbuka terlihat Huda ini agak sedikit,
susah ya untuk ini. Jadi memang kayaknya Huda lebih tadi kalau dari match yang tadi benar-benar gimana caranya ada serangan tak terduga lah kasarnya untuk nge-build up-nya ya.
Serangan kejutan karena memang kalau misalnya tadi kita bisa melihat udah ini juga lebih banyak untuk mencoba untuk pada saat masuk ke dalam kotak penalti menggunakan atau dia decide-nya itu adalah menggunakan bola atas. Ya. Yang dimana bolanya tadi seringnya malah udah kerebut aja. Betul.
Padahal kita analisa aja ya dari yang
di depannya Temi Abraham ya mungkin agak kurang.
Mungkin tapi Temi Abraham ini karena di uniform ratingnya mungkin isiannya lebih bagus.
Ini
kejadian kayak waktu itu zaman yang di konsol itu kayak contoh apalagi Munchen strikernya itu lebih milih Matis Tel. Itu zaman Matis Tel masih itu isiannya lebih bagus. Model-model kayak gini uniform rating itu pasti nama-nama pemain-pemain yang biasa aja ada agak lebih naik karena isiannya bagus. Tadi
Bob Omorekbe.
Iya.
Si siapa namanya tadi? Tom Hinton
juga termasuk. Terus siapa lagi tadi ya? Kayaknya kalau misalnya ini masih MU kayaknya tadi cukup pemain utama ya.
Ya, kalau MU masih pemain yang cukup umum lah.
Dan kita akan melanjutkan untuk round kedua. Di sini kita melihat sudah lakukan kick off. Subasa di sini mencoba untuk melancarkan serangan, ada double touch di sana. Kobi Mainu mencoba mengotak-atik di situ. Ada double touch yang baik dan sebuah stunning shot namun berhasil ditepis. Tampaknya bukan menggunakan Mike Maignan nih kipernya.
Masih mainan nampaknya.
Masa?
Postur-posturnya masih mirip soalnya. Sotoy aja dulu.
Iya.
Corner kick Bruno Fernandes dan ke kanannya akan segera dieksekusi. In swinger kembali, harus berhati-hati di sini seorang Huda Yuliviar untuk mengantisipasi munculnya atau terjadinya kemelut di tengah muka gawang. Kita lihat langsung dibuang oleh Malik Thiaw. Ada second chance kali ini. Diogo Dalot kirimkan bola ke tengah, mampu dibuang. Bruno Fernandes masih berpossession untuk Malaysia kali ini. Kurang cermat umpan dari Bruno, milik seorang Subasa, tapi masih kembali bisa di-recycle. Possession untuk seorang Subasa. Datang lagi serangan. Rasmus Højlund berhasil di-clear kembali oleh Malik Thiaw. Belum ada kesempatan kali ini bagi seorang Huda Yuliviar untuk setidaknya menguasai bola, menciptakan peluang di pertahanan dari Malaysia. Ada kombinasi umpan pendek di sana, berhasil dibaca cukup baik. Belum berhasil kembali seorang Subasa untuk bisa menemukan belakang jala gawang seorang Huda Yuliviar. Masih 0-0 bertahan kali ini di 15 menit awal babak pertama. Silvano Vos para João Felix, ada Rafael Leao untuk seorang Huda Yuliviar. Knock on tadi terlalu deras, sentuhan dari seorang Huda Yuliviar. Datang lagi ancaman kali ini, ada Ruben Loftus-Cheek, ada João Felix. Ruben kembali, João Felix di kotak penalti. Rafael Leao sedikit melebar di kiri gawang seorang Syamsir Hussein, hanya hasilkan goal kick bagi Tom Hinton.
Ya, sebuah build up yang dilancarkan oleh seorang Huda Yuliviar. The unexpected passing tadi sepertinya, namun kurang cermat untuk eksekusinya. Kembali bola dibuang saja dari goal kick di sana untuk seorang Subasa, namun kembali Huda Yuliviar melancarkan serangan di sini. Tammy Abraham, passing Loftus-Cheek, ada Rafael Leao di sini mencoba untuk menunggu pemain di dalam kotak penalti. Yunus Musa memberikan through pass, Rafael Leao, namun sayang sekali bola Glaser ya tampaknya tadi yang dicoba, bukan sebuah placing yang dilancarkan.
Shooting biasa ya.
Shooting biasa di sini, mencoba kembali untuk membangun serangan. Rafael Leao, Tammy Abraham. Tampaknya di ronde kedua ini Huda sudah menemukan tempo bermain ya. Namun kita lihat di sini Subasa melancarkan serangan balik cepat. Bruno Fernandes passing ke Zirkzee. Ada Kobi Mainu di sana yang maju, hati-hati. The unexpected Kobi Mainu yang lepas dari penjagaan memberikan pembuka gol di babak kedua ini. Skor 1-0 untuk seorang Tsubasa.
Ya, kita lihat bagaimana tadi pertahanan dari seorang Huda sangat terbuka. Hanya menyisakan satu center back tadi. Dan gagal ditutup oleh fullback yang berusaha untuk mundur ke belakang. Kobi Mainu terlampau bebas tadi di kotak penalti seorang Huda Yuliviar, sehingga mudah saja untuk bisa membuka keunggulan di babak pertama 1-0 kali ini. Masih ada waktu bagi Huda Yuliviar untuk bisa mengubah keadaan skor sementara. Langsung kali ini serangan coba dilakukan. Yunus Musa arahkan ke tengah pada Rafael Liao. Temi Abraham, kurang cermat tadi umpannya. Berhasil direbut oleh Rasmus Hailun. Kembali kesempatan serangan cepat berbahaya dari Malaysia. Ada Christian Eriksen, arahkan kepada Joshua Zirkzee, lebih dekat pada Malik Thiaw. Berbalikannya momentum serangan bagi Indonesia. Ada seorang Rafael Liao. Rafael Liao pada Temi Abraham. Temi memaksakan tembakan tadi, hanya menghasilkan lemparan ke dalam bagi Indonesia.
Ya, throw in sekarang untuk seorang Huda Yuliviar. Tampak hanya tersisa kurang dari 7 menit waktu in game untuk di halftime ini. Dan kita masih bisa melihat sebuah tendangan yang tampaknya spekulatif ya. Dari seorang Ruben Loftus-Cheek tadi. Masih bisa diamankan saat ini. Mencoba untuk membangun serangan kembali seorang Tsubasa. Luke Shaw memberikan long ball. Di sana ada Zirkzee, Bruno Fernandes. Luke Shaw kembali maju ke depan, memberikan long ball kembali. Zirkzee di sini bahaya. Sebuah extra pass dan memberikan gol kedua. Hoylund di sini, sebuah build up yang sangat cantik ditampilkan oleh seorang Tsubasa. Menambahkan keunggulan di menit-menit akhir babak pertama atau halftime dengan skor 2-0 Bepong.
Luar biasa serangan dari seorang Tsubasa, berhasil kembali membongkar pertahanan tadi Huda Yuliviar. Kali dari sebuah angle cross ya. Disambut oleh Zirkzee tapi tidak langsung di shooting, justru kembali diarahkan kepada Hoylund. Lagi-lagi terebut bolanya oleh Casemiro. Ada serangan kembali Rasmus Hoylund. Awas, ada back header sedikit tanggung di sana. Beruntung tidak dikejar oleh Rasmus Hoylund dan menjadi akhir dari pertandingan babak pertama, di mana kali ini Tsubasa berhasil unggul dengan margin 2 gol, 2-0. Kembali tertinggal kali ini.
4 shot ya dari
4 shot
seorang Tsubasa.
2 menjadi gol.
2 shot on target langsung 2 gol juga. Sebuah eksekusi yang cukup optimal dan efisien dari seorang Tsubasa. Di sini tampaknya beban untuk seorang Huda semakin terasa berat ya, karena harus mengejar ketertinggalan ya di halftime atau di babak kedua ini. Mampukah seorang Huda memberikan kejutan kepada para penonton, atau memang dari seorang Tsubasa yang mampu menahan keunggulan yang sudah dibuat di pada babak pertama kali ini dengan memang skema-skema yang dari tadi yang kita bisa saksikan memang cukup menarik dari seorang Tsubasa. Dari gol pertama, dari terlepasnya pertahanan seorang Kobi Mainu, seorang central midfielder yang bisa maju ke depan sehingga berhasil merobek gawang seorang Huda Yuliviar, dan juga ada crossing plus extra pass yang cukup cantik, cukup ciamik dari seorang Tsubasa aka Syamsir Hussein. Mampukah Huda memberikan tempo yang lebih baik kembali di babak kedua, dan kita bisa melihat kick off sekarang. Bola dikuasai oleh seorang Tsubasa. Tidak terlalu terburu-buru untuk melancarkan serangan, mencoba untuk mengatur tempo, namun bola kembali dikuasai oleh seorang Huda Yuliviar. Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Joao Felix pasti ke Temi Abraham. Di sini Yunus Musa mencoba untuk mengkotak-atik di sana. Ada extra pass long ball di sini Temi Abraham, namun tampaknya kurang cermat di sini Joao Felix. Ada Temi Abraham di sini lepas dari penyerangan, memberikan memberikan bola flop, pangkut passing nyangkut di sana. Temi Abraham terupas, Yunus Musa, sudah ada penjagaan dari Lindelof di situ, dan Tsubasa melancarkan serangan balik cepat. Joshua Zirkzee, passing Bruno Fernandes, memberikan long ball lagi kepada Zirkzee, mencoba untuk passing namun tampaknya sudah terpotong oleh Silvano Vos.
Luar biasa serangan dari seorang Tsubasa, kecepatan yang sangat sulit untuk diantisipasi tadi oleh seorang Huda Yuliviar. Kita lihat lagi-lagi ada serangan dari Malaysia, berhasil di-clear, coba dikonversikan menjadi serangan balik cepat. Temi Abraham berbahaya kali ini, Rafael Liao tidak terpancing nampaknya. Pertahanan dari seorang Tsubasa untuk keluar melakukan pressing, tapi kita ada Joao Felix dengan ruang.
Sebuah stunning shot dilancarkan namun sangat melebar ke sisi kanan gawang. Di sini kita bisa melihat tampaknya stunning shotnya ini agak dipaksakan ya, bisa dibilang ya.
Masih kembali belum berhasil menemukan jalak gawang dari Syamsir Hussein. Hanya hasilkan goal kick bagi Tom Heaton. Manakah bola akan diarahkan dari Tom Hinton. Bukan sudah jauh datangnya bola, arahkan kepada kepala Rasmus Højlund. Direbut oleh Rafael Leao. Ruben Loftus-Cheek ini kesempatan bagi seorang Huda untuk membangun serangan. Bagi Rafael Leao, Ruben Loftus-Cheek kepada Temi Abraham di kotak penalti, berbahaya ada ruang kali ini. Masih Temi, coba ditempel oleh Leni Yoro di sana, masih mampu dibuang. Sedikit terlambat tadi keputusan diambil oleh seorang Huda Yuliviar.
Dan juga sudah timing yang cukup rapat pertahanan dari seorang Syamsir Hussein di situ, mencoba untuk menutup ruang passing dan juga memberikan pressing kepada Tami Abraham dari seorang Yuda Olivier untuk tidak bisa melancarkan atau membuat pola penyerangan. Dan kembali kita bisa melihat di sini Tsubasa tidak terlalu terburu-buru untuk mengatur tempo di sini. Diogo Dalot passing di sana, ada Kobi Mainu memberikan true pass yang sangat cantik, back pass di sana namun tampaknya terpotong saja. Serangan balik cepat dilancarkan oleh seorang Huda Yuliviar, memberikan passing Yunus Musa. Sudah ada 2 pemain yang menunggu di depan. Temi Abraham ada sedikit capping di sana, memberikan true pass ke Rafael Leao, namun tampaknya terlalu deras dan dipotong begitu saja. Bola kembali diamankan oleh seorang Tsubasa di sini, melancarkan serangan balik cepat, namun tampaknya temponya sudah mulai turun. Ruben Loftus-Cheek memberikan Temi Abraham di sana. Sudah ada 3 pemain yang menunggu di depan, memberikan passing lagi. Ada long ball post di sana. Terlalu deras di situ dan bola throw in untuk Huda Yuliviar dan waktu hanya tersisa kurang dari 9 menit waktu in game.
Ya, masih sangat disiplin pertahanan dari seorang Tsubasa, tidak meninggalkan ruang yang bisa dieksploitasi oleh seorang Huda Yuliviar.
Ya.
Terpantau sangat kesulitan Huda untuk bisa menciptakan peluang yang bisa mengancam gawang Malaysia. Di sisi lain, serangan balik dari seorang Syamsir juga sangat berbahaya. Tentunya ini bisa menjadi menjadi faktor yang bikin Huda tuh jadi nggak keluar gitu menyerangnya.
Ya, bisa jadi. Karena emang juga mental boost dari Hussein atau Tsubasa ini bisa terlihat gitu. Karena tadi posisi pada saat menit-menit awal di babak kedua ini Huda yang lebih agak mendominasi itu dengan melancarkan serangan, cuman tidak bisa terkonversikan menjadi sebuah gol. Namun dengan adanya gol pertama tadi langsung memberikan mental boost yang sangat tinggi kepada Tsubasa sehingga dia mampu mendominasi tempo penyerangan. Karena di babak kedua ini juga bisa dibilang memang masih Tsubasa juga masih bisa ball possession-nya lebih tinggi.
Betul. Tapi kita lihat masih ada sekitar 9 menit waktu in game eFootball Mobile. Mampukah Huda dan juga Syamsir memberikan kejutan-kejutan di sisa waktu yang ada? Sementara ini Huda masih tertinggal dengan 2 gol margin, 2-0.
Ya.
Cukup meyakinkan bagi seorang Tsubasa. Momentum memang ada di pihak tuan rumah. Walaupun memang kali ini posisinya adalah Huda wajib menang.
Ya.
Tapi kita tunggu tentunya.
Ini menitnya dia pakai 5 menit ya?
Ya, 5 menit cepat. Kan 6.
Oh, okay.
Kan ini apa namanya?
6 ya.
Otentik biasanya ini.
Otentik ya. Oke, Malik Tiaw di sini. Coba untuk Yusuf Fofana. Passing Christian Pulisic, ada Warren Bondo. Nama baru di sini ada Trupas. Luka Jovic. Warren Bondo memberikan long ball tampaknya.
Seperti miskick ya?
Iya.
Oh, kita lihat ada pressing di sana Yusuf Fofana, Christian Pulisic yang dituju. Lebih dekat pada Casemiro, kembali kesempatan bagi seorang Tsubasa menyerang, lob through pass kepada Chido Obi. Rasmus Højlund, Mason Mount, hati-hati Mason Mount. Bukan sebuah pelanggaran. Dan menjadi akhir
dari pertandingan antara Malaysia berhadapan dengan Indonesia dengan skor 2-0. Langsung dibabat habis di match pertama dengan skor 3-2 dan di match kedua dengan skor 2-0. Kemenangan total untuk seorang Syamsir Hussein aka Tsubasa. Kita bisa melihat di sini Manchester United atau Tsubasa 3 shot, 3 on target,
2 gol.
2 gol. Sebuah penyerangan yang bisa dibilang sangat optimal, sangat efisien dan sangat mematikan.
Betul sekali, dan juga di sisi lain seorang Huda 5 kali tembakan, 2 on target, tidak ada yang jadi gol. Nah, ini menjadi salah satu faktor pembeda antara Tsubasa dan juga Huda ya.
Ya, dan ini juga harus bisa
serangan.
Ya, selamat untuk seorang Syamsir Hussein memberikan tekanan dan juga memberikan permainan yang cukup apik dan cukup ciamik. Dan ini bisa menjadi PR untuk Huda untuk melanjutkan round-round selanjutnya.
Betul.
Karena ini masih group stage, jadi posisinya nanti Huda juga masih akan bermain dan akan terlihat siapa yang akan lolos ke babak selanjutnya atau ke babak playoff.
Ya.
Tapi kalau misalnya di sini kita membahas dari pertandingan tadi, Pong, tampaknya seorang Tsubasa itu sudah terlalu nyaman, bukan sudah terlalu nyaman, maksudnya sudah sangat nyaman dan sudah sangat kompatibel dengan menggunakan formasi yang dia gunakan,
Yes.
dan juga menggunakan pemain dengan kebutuhannya dia. Kayak contoh, itu Kobe Mainu central mid-nya dia agak maju loh ke depan.
Benar.
Jadi posisinya yang awalnya kayaknya 4-4-2 ya, kelihatannya kalau tadi yang saya lihat yang 4-4-2, karena Zirzi sama Hoylun yang depan.
Ya.
Tapi untuk CM-nya ini sedikit jadi attacking di posisinya, jadi sehingga memberikan opsi-opsi penyerangan yang lebih variatif lagi.
Betul.
Kayak contohnya tadi CB yang sudah menutup ST-nya, strikernya, namun ternyata ada CM-nya yang atau si Kobe Mainu yang maju sehingga dia terlepas atau tidak, timingnya tidak dapat untuk bisa menutup sehingga terjadi sebuah gol. Dan kedua, ini analisis dari saya, mungkin ini adalah faktor teknikal. Faktor teknikal apa? Dengan menggunakan HP yang berbeda, pemain itu juga pasti harus ada penyesuaian.
Betul.
Tapi ini bukan menjadi sebuah alasan ya. Cuman itu adalah bisa dibilang menjadi salah satu faktor, harus ada penyesuaian yang memang harus dikejar. Contohnya tadi kita bisa melihat hipotesis saya adalah itu tadi ada sebuah misklik yang tadi hampir gol AC Milan itu yang di saat posisi Wando tadi itu
yang pemain
baru itu di saat pengen nge-shoot ternyata harus long ball ke depan ya, posisinya. Itu ya itu ini part of the game. Jadi memang bukan sebuah alasan, dan sebagai seorang pro player harus bisa untuk beradaptasi dengan secara cepat.
Betul.
Cuman ini adalah hal-hal yang memang terjadi, dan kita akan bisa melihat di sini nanti Indonesia akan bermain lagi itu di jam kayaknya sekitar jam
belum muncul, ayo. Tapi lawan Brunei ya. Lawan Brunei nanti dijadwalkan jam 12 waktu Malaysia atau waktu Indonesia Tengah.
Berarti kita sebentar lagi seharusnya.
Sebenarnya sebentar lagi, tapi tadi kan dari ada delay.
Ya, paling kita sekitar setengah jam lagi ya. Setengah jam sampai 1 jam lagi.
Betul.
Ya.
Jadi jangan kemana-mana, tetap di Indonesia Football IFeLeague.
conjunction with the Malaysia ASEAN Championship 2025, which is happening this year. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we've witnessed some amazing action here happening on the main stage featuring our eFootball 2025 mobile version. And this time, we're continuing in our category for the men's singles. And this time about, it's going to be Vietnam up against Laos here on the main stage. Now, we're curious to see what kind of gameplay, the strategies, or what kind of initiatives they're going to be pulling out in this series. And for those who did miss out on all the action which has transpired just a while ago, all these matches will be a best-of-3 series, which means that each one of the athletes, the first to actually get 2 wins over their opponents, will be crowned the winner of the series towards the stages here. Of course, without further ado, we're going to be heading over back to our commentators to have a better understanding about what we can expect from these 2 amazing athletes up on stage representing their nations, and also do a little bit of commentaries about in-game odds so that we have a better understanding about what the game is happening. Of course, back to you guys, Sakaichi as well as the Cypher.
Thank you very much to Flavor, our beloved host here for the ASEAN Youth Esports Championships 2025 with the co-organizers Esports Integrated and Malaysia Esports Federation in conjunction with Malaysia ASEAN Championship 2025. For the very first time, we're gathering all ASEAN countries in one esports tournament. Thank you as well to our strategic partners, makers for local sneakers, and also IQ Neo 10 official tournament phone for this competition. We are live here from ESI Hub in Space Rubik's in Puchong, Selangor. And the Cypher, round 4, time for round 4. And this is where everything gets heated up, especially going towards the tail end of the league phase, where we have 7 rounds for the men's, 5 rounds for the women. But to find that top 6 for the men's game, well, it's going to be absolutely immense here, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be immense, especially when you have talents across the region that have a speciality, or should I say the credentials, that you can write a novel with. So we are looking for a very tight game, a very, very tight match. As you can see on board right now, here is the representative, Nguyen An Huat from Vietnam, who currently waiting to get his hands ready into this game, trying to get the best of 3. He wants to make sure that he breathes the game 2-0. He do not want to play around in situation where, as you mentioned just now in previous game, 1 mistake is enough for you to lose a game. But however, the opponent on the other side is Lao Aufti from Laos. Now, can he make a comeback? Can he make an impact statement saying that, look, this is my turf, I want the win? And if memory serves correctly, in the women's division that we showed live, his counterpart lost 2-0 to Thailand. Yeah. So it may be a revenge match and bringing the flag flying high for Laos in this game. So I believe that if memory serves correctly, Team Vietnam will be home and Laos will be playing away very, very shortly. But what's the scoreline in their previous game? Any info on that front?
Yeah, Laos actually won both of their previous games against Malaysia
6
and
points.
then won 2-1 against Timor-Leste. So that's 2 wins already.
6 points, I should
Yeah,
say.
so as for Vietnam, he lost the first game against Indonesia, and we are still waiting on the confirmation on his game against Brunei for the second game. But interestingly enough, both these men have actually met each other more often than not in previous competitions. I could easily remember Anat, one of his first tournaments outside of Vietnam was here in Malaysia. I think it was like 2 years back when he represented with his mentor, Tam Figo.
Yeah, Tam Figo is a good friend of ours. Yes.
Very, very well.
Yeah.
And for the Lao man as well, for the Lao representative as well, he has been with Laosian national team for lots of tournaments across the other countries as well, not just in Malaysia, but also in Indonesia and some other countries as well. So these two young men have actually represented their countries to go to various other competitions as well. So we might be seeing two of the very experienced players as well, although they're still very, very young.
Yep, Tamfigo is a good friend of ours. I commentated his game numerous times when I was there in Turkey together with him. He's a jolly good chap. He's a very, very friendly guy and knowledgeable in his craft. And I'm really looking forward. If you're watching, Tamfigo, shout out to you, bro. But how is his disciple going to play here? How is he going to cope with the pressure? But yet again, anything can happen as long as you have the courage and you have the belief in your skills and also adapt and overcome when you're facing challenges. You might have a chance in getting those points.
Yeah, so it is Nguyen Anat of Vietnam going up against Sutipon Singtong of Laos for this important matchup, I should say, especially when we are in round 4, which means that after this you can you only have like 3 more games. And what's even more important is that now you start pick up points. Now you get to know where everybody stands. And as it stands right now, Laos is actually first after 2 matches, after 2 rounds. So it's going to be absolutely important, especially Vietnam losing the one and only confirmed game so far. So you will want to get points on the board as well.
So Vietnam will be using Inter Milan, and while Laos will be using a Bayer Leverkusen. So it's going to be a very interesting game. Let the show begin, where Arturo Martinez almost gets into the D-box but being pressured by at least 2 defenders.
Well, this is very interesting to use Bayer Leverkusen when well, the team no longer has Florian Wirtz, no longer has Jeremy Frimpong, no longer has Jonathan Tah. But remember that this is a uniform rating, so even the younger players as well can be used to actually have the best game players. I'm seeing some young players, Alay Begovic as well for Bayer Leverkusen, Artur on the right-hand side, Nodi Mukiele on the left as well. But Anat trying to find the first goal of the game, cleared away by Laos.
Edmund Tapsoba, a name that is very, very familiar in my book. Mota, can he get the ball first? Yes, he does. Back heel to Mkhitaryan. Hakan Çalhanoğlu with a nice pass. However, again, the positioning of Edmund Tapsoba is very, very crucial. But that was a shoulder budge, going to steal the ball, running at full speed. Now, is that going to be a trigger point for Anat going forward this time around? Short passes, close quarter dribble, but it did not go to plan. And Alfti is going to... No, he's not going to attack, he's defending. Oh, that is offside.
Well, that was very, very risky. We lose the ball in those kinds of positions. But judging from it, when we see Bayer Leverkusen being one of the partner clubs with eFootball, it's a breath of fresh air, especially after winning the Bundesliga. But now with Leverkusen losing lots of key players, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how it played out. But it seems
including the manager.
Yeah, including the manager. And of all people, it's Erik ten Hag. Yeah, of all people, like as a United fan, I've already suffered with Erik ten Hag before, and now I'll need to suffer as a Leverkusen fan with Erik ten Hag. So thank you very much on that.
Good job, well done. Double whammy for you.
Oh my goodness me.
But still, it's 0-0. For these 2 players, it seems like the battle in midfield is ever so evident. Where they're to pass through ball going forward, but this time around, the pass was intercepted by the defensive player. Hakan Çalhanoğlu took his time. He should have been more careful in trying to push the ball forward, but possibly, maybe this attack will proceed to a goal.
Oh, Wirtz is still here though. Florian Wirtz tries to go for the power shot, or should I say this stunning shot, or perhaps it has not been updated yet after his recent move to Liverpool. Victor Boniface into Grimaldo and Fitz with the first goal of the game. The outgoing Fusbagot just gave Laos the lead right before the end of the first half.
With no extra time given, that was literally the final kick of the half. And Laos is in front. Look at his replay. Cut back, back heel. No need extra touch. That right footer of ages and precision sends the ball to the back of the net. 1-0, and we see Alfti is currently in the lead.
Well, I will certainly miss this, but I will certainly miss having Florian Wirtz in the Bayer Leverkusen setup, especially when being the best player in that Bundesliga winning season. And now to see him still being used before the update, because after the update, then
It's gone.
he will be no longer there. But yeah, it's so wonderful to see. But still, it is actually Vietnam's game, but Laos was in front.
Yeah. And also shot on target is actually in favor of Alfti comparing to Anat just now. So it's going to be a very interesting dimension going into the second half, where I believe Inter will be used by Vietnam attacking from right to left, while Laos are using Leverkusen in the white kit, attacking from left to right with Grimaldo, tried to send it, but however the pass did not lift, but become a ground pass. Interesting.
Yeah, but still it is with Alfti trying to go at it for his second of the game, but easily intercepted by Henrik Mkhitaryan. Sucic losing possession almost instantaneously as well. Alay Begovic trying to find Wirtz.
The attendance for this
Cleared
match
away,
was
but only as far as the
71,550.
Leverkusen defense. Mario Hermoso for Alfti, for Laos. Arthur with no Jeremy Frimpong. We'll use Arthur as one of the side backs. No Mukiele on the left for Laos. Zielinski for Vietnam. Mkhitaryan tries to go for the extra pass, but there was Mario Hermoso.
Good positioning, good awareness, and a reading of the game to intercept the ball. Arthur on the right flank, possibly a chance to cross it in, and it just went wide. Maybe a deflection.
Yeah.
Look again, and that is going to be a corner. Well skipped. It's going to be a corner in swinger, possibly. But maybe, nope, maybe a change.
Yeah. Anat will need to change the player, especially in the midfield, because he's not winning the midfield battles in the second half. He had more possession in the first half, just that he will want to get that 100% chance into a goal. That's why he did not shoot as much. But in the second half, he has been outplayed, especially in the middle, by the midfielders of Laos. So that's why there will be some changes. Hakim Correa is one of them, and Amin Adli is one of the changes for Alfti. Amin Adli, the centre forward, the attacker as well, sends one in towards Edmund Tapsoba, headed away. It's now Arthur, double blue bar, actually, for the side of, I believe, was it for Anat though? Correa.
Oh, that fresh legs should be providing more stamina in attack, but it's all about the passing. That is, I believe Arthur tried to block Mota into the deep box, hits the upright, hits the crossbar, denying a chance on target for Anat just now. Oh, that was a heart stopper in my book.
Yeah, that was the opportunity for Anat, especially a wonderful cross. And then the header as well. Radetsky was beaten, but that hit the bar. And then before the intended rebound, there was the defender with a crucial clearance. Now Jan Oger Bisek, of all people, it is the centre-back who goes up. That's a good interception once again. Mario Hermoso loves to charge forward. Only 1 minute of time added on. So Laos will take their sweet time and will take game one.
Yes.
Goal in the final moments of the first half was enough for AFTI to take the first game.
It only takes one goal, but I have a feeling that both of these players, they are like trying to understand their opponent game. In the first half, in the first game itself, it's not like they are going gun-ho blazing, but they're like trying to read the game. And conceding one goal, yeah, it's not a good idea. But again, a best of 3. Need to win the second game, and you're back level pegging going into the third game.
Yeah, and perhaps that will be the strategy for Anat, especially AFTI. He's been playing it simple, but the most important thing is that he actually holds the midfield, especially in the second half. After he was leading so late in the first half, and then in the second half, the pressure must be pumping on Anat, the young Anat. Although he has played lots of tournaments, but when you concede in the last few moments of the first half, it usually will add more pressure when you want to come back in second. So AFTI just took that advantage and took it upon himself to ensure that he secures the win. He's playing it like chess. He's not overcomplicating things.
Yeah.
He's not overcomplicating things. He's not playing with some flashy football. No, he's just kept it simple and ensure that he gets his third win in as many games.
If you're watching live, wherever you are across the ASEAN region, is there going to be a comeback from Vietnam? Or is it going to be a 2 straight win for AFTI in this second game? Are they going to use the same team or are they going to swap? We will soon find out very, very shortly. And may the best team win. May the best player win. And as you mentioned, we are now getting in that stage where dropping points may result in you being out from the top 6.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that. You don't want
It is the thing, right, Abe? I would love to say, when you're playing group stages, when you're playing league phases such as this, the most important thing is that you get there first. And then when you get there, that's the other story.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't care which place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I wouldn't care.
As long as you're there.
Yeah, as long as you're there. I always talk to athletes in so many sports where they said the hardest stage in any competition is the group stages.
Of course. Of course.
Because one freaky moment, one unlucky moment, and then all of your work in the entire group stage, because remember, group stages and league stages are very, very long.
Yeah.
And usually there's a lot of games there. You lose one, you lose two. You lose one, you become unlucky in the in another, and you're out. Although you won the others, but certainly you need to be very, very consistent.
Yeah, especially when you're dropped out of the league. It's because maybe a head-to-head reason.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
that one could be there as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very a pain in the head just to consume and to digest the fact that we are on the same points, but because of head-to-head, we lost it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going back into the same team, same game, where it's going to be, or maybe possibly a chance early goal. Doesn't even finish yet in my intro, but there is a chance where AFTI trying to attack in numbers, and where Team Vietnam, Anat, is currently using Inter again, attacking from left to right.
Florian Wirtz, the winning goal scorer in the first game. Now find it, Boniface! He is certainly a star in that Leverkusen team. Victor Boniface, the Nigerian, has opened the scoring this time even faster than the first. And he was unlocked by one Florian Wirtz once again.
That was a good positioning. The defenders were clueless, but that strike was powerful, and Boniface was there at the right time, at the right place, with a solid through ball. What is the result? It's 1-0, and right now Vietnam is currently trailing behind, not just in goals but also in the points for a best of 3. Still a long more time, still a bucket load of time for Anat to come back to make this game and drag it into the third game.
Oh, but not the best of passes behind, and now a chance for a counter. Ora Bisek has done well. Rukiele wins it back, and now here's Marcus Thuram. Well saved by the captain, Lucas Radetzky. Mateo Motta tries to recycle it back into the area and cleared away. And notice the double blue bar, notice the ultra defensive of Alfti, the mentality to go full on defensive when he's in front, adding some more pressure, because Anat can certainly see that most of the time, but now he's no longer on that double blue bar. Francis Onyeka. Boniface is a little bit deep in his positioning, trying to find Artur, but easily taken back by Anat. Here's now Mateo Motta. 1-2 with Mkhitaryan, but go out of play. That was slightly overhit.
Well, a little bit of lapse of judgment as the ball scrolled away outside. Arthur. A beautiful heading. Florian Witz looking to pass it to Onyeka. Good interception, however. That is a good tiki-taka pass, and over the top there are 3 white shirts, could not cross it in. Hakan Çalhanoğlu passing it to Mateo Motta, going over the top, looking for... Who was that striker just now? For Inter, Lautaro Martinez, was it?
Yeah, I believe it was Lautaro Martinez.
But he couldn't find, he has no room just now, but maybe this time around. But it's a 3-on-3. Marcus Thuram, Lautaro Martinez looking for option, playing it slow and steady. Mickey was a little bit too slow. That was a clear chance for an equalizer.
Well, he had already pressed the shot button as soon as he could, as soon as the ball had already gone past the defenders. But Mkhitaryan himself, the animation was a little bit late, and chance gone begging for Anat. He surely will want to finish that as soon as possible and go into half-time all level.
But still, time is running out very, very fast. Going into 45 minutes with only 1 minute of extra time given. Now Anat attacking, not going over the top. Marcus Thuram, Lautaro Martinez, Hakan Çalhanoğlu, a chance, cut back! Oh, cleared out of the line! So unlucky. That could have been an equalizer, but it just did not connect well.
Yeah, and look at Anat. His face says it all. He's done everything he could. Even the goalkeeper save. The ball almost spilled over the line, but for Alejandro Garnacho, but for Alejandro Grimaldo. Wow, what a half. Alfti having the lead so early into this game with Victor Boniface, and then Anat, all guns blazing, coming in, but he was foiled by Lucas Radetzky, and then Radetzky again, and then Grimaldo. And now second half starts. Alfti first attack, Victor Boniface is there, but Jan-Ore Bisek is also a tall defender, and he wins the aerial battle. And now the counter charge. It's now Marcus Thuram. Here's the chance. Tries to go back to Henrik Mkhitaryan. Tries to cut it back instead of taking a shot.
Ooh, that could have been a very, very costly choice decision. But again, he does have the ball. 1 goal needed to equalize. And looking for the secondary ball. No problemo. Surprisingly, did not hit at Boniface. Florian Witz over the top. Bisek is able to pass the ball back to Jan Sommer.
Yeah, this time very interestingly enough, Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper of choice instead of Josep Martinez, who is the only goalkeeper in the Inter Milan roster with over 190 centimeters in height. Robert Andrich. into Mukiele. Grimaldo for Veers, back to Grimaldo. De Vrij is with him, he sends him away, and the header! Good save, goalkeeper.
That was a good save because that header was very, very powerful. Good stopping power. Passing into Haka Chanaloglu. Pass was not great. Florian Reeds currently 1v1 over the top with a chip. But however, the chip was not great. With 7, 8, 9, 20 minutes left on the clock, it's all or nothing for Anat, for Vietnam, to drag this game into game number 3.
Yeah, but he needs to score one first. He needs to string 2 or 3 passes together first. And Lao is trying to change his side there. That was very, very risky. Mkhitaryan to Çalhanoğlu, the former Leverkusen man. Mkhitaryan trying to find Zielinski, but cleared away to safety. Sucic. Mateo Motta. Last few chances, last 10 minutes of this second game. Lao with the opportunity to go 3 from 3. Boniface into Alai. Well saved, Jan Sommer. Great move. Look at this from the 17-year-old. No double touch, although he has that skill, but went straight in with his left.
Good spin on the ball. But as again, Jan Sommer was able to read the trajectory of the ball, push it away. And it's going to be possibly a change of strategy for both of these players. And only one goal that differentiate between these two teams. Will there be a moment of madness in the final 20 minutes? Right here for ASEAN Youth Esports Championship 2025. Brought to you by ESI and also Malaysian Esports Federation in conjunction with Malaysia being the chairman for ASEAN for this year 2025. And again, outswinger. Could this be it to seal the deal? It's not an outswinger, it's an in-swinger. Theo, Mike Aitu is going in. And straight. Wow. That was a very, very corner, but well saved by the keeper.
That was vicious from Jonas Hoffmann. Almost finding Robert Andrich inside the 6-yard box. Away by Tapsoba. Correa into Zielinski for Anat. Pass intercepted by Grimaldo, who also was the hero on the line.
1 minute added time.
1 minute of time added on, so it is going to be Afti. It's going to be Lao, who wins 3 out of as many games so far in this ASEAN competition. He has shown that he is the man to beat.
Hello attendees,
Congratulations, solid gameplay. However, Anat tried his level best. There are times where he was a little bit unlucky, but here is the man of the hour, where we can see Alfti takes the win. Good sportsmanship, and he is currently on top of the league table.
Yeah, he's on top of this competition so far. 3 wins out of 3. This is what I said, keeping the play simple, defend well, be disciplined, and, well, keep hold of the ball. And to ensure that the opposition becomes more pressured and, well, being pressured to make more mistakes. And that is what Alfti did in this series. So another best of 3 victory for Alfti, for Lao. And he will be the man to beat for the next games, especially when we are heading towards the end of the group stages.
Yes, indeed. So, having said the above, that is the end for the match of Vietnam and also Laos. But don't go anywhere, because after this, it's going to be the women's single between Indonesia and also Brunei. And there is Flava in all of his glory. Take it away.
Now that's what I call a very close series. Indeed, intense battle here on stage in between Laos and Vietnam. But nevertheless, there could only be one champion in the series. Congratulations. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that is just a glimpse about what is about to transpire at the next following matches later on this evening itself. But of course, hopefully you guys are enjoying all the matches here. Be to support your favorite nation, which is being featured here. We have 8 amazing nations competing at the ASEAN Youth Esports Championship 2025. And by the end of tomorrow, we'll get to know who the winner and champion is. He'll be standing strong and tall and be receiving the overall trophy here right next to me. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, just to reiterate back, this event is proudly brought to you by amazing co-organizers from Esports Integrated ESI and the Malaysia Electronic Sports Federation MESF in conjunction with the Malaysia ASEAN Championship 2025. And this event is happening officially at our official venue at ESI Hub Space Rubik's Puchong. So for those who's currently tuning into the live stream, if you do have a little bit of free time tomorrow, do join us for day number 2, or should I say the final day, where we'll be featuring the grand finals as well as opportunities for you guys to actually win some giveaways by joining us here at our official venue in between 3:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. from amazing partners from IQ together with Makers, as IQ is giving away one of their earbuds as well as 2 official shoes from Makers as our strategic partners. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking yet another short break. We'll be right back after this with more esports action from the ASEAN Youth Esports Championship 2025. We'll see you guys.
Welcome to Esports from Malaysia 2024, live from Space Rubik Puchong, Selangor.
Yes, hi and welcome back lagi bersama kami yang kita tetap berada di kompetisi ASEAN Youth Esports Competition di sini bersama saya Bung Wakar dan juga
Prince Pong.
ya, kita akan menantikan pertandingan antara Indonesia berhadapan dengan Brunei Darussalam dan ini di kategori Women's ya.
Women's.
Ya.
Berarti Mbak Pramesti berhadapan dengan
Pramesti berhadapan dengan enggak
Siti.
Siti, bukan. Iza.
lupa.
Coba
Isa ya tadi namanya.
Iza siapa gitu. Coba tegas.
Aduh, nggak ada di sini, Pak.
Ada. Oh ya, pokoknya sembari
Nanti akan dikonfirm lagi, guys, ya.
untuk pertandingannya sepertinya sudah mulai memasuki technical dan juga sudah melakukan player entry ya. Player entry di mana Indonesia berlaga sebagai home di sini berhadapan dengan Izati, betul.
Nur Izati Syahirah.
Ya. Yang dimana tadi kalau misalnya kita mendapatkan informasi bahwa Ayu Pramesti ini sudah memenangkan 2 pertandingan ya.
Yes.
Dua pertandingan di sini. Hampir full point berarti jatuhnya kasarnya.
Betul. Tentunya kemenangan dari Brunei akan menjadi modal yang sangat penting bagi seorang Pramesti untuk bisa memastikan satu spot di babak knockout stage. Namun tentunya kita akan tunggu terlebih dahulu perlawanan yang dipertunjukkan oleh seorang Izati, pemain andalan dari Brunei Darussalam.
Yes. Dan kita juga tadi mungkin baru teman-teman yang baru join, kita juga ingin menginformasikan bahwa tadi sebelumnya kita telah menyaksikan pertandingan pada men's kategori antara Indonesia berhadapan dengan Malaysia yang dimenangkan 2-0 secara beruntun oleh Malaysia yang diwakilkan oleh Subasa aka Syamsir Hussein. Dan Huda harus menerima kekalahannya, namun juga sepertinya di pertandingan nanti ini Huda akan menjalankannya secara offline ya Pong. Maksudnya non live streaming ya, off streaming. Jadi nanti kita juga akan sembari menginformasikan bagaimana perkembangan dari match yang dijalankan oleh Huda Yulifiar, representatif dari Indonesia. Sedangkan yang sedang kalian lihat ini di layar kaca Anda pertandingan atau technical preparation yang terlihat pertandingan antara Indonesia yang diwakilkan oleh Ayu Pramesti. Enggak Putri Pramesti, Ayu Pramesti itu siapa? Oh, siapa? Dan juga berhadapan dengan Brunei Darussalam. Yang dimana Putri Pramesti Dian ini merupakan pemain asal Kalimantan. Ya betul, bisa dibilang juga memang pemain-pemain dari atau daerah Kalimantan ini menyumbangkan pemain-pemain yang bertalenta, Pong.
Betul.
Contoh kalau misal di Kalimantan Selatan, the one and only, maksudnya juga banyak sih pemainnya. Cuman yang selalu muncul namanya di permukaan, Romi Hadiwijaya, Rafiki.
Dayat di mana Dayat?
Dayat ke sepertinya Selatan. Sudah mulai vakum ya Kalimantan Selatan. Ini dari konsol Rizky Ade, Yaman.
Siapa dulu?
Yaman Al-Habsyi itu Kalimantan Selatan dia. Terus
ini
di mobile-nya ada Dayat dan
yang senior.
Itu Kiwa itu Kalimantan Tengah. Dan kita memasuki jalannya pertandingan di sini sudah dimulai. Indonesia menggunakan Milan menyerang dari sudut kiri ke kanan, sedangkan Brunei Darussalam menggunakan Bayer Leverkusen menyerang dari kanan ke sisi kiri di sini. Selamat menyaksikan. Ayu Pramesti dengan sangat tenang mengatur bola tempo di sini, menunggu penyerangan langsung dari Yunus Nusa. Namun tampaknya ada sedikit clearance yang kurang baik dari seorang Iza dan sebuah serangan yang tidak terlalu mengancam ya tampaknya Bung Epong.
Ya, sebuah usaha syuting dari seorang Rafael Liao belum berhasil untuk bisa menaklukkan goalkeeper dari seorang Isyah. Panggilan dari pemain asal Brunei, namun ketika Walker coba bangun serangan dari sebelah kanan. Ada Ruben Loftus-Cheek, coba arahkan pada Musa, berhasil dipotong oleh Florian Wirtz, direbut lagi Yusuf Musa, pindah sisi dia kepada Theo Hernandez. Ada Yunus kali ini di tengah. Ruben Loftus-Cheek arahkan kepada Rafael Liao, umpan pendek kepada Temi Abraham, berbahaya Rafael Liao, rebound.
Dua kali diselamatkan oleh gawang, namun bola masih hidup di sini. Rafael mencoba kotak dan langsung itu dia tip in. Langsung merobek gawang dari seorang Isyah. Putri Pramesti melancarkan serangan dan memberikan kedudukan sementara menjadi 1-0 melalui kaki seorang Rafael Liao. Di mana terlihat di sini ada sedikit ada sedikit ketidakberuntungan di mana tendangan 2 kali dimuntahkan oleh Mister Gawang, namun di tendangan ketiga berhasil merobek gawang lawan. 1-0. Game on.
1-0 kali ini giliran dari seorang Putri Pramesti yang membuka keunggulan. Masih ada banyak waktu tentunya bagi Isya Brunei Darussalam untuk membalas atau bahkan membalikan keadaan. Namun kembali ke ball possession di kaki pemain-pemain dari seorang Pramesti. Lancarkan serangan ke depan. Ada Rafael Liao. Ada ruang terbuka di sana. Rafael Liao standing shot.
Terlalu memaksakan sepertinya standing shot yang dilancarkan melalui kaki seorang Rafael Liao di sana. Bukan sebuah penyerangan yang berarti. Saat ini Isya mencoba untuk membangun serangan, memberikan long ball di sana namun tidak atau kurang cermat. Tampaknya ada kemelut di tengah di sini mencoba untuk mengatur penyerangan. Jonas Hoffman di body charge saja oleh seorang Kyle Walker. Ada sedikit tampaknya ini agak sedikit berbeda dengan seorang Huda ya, yang sama-sama menggunakan AC Milan, namun di sini lebih memilih untuk ada Fofana, tadi juga ada Gabari sama backnya itu beda-beda lah. Tapi untuk depan Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Tony Abraham sama Rafael Leo tetap menjadi pilihan utama. Namun di sini ada potong di tengah. Fofana mencoba langsung memberikan Yunus Musa di sana, namun tampaknya terintersep dengan cukup sangat baik. Ada serangan balik cepat dilancarkan, namun ternyata ada body charge yang cukup keras di sana. Bukan sebuah pelanggaran. Long ball ke tengah, Loftus-Cheek, Rafael Leo memberikan terupas di sini, langsung mencoba untuk shoot, namun tampaknya alur penyerangan gawang atau alur penyerangan dari seorang Yusuf Pramesti kan tuh. Pramesti terpotong begitu saja. Melut, ada sedikit delay di sini. Kita menunggu di sini. Sayang sekali. Passing yang kurang cermat. Di sini ada sebuah blunder. Mampukah dikonversikan menjadi sebuah gol? Loftus-Cheek, Tony Abraham. Aduh. Bahaya. Sebuah ekstra pas Rafael Liao. Bagaimana tuh?
Sangat disayangkan sebuah peluang emas yang diperoleh dari seorang Pramesti, memanfaatkan kesalahan dari Isya. Belum mampu dikonversikan menjadi gol kedua pada pertandingan kali ini. Namun ada second chance. Theo Hernandez naik kiri. Siapkan sebuah corner kick in swinger. Theo Hernandez lakukan sudah ke tiang dekat. Mampu ditepis. Ditip jauh oleh goalkeeper. Ada second chance kali ini. Fofana belum mengarah ke arah gawang, hanya hasilkan tendangan gawang, misalkan 1 menit di injury time babak pertama.
Ya, tampaknya bola melayang begitu saja dan nampaknya juga waktu akan segera habis di sini, dan betul saja 1-0 sampai turun minum. Skor sementara diungguli oleh seorang Pramesti.
Ya, nampak sangat mendominasi seorang Putri Pramesti di game pertama. 64% ball possession dan juga kalau nggak salah itu 7 tembakan, 7 shot dilesatkan selama 45 menit pertama waktu in game eFootball Mobile.
Ya.
Tentunya menjadi PR bagi seorang Isya untuk bisa keluar dari tekanan dari seorang Putri Pramesti yang sejauh ini masih tampil dominan.
Nah, ini panitia ini yang benar kan, tadi dikira kita orang Malaysia. Panitia
dikira temen.
Tapi memang udah juga orang Malaysia sih, karena kan yang tempatnya di Malaysia. Benar juga, dan kita tampaknya sudah memasuki jalan pertandingan. Terpotong begitu saja oleh seorang Pramesti. Mencoba kembali untuk membangun serangan. Ada Gabia di situ. Fofana, Loftus-Cheek mencoba untuk menunggu seorang Kyle Walker di sini membantu penyerangan, namun terpotong oleh Grimaldo. Right back yang cukup keras dari Bayer Leverkusen di sini. Loftus-Cheek, Yusuf Musa tampaknya terpotong oleh Andrich Palacios. Ada Theo Hernandez yang mencoba membangun serangan di sini, sudah ramai sekali pemain AC Milan. Ada Tami Abraham. Sebuah lopas yang sangat cukup baik. Lob terupas itu ya?
Lob terupas.
Ya, lob terupasnya cukup baik, jangan di skip dong. Marah nih berarti Isyanya nih. Tenang. 2-0 keunggulan sementara. Melebarkan sayap-sayapnya. Seorang Pramesti di sini ada sebuah kesalahan, namun tampaknya bukan sebuah pelanggaran di sini. Terpotong begitu saja. Fofana masih menunggu, tidak terlalu terburu-buru. Musa, Tony Abraham, Rafael Leo memberikan terupas ke Loftus-Cheek, namun ternyata
hampir.
Harusnya Tami ya, kok Tony sih? Itu tuh. Nah, Tami Abraham, Loftus-Cheek
gantung.
Coba terlalu terburu-buru memberikan passing, namun tampaknya penjagalan yang cukup baik dari seorang Isya. Tampak sudah memasuki menit 63, dibikin setengah lapangan ini ya. Yunus Musa memberikan lob terupas, ada ekstra pas di sana. Niatnya Tami Abraham, namun ternyata kurang cukup kuat di sini. Masih terpotong kembali. Loftus-Cheek di sini mencoba untuk keeping bola. Ada Musa mencoba keeping, back pass yang cukup baik. Loftus-Cheek ada berikan terupas, namun terpotong oleh Jonas Hoffman.
Luar biasa performanya seorang Putri Pramesti, tampil sangat dominan di 75 menit. 70 menit maksudnya. Pertandingan pertama menghadapi seorang Isyah dari Brunei Darussalam. Kembali serangan dilancarkan, kembali Putri coba menebar ancaman di depan kotak penalti seorang Isyah. Masih mampu diredam. Arahkan long ball ke depan, lagi-lagi nampak kesulitan seorang Isyah untuk bisa mempertahankan ball possession. Di setengah lapangan sendiri ada ruang kali ini. Kyle Walker, umpan menggantung, Tammy Abraham masih melebar, hanya hasilkan sebuah goal kick. PR namanya nih.
Draki.
Radeki.
Radeki ya?
Lukas Radeki, goalkeeper dari seorang
Bayer Leverkusen.
iya, milik Brunei. Isyah. Serangan kembali dibangun kali ini dari seorang Isyah, kurang cermat, kembali direbut ball possession oleh seorang Pramesti kali ini, membangun serangan ke depan. Ruben Loftus-Cheek, ada Theo Hernandez, Rafael Liao, Ruben Loftus-Cheek terlepas, Theo Hernandez, sebuah crossing menggantung. Menjadi gol ketiga dari seorang Pramesti yang kembali berhasil membongkar pertahanan Brunei Darussalam. Dengan pergerakan Theo Hernandez, diakhiri dengan sebuah crossing menggantung ke tiang jauh. Disambut dengan sebuah header dari Tammy Abraham untuk kembali memperbesar keunggulan 3-0 untuk Indonesia.
Ya, sebuah build up yang dilancarkan oleh seorang Putri Pramesti yang sangat cukup ciamik, memberikan ruang untuk seorang Theo Hernandez, seorang left wing back, untuk segera maju ke depan membantu penyerangan. Dan kita lihat di dalam kotak penalti, Tammy Abraham yang cukup memiliki postur yang cukup tinggi berhasil melakukan tandukan dan melebarkan keunggulan menjadi 3-0. Emang the queen nih. Kita harus kasih apa ya? Slogan, bukan slogan. Panggilan.
In-game.
Ya, nickname atau nama tenarnya seorang Ayu Pramesti. Nama panggung, nama tenar. Putri Pramesti ini apa? PP.
Celek banget. Jangan sekarang, ntar kalau ada waktu mikir.
Ntar aja ya, kita coba cari ya. Tapi memang itu sebuah build up yang sangat baik sekali.
Betul.
Yang juga bisa dibilang Putri Pramesti karena sudah memiliki keunggulan ini memiliki mental boost. Dan ada sebuah kesalahan nampaknya di sini. Jimenez masih menunggu memberikan trupas. Terpotong begitu saja oleh seorang Tapsoba. Tidak terlalu memakan waktu, mencoba untuk memperkecil ketertinggalan, namun kurang cermat tampaknya. Theo Hernandez, ada Malik Tiau di sini. Tidak terlalu terburu-buru Pramesti. Waktu hanya misalkan kurang dari 1 menit dan tambahan waktu 2 menit diberikan oleh sang wasit. Ada Tiki Taka di sana. Jimenez tidak terlalu terburu-buru. Tampaknya terlalu memaksakan. Dan ini masih dapat, dan ini ya pasti gol. Enggak dong. Gol dong. Ya script tuh. Script tuh. Kayak gitu. Dan 4-0 di penghujung laga, di mana kita bisa melihat sendiri sebuah ditepis, namun tampaknya Joao Felix terlepas dari penjagaan dan gol keempat untuk seorang Putri Pramesti.
Ya, sempat dihalau tadi penyesalan akhirnya seorang Rafael Liao. Beruntung bola reboundnya justru mendarat tepat di kaki kanan seorang Joao Felix. 4-0 kembali berat langkah dari seorang Isyah untuk bisa merebut 1 poin di game pertama best of 3. Dan 1-0 sudah dikunci bagi seorang Putri Pramesti, bukan Ayu.
Iya kan, makanya ini Ayu ini siapa yang ada di otak gue. Tapi memang ini kita bisa melihat, kita bisa menganalisa bahwa pertandingan pertama seorang Putri Pramesti cukup mendominasi, cukup menggila untuk memberikan penyerangan. Dan ini juga karena gue baru ngeliat nih, kita berarti baru ngelihat gameplay woman game ini dong.
Ya.
Putri Pramesti nggak ada bedanya sama gameplaynya. Maksudnya dia dengan fast hand-nya, dan dia juga tahu bagaimana cara untuk timing melakukan tadi gol kedua, lob through pass-nya dengan timing yang tepat dan juga sasaran yang tepat. Ini menunjukkan bahwa memang kualitas dari seorang Putri Pramesti yang sudah melalang buana di skena eFootball Indonesia cukup memberikan atau menunjukkan tajinya, menunjukkan taringnya pada kompetisi ASEAN Youth Esports Competition ini.
Mungkin kapan-kapan bisa ikut invitational ya?
Harus, udah pernah. Dulu banget itu dia pernah ikut di zaman invitational season 1 atau season 2.
Oh jelas, saya
itu
belum
zaman
ini.
dia itu ngebawa bendera Virgolik. Saya inget banget. Cuman emang itu posisi kita main online. Ada yang main online. Jadi ada mix kita. Jadi ada yang main offline, ada yang main online. Dan Putri Pramesti ini masuk line up. Cuman memang karena online waktu itu kalau nggak salah dia kenanya di off stream atau nggak main gitu, karena kan ada di invitational itu sap-sapan kan.
Betul.
Ada yang jadi sap, ada gini. Dan gue baru ngelihat ini bagus banget cara main Putri.
Bener.
Ya, apresiasi tertinggi untuk seorang Putri Pramesti atau Putpram, enak banget ya.
Belum.
Putpram ya. Nanti
Nggak,
kita
ini
pikirin.
biasanya namanya akan muncul dari kolom komentar.
Betul. Coba buat teman-teman kita apa nih nama yang cocok untuk panggilan Putri Pramesti nih?
Nah, ini bintang, ini uprising star dari Indo.
Iya, karena kita harus ada, kalau udah ini harus ada nama panggung guys.
Iya.
Ya. Tampaknya juga dari seorang Isyah karena memang mendapatkan pressure dan tekanan defensif yang cukup tight ya dari seorang Putri Pramesti ini, sehingga dia tidak bisa mengatur temponya, tidak bisa melancarkan serangan yang dia inginkan. Karena kalau kita bisa ngelihat tadi, passing-passingnya itu ketahan di setengah lapangan. Terpotong saja, karena menurut saya dari penglihatan saya Putri Pramesti ini menggunakan central midfieldernya dari Yusuf Musah tadi dan juga Fofana itu cukup baik untuk pergantian switchingnya, sehingga menutup alur passing itu cukup baik dan cukup mendapatkan chance untuk bisa mengintercept.
Betul sekali, tentunya juga sambil memanfaatkan kelincahan dari Joe Felix dan juga Rafaeliao, dan nampaknya sudah dimulai kick off pertama dari game kedua best of 3 antara Putri Pramesti dan juga Isyah dari Brunei Darussalam. Nampaknya langsung serangan dilancarkan dari Theo Hernandez, Mr. Putri coba cutback, extra pass, masih mampu diblok tadi penyesalan akhir dari kaki kiri seorang Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Coba kembali diarahkan bola ke depan, ball possession masih untuk seorang Putri kali ini. Ruben Loftus-Cheek, masih Ruben, arahkan pada Temi Abraham, gagal tadi di kaki Hermoso. Umpan dari seorang Temi Abraham, harus hati-hati Isyah di sini coba bangun serangan. Oh, panik tadi, hampir saya salah umpan. Kembali Mario Hermoso, hampir diintercept oleh Rafaeliao. Coba bangun build up dari belakang dia. Isyah kepada Jonas Hoffman, masih Jonas pada Kerim. Kerim ke depan, Patrick Schick yang dituju. Masih mampu di-intercept, kembali peluang untuk Indonesia. Ada Rafaeliao kali ini bergerak ke depan. Arahkan pada Yunus Musa. Temi Abraham, Yunus Musa kembali, ada Rafaeliao terupas. Temi Abraham terlepas, sedikit knock on memang. Agak terlalu deras umpan yang dilepaskan oleh Temi Abraham. Namun datang lagi gelombang serang dari Indonesia. Coba dihentikan oleh Palacios. Masih kembali rebut oleh Yunus Musa, arahkan ke depan, berbahaya, ada pressing di sana, clear saja bola. Coba dihalau oleh Malik Tiaw, Ruben Loftus-Cheek kali ini. Ada Rafaeliao, lob through pass, kurang cermat. Berbahaya, risky stuff dari seorang Isyah tadi. Beruntung masih mampu diumpan kepada Jonas Hoffman. Kerim kali ini. Salah umpan, bahaya. Temi Abraham terlepas kali ini. Ada dua opsi di kotak penalti. Masih Temi Abraham.
Lebar menggunakan kaki kanan tampaknya di sana seorang Temi Abraham. Harusnya mungkin mencoba untuk melakukan dapat kaki kiri, tapi weak foot ya.
Ya. Sehingga agak maksa ya.
Ya.
Panggilannya Tripa. Nah. Ini dong Tripa trofi.
Nah, udah. Kita masih melanjutkan pertandingan di sini. Tampaknya memang pressing yang dilancarkan oleh seorang Putri Pramesti cukup padat, cukup kencang, cukup memberikan pressing yang sangat-sangat tidak memberikan ruangan untuk seorang Isyah melancarkan serangan di sini. Kembali terpotong. Sudah ada dua penyerang yang siap. Namun tampaknya di sini Temi Abraham menunggu untuk Rafaeliao di sini. Rafaeliao mampukah? Namun ternyata terpotong saja alur penyerangan ya. Kembali Isyah melancarkan serangan, namun terpotong di tengah di sini. Theo Hernandez, Yunus Musa, Rafaeliao sudah menunggu, terupas ke sana. Sudah ada dua pemain yang menunggu di tengah, namun tampaknya bola disambar begitu saja.
Ya, masih terbaca tadi gojekan dari seorang Rafaeliao milik Pramesti. Datang lagi gelombang serangan dari Indonesia kali ini. Ruben Loftus-Cheek arahkan pada Temi Abraham. Ada kombinasi umpan mereka di sana berbahaya. Lob through pass, Rafaeliao terlepas. Ada extra pass, Yunus Musa.
War goal dari seorang Putri Pramesti. Vision yang sangat baik. Karena saya mengira itu akan naiknya ke tengah lagi.
Iya,
tapi ternyata mengecoh seorang Isyah untuk dia mencoba memaksakan untuk ke tengah, sehingga bagian atas atau dari sisi kiri itu kosong. Kita lihat kembali di sini. Tuh, ada lob through pass lagi dan akhirnya extra pass. Karena kalau misalnya memang seperti itu memaksakan, dia akan memberikan ruang seorang atas yang tadi harusnya dijaga, tidak terjaga, dan akhirnya bisa mengeksekusi menjadi sebuah gol. Dan what a goal from Putri Pramesti. 1-0 di babak pertama ini.
1-0 bahkan Indonesia memimpin dari kaki kiri seorang Yunus Musa. Kembali memberikan tekanan kepada sisi Brunei Darussalam. untuk bisa menutup pertandingan 2 game langsung. Tapi kita lihat respon seperti apa yang dipertunjukkan. Ada lagi kesalahan, sebuah blunder dari seorang Isya, coba dimanfaatkan. Rafael kali ini sedikit memaksakan crossing mendatar dari Rafael. Memang sedikit opsi yang bisa dilakukan oleh seorang Putri, namun datang lagi ancaman. Putri lob through pass, Rafael yang dituju. Gagal tadi umpan ekstra pasnya kepada Yunus Musa. Masih lebih dekat kepada Lukas Radeki, milik seorang Isya, dan menjadi akhir dari pertandingan di babak pertama, di mana kali ini Putri Pramesti masih memimpin dengan skor 1-0 atas seorang Isya.
54 pole position, 3 shot dan 2 shot on target memberikan, dan 2 menjadi konversi gol ya.
Ya, betul sekali.
2 atau 1 sih tadi? 2 ya?
1.
Oh, baru 1 ya?
1.
Baru 1. Merupakan serangan yang kita bisa kategorikan sebagai serangan-serangan yang optimal dari seorang Putri Pramesti, dan juga menjaga untuk tetap Isyah berada dalam pressingannya. Dan kembali kita melihat, oh ternyata ada intercept di sana, namun kembali bisa diintercept kembali oleh seorang Putri Pramesti. Fofana mengalihkan bola ke tengah di sini. Rafael mencoba untuk menunggu, memaksakan terupas, namun tampaknya ada pangkut. Passing nyangkut. Yunus Musa menunggu seorang Theo Hernandez naik ke atas. Fofana, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Gabia, Kyle Walker di sini berikan terupas ke Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Nampaknya kurang begitu cermat. Di sini ada fake shoot, namun tampaknya sudah tertutup alur serangan. Tapi emang refleks dari seorang Putri Prameswari siapa sekarang? Pramesti. Malik Tiao coba untuk seorang Isyah melancarkan serangannya, tidak terlalu ingin berada dalam pressingannya, namun tampaknya masih ketat perjagaan dari seorang Putri Pramesti.
Dan dia ini pakai advance control ya. Kalau fake shot kayak itu tuh susah loh.
Lu tahu dari mana dia pakai fake shot? Pakai advance.
Gak ada tombolnya.
Oh iya, karena kan ini dari POV-nya dia. Dan kita melihat di sini Fofana mencoba untuk mengalirkan bola, menunggu rekan-rekannya. Sudah ada 2 pemain, 3 pemain yang menunggu. Theo Hernandez, mampukah ia melancarkan stunning cross? Namun tampaknya terpotong di situ, membuahkan sebuah corner kick untuk Putri Pramesti melalui kaki seorang Kyle Walker. Mampukah atau memberikan, melebarkan sayapnya kembali. Tami Abraham stunning heading, namun melebar ke sisi kiri gawang.
Padahal bisa di backhander terlebih dahulu tadi dari Tami Abraham, ini langsung di
stunning
shoot
heading
ke arah stunning heading ya, stunning shot ya jatuhnya. Masih melebar tadi di sebelah kiri gawang dari seorang Lukas Radeki. Gokil, lawan sudah jauh datangnya mengincar kepala Florian Wirtz. Berhasil dimenangkan oleh pemain-pemain milik dari Pramesti. Datang lagi ancaman dari arah Indonesia kayak Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Coba ke arah kanan ada Kyle Walker. Masih Kyle. Terupas ada Yunus Musa di sana. Extra pass. Luar biasa skema yang dipertunjukkan oleh seorang Putri Pramesti. Berhasil menemukan pergerakan menusuk dari Yunus Musa, mengalihkan perhatian central back milik dari seorang Isya, melepaskan posisi seorang Temi Abraham dengan sangat mudah. Arahkan bola ke arah gawang dari Brunei Darussalam. Kembali kali ini 2-0. Seorang Putri Pramesti melebarkan jarak keunggulan, kita lihat sangat baik. Langsung di back heel saja ke kaki kiri atau kaki kanan dari seorang Temi Abraham. Kembali berat nampaknya langkah dari seorang Brunei Darussalam untuk bisa menyamakan kedudukan di best of 3 kali ini, Bung Akar.
Ya. Memang ini juga saya akan menjadi ajang untuk membuka mata saya bahwa Putri Pramesti ini harus masuk ke radar nih.
Betul.
Ini juga maksudnya untuk teman-teman di rumah sana atau pemilik-pemilik esports di luar sana. Saya masih belum tahu bagaimana, cuman Putri Pramesti ini udah terjun dalam esport apa dan lain sebagainya. Cuman ini bisa menjadi calon bintang.
Ya.
Dengan gameplay seperti ini.
Tapi kalau di event internasional tuh ada persyaratan gender nggak sih sebenarnya?
Nggak ada ya? Nggak ada. Untuk jadi perwakilan dari representatif kan?
Iya, ini jadi opsi sebenarnya.
Kita kembali lagi, sudah memasuki kick off dari babak kedua ini. Mencoba untuk melancarkan serangan. Isyah Malakios nampaknya terlalu padat di sana sehingga bingung untuk melahirkan bola kemana. Sebuah pertahanan yang cukup padat dari seorang Putri Pramesti. Melancarkan serangan balik cepat saat ini. Joao Felix memberikan terupas ke Bondo. Super sub. Nampaknya terpotong begitu saja oleh Mukulele. Apa ini pasangannya, dan blunder itu dia. Gol ketiga. Putri Pramesti tidak tahu ampun, tidak mengenal siapapun itu lawannya. Press aja terus, press 3-0.
Sebuah kesalahan yang sangat fatal dari seorang Isyah. Seharusnya langsung di-clear keluar oleh seorang Isyah, namun justru berusaha untuk di-build up dari belakang. Berhasil dimanfaatkan untuk menjadi gol ketiga bagi seorang Putri Pramesti kali ini. Kembali datang ancaman dari Putri, Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Yusuf Fofana kurang cermat, tersangkut di kaki seorang Florian Wirtz. Arahkan bola ke depan kali ini, ada seorang Florian Wirtz. Palacios yang dituju, masih mampu diintercept dengan baik oleh seorang Yusuf Fofana. Santiago kali ini, sebuah lob trupa, Santiago Jimenez yang dituju. Lagi-lagi masih mampu dipatahkan, belum berhasil untuk menjadi gol keempat. Namun coba mengancam kali ini.
Ya.
Dan sejauh ini Putri Pramesti masih unbeaten ya. Belum menderita kekalahan dari lawan-lawannya. Dan nampaknya bertahan hingga ke game kedua best of 3 melawan Brunei kali ini, di mana sementara ia masih memimpin dengan skor 3-0 di menit ke-88. Sulit tentunya bagi seorang Isyah asal Brunei untuk bisa mengejar ketertinggalan. Yusuf Fofana kali ini ada 4 menit tambahan waktu di injury time. Yusuf Fofana kepada Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Ada seorang Santiago Jimenez, true pass, Ruben Loftus-Cheek terlepas. Ada extra pass di sana. Masih mampu digagalkan, sedikit salah decision making tadi yang diambil.
Wow. Ya. Dan inilah dia akhir dari pertandingan antara Putri Pramesti berhadapan dengan Brunei Darussalam dari Isyah. Yang nampaknya memang sangat dominan sekali Putri Pramesti di sini, memberikan jempol air. Oke, kata dia. Aman aja bosku. Dan inilah dia. Dan kita bisa memberikan summary ringkas di sini bahwa Putri Pramesti saat ini berada di puncak klasmen dengan total raihan 4 kemenangan beruntun tanpa kalah. Dan untuk skornya adalah di match pertama berhadapan dengan Thailand dengan skor 2-1. Di match kedua berhadapan dengan Timor Leste 2-0. Di match ketiga berhadapan dengan Laos 2-0. Dan di match barusan Indonesia berhadapan dengan Brunei 2-0.
Dan juga ada pertemuan berhadapan dengan tuan rumah ya.
Habis ini akan penutupan akan berhadapan dengan tuan rumah, yaitu berhadapan dengan Malaysia, seorang Putri Pramesti. Dan kita juga ingin menginformasikan bahwa pujangga kita dari sisi men's kategori, Huda di sini saat ini berada di standing nomor 3 pada klasmen sementara dengan perolehan 2 win 1 lose. Di mana pada match pertama tadi yang kita sama-sama saksikan. Dan mungkin nanti kita akan jelaskan terlebih dahulu habis ini bahwa tadi kita menyaksikan pertandingan antara di kategori men, Huda Yuliviar di match pertama berhadapan dengan Malaysia harus tertunduk rapuh dibabat habis 2-0 melawan Tsubasa. Sedangkan di match selanjutnya berhadapan dengan Vietnam dengan total skor akhir besar, skor besarnya itu 2-1, dan berhadapan Myanmar dengan skor 2-0.
Ya.
Dan sehabis ini harusnya Indonesia itu berhadapan dengan Thailand.
Thailand ya?
Ya, baru di match terakhirnya itu akan berhadapan dengan Laos.
Nah itu dia. Sementara itu kita juga masih menunggu ya. Ini di regulasinya yang lolos dari group stage itu peringkat berapa ya?
Harusnya kalau misalnya seperti ini, in my point of view ya.
Ya.
Tadi kan kalau kita ngelihat dari stage ada playoff 1, playoff 2, berarti cuma diambil 4. 4.
Berarti 2-2 ya?
Betul, 2-2. Jadi nanti berarti biasanya 1 ketemu 4, 2 ketemu 3.
Wah, berarti agak berat juga karena melihat Laos ini belum terkalahkan nih.
Laos belum kalah.
4-0 tadi dia.
Oh iya. Wih, keras juga nih orangnya.
Iya, 4-0. 4-0. Di bawahnya dia Malaysia. Tadi kita udah kalah sama Malaysia.
Iya.
Ini jadi agak PR juga situasinya bagi seorang Huda Yuliviar untuk bisa masuk ke knockout stage.
Masuk dong harusnya.
Kan dia 3. Dia harus ngebalap Malaysia, sementara tadi udah kalah sama Malaysia. Jadi kita nanti nasibnya si Huda itu
ya, intinya
bergantung sama orang lain gitulah.
Oh enggak dong.
Iya dong. Kalau misalkan walaupun si Huda menang terus, tapi si Malaysia juga menang terus,
Kan diambil 4.
Oh 4 masing-masing grup?
Iya.
Oh bukan 2-2.
Ini kan dia udah satu grup semua, kunyuk.
Oh gue kira dibagi AB. Enggak gitu ya. Oke. Mohon maaf, salah interpretasi.
Jadi satu grup ini diambil 4. Jadi tapi mereka bukan dibikin grup. Jatuhnya apa ya?
Round robin, bukan grup.
Iya, jatuhnya ini mainnya round robin.
Oke, paham.
Jadi dalam satu grup ini terdapat 8 negara Yang untuk men's kategori
Ya.
8 negara diambil 4 tertinggi. Dan
Oke.
kalau misalnya sampai saat ini detik ini kita informasikan bahwa 1 sampai 4-nya atau bisa bilang top 4-nya pertama ada Laos, Malaysia, Indonesia dan keempat Myanmar.
Berarti kalau begitu lumayan aman ya, karena Myanmar sendiri udah 4 kali main tapi satunya seri.
Ya, jadi memang masih terbuka sangat lebar untuk kesempatan seorang Huda Yuliviar untuk melaju ke babak selanjutnya atau playoff.
Betul sekali.
Ya,
Sementara
kita
itu,
bisa melihat di sini juga Vietnam di posisi ke-5, Thailand di posisi ke-6,
wah,
Timor Leste di posisi ke-7 dan yang mengejutkan Brunei Darussalam di posisi ke-8 dengan 3 kali kalah beruntun.
ya agak tumben-tumbenan di sini nampaknya
Ya.
Thailand dan Laosnya agak bertukar
Ya, posisi ya.
posisi.
Thailand dan
Karena
Laos
memang Thailand namanya nama baru, kalau
Ya.
Laos nama yang udah lumayan.
banyak kalau dari saya sih
Lumayan
radar
muncul.
baru kemarin di ASEAN itu.
Oh iya, di ASEAN ya.
Memang tapi maksudnya se-outstanding ini baru mengagetkan. Se-outstanding ini 4-0 karena mungkin kalau misalnya kita bisa melihat untuk Laos kita juga mungkin bisa ngebahas sedikit. Untuk pertandingan Laos ini dia berhadapan dengan Malaysia
Menang
dengan
loh.
skor 2-1.
Lawan tuan rumah ya.
Ya, dia kan udah 4-0 berarti menang semua dong.
Oh iya benar.
Benar. Logika dong.
Agak lambat. Mohon
Iya.
maaf guys.
Terus kedua berhadapan dengan Timor Leste 2-1. Berhadapan dengan Thailand 2-0
Woi. Oke.
dan berhadapan dengan Vietnam
Banyak
2-0.
win.
2-0, 2-0, 2-1, 2-1.
Nah, berarti nanti akan kita tunggu pertunjukannya, performanya melawan Indonesia nanti ya.
Iya pastinya.
Apakah
Kita harus testing dulu lah.
Nah.
Mau menang banyak apa gini maju bro.
Asik.
Gitu. Mental Indo. Main aja dulu.
main aja dulu,
Yo,
kerja aja dulu.
Yes. Dan kita juga maksudnya ini berbanding terbalik, maksudnya bukan berbanding terbalik. Dengan 4-0 ini, namun pada kategori yang sebelah di women's kategori Putri Pramesti menunjukkan taringnya yang sangat tajam dan juga sisi keganasannya, gahar kalau kata orang sini tuh, gaharnya dengan 4-0 dan babat 2-0 full.
Luar biasa.
Ya.
Tentunya menjadi hasil yang menjanjikan bagi seorang Pramesti. Semoga-moga nanti juga di knockout stage bisa menunjukkan performa
Ya.
yang serupa.
Ya karena juga ini nih uniknya round robin. Kadang-kadang memang ada pemain yang cuma dari satu round robin, ya udah kita main emang yang penting lolos aja. Cuma nanti
benar.
once kalau misalnya playoff ternyata baru dikeluarin.
Rizky Paidan tuh gitu.
Rizky Faidan, Alex Alwathil,
Ya,
Alwathil.
Tuh?
Alex Alwathil. Dia kan panggil kan gua nanya. Alex Alwathil Segura ngomongnya gitu. Itu
Segura.
dia Segura. Itu dia bilang pokoknya nggak mau terlalu ini, penting lolos aja dulu, apalagi playoff ternyata baru dibabat habis. Jadi sistemnya dia nyerap dulu baru dibuang.
Betul.
Dan ini juga Putri Pramesti juga masih harus kita cari ya nama panggungnya.
Nih teman-teman di ini juga dong,
Ya.
di YouTube dong. Tadi udah ada beberapa tuh dari TikTok.
Ya. Dan sepertinya kita juga langsung lanjut lagi nih. Women single, pertandingan antara Putri Pramesti berhadapan dengan Malaysia, sang tuan rumah.
Ya.
Di 3 menit lagi ya.
Di mana tuan rumah sendiri, aduh close lagi.
Diwakilkan. Ayo. Berarti saya harus ngulur dong sembari kamu
Ya,
nyanyi.
ya,
Oke.
ulur.
Oh iya.
Kurang komunikasi, mohon maaf.
Namun tampaknya udah pasti ya, dipastikan nih. Bukan
Ya.
ingin melangkahkan Tuhan, tapi udah dipastikan bahwa Putri Pramesti ini pastinya akan lolos ke playoff. Karena untuk hanya tersisa kurang dari 2 pertandingan, kurang dari 3, berarti sisa 2 pertandingan lah.
Ya.
Kan dia 8, 7 dong harusnya dong.
Ya,
Ya,
kalau udah
3.
menang semua udah susah kebalap, Pak.
Ya, kalau ini match menang melawan Malaysia udah susah kebalap.
Ya.
5-0 beruntun udah susah.
Berarti kan dia udah 15 poinnya ya.
15 poin.
Tapi kita lihat terlebih dahulu siapakah yang akan dihadapi oleh seorang Pramesti. Slin.
Ngeselin.
Oh, Slin tadi. Iya. Slin.
Ngeselin.
Lu itu. Slin SLINN.
Ah.
Yang tadi main di game pembuka tapi
Ya.
kita kok gak ada di game-nya di mereka ya?
Ada meren.
Ada ya.
Ya, sembari kita juga masih menunggu di sini untuk technical preparation maksud saya di 1 menit ini. Yang tadi kita juga sudah memberikan informasi posisi Indonesia saat ini berada di klasemen berapa. Pada women kategori kita berada di posisi puncak dengan perolehan 4-0 dari 4 pertandingan, sedangkan di men's kategori berada di posisi ketiga dengan perolehan 6 poin, 2 kali menang, 1 kali kalah dengan total 3 match ya.
Ya.
masih akan ada 4 match lagi untuk seorang Huda, dan untuk seorang Putri Pramesti masih ada 3 match lagi.
Syafiras Izlin, agak mirip ya namanya dengan pemainnya Brunei ya.
Ya karena satu serumpun mereka.
Pemainnya Malaysia Syafirah, pemainnya Brunei Syahirah.
Nah ini dia yang Malaysia yang dekat Kalimantan atau yang dekat Sumatera?
Kurang tahu.
Karena kalau misalnya yang dekat Kalimantan berarti memang satu serumpun sama Brunei.
Benar.
Satu roots.
Satu root, mirip
ya
bahasanya. Karena juga pemain-pemain dari Malaysia dan Brunei itu ngomong. Iya sih pasti
kalau ngomong dong.
Masa nggak ngomong?
Masa telepati berantem mereka cemberut.
Ya, tapi sempat diceritain sama mereka tuh kalau Malaysia dan Brunei di Borneo itu lebih mirip Indonesia daripada Malaysia Semenanjung
ya.
Ya bahasanya tuh beda. Katanya slangnya dari POV-nya mereka, slangnya orang Brunei sama Malaysia Sabah Sarawak tuh kayak Indo. Cuman begitu gue dengerin kagak ada Indo-Indonya di telinga gue.
Melayu, lebih ke arah Melayunya.
Masih Melayu.
Tapi mungkin ya itu juga bisa ini karena kan kita belum tahu ke arah. Maksudnya di Kalimantan yang di perbatasan itu memang
mungkin miripnya sama Melayu iya, Indo.
Malah Indonesianya
Borneo.
Kita belum tahu tuh yang di perbatasan seperti apa. Karena kan kayak gitu geografis lah.
Cuman emang pas gue ngobrol sama si siapa? Bang Abdul Kawi sama si Hasmi Asnawi.
Ya. Oh kalau misalnya
kerasa banget dia tuh ngomongnya Indonesia banget memang kalau ngomong Indonesia ya. Kalau orang Melayu orang Malaysia berusaha ngomong Indonesia tuh masih Melayu. Orang Brunei ngomong Indonesia tuh bener-bener.
Ya kalau misalnya memang yang sepengalaman kita ya, untuk yang si Brunei-nya ini malah lebih dekat atau lebih mirip banget ke arah Indonesia.
Yang mencolok menurut gua kalau orang Malaysia berusaha ngomong Indonesia, seenggaknya dia manggil kita masih Bang. Orang Brunei tuh paham, manggil tuh Mas.
Iya.
Kerasa banget.
Mas.
Mas. Pas gue nengok, orang Brunei yang memanggil.
Karena tapi kalau nggak salah dari Brunei juga maksudnya ya ini for information aja
ya.
Bahwa memang dari orang Indonesia juga udah banyak yang tinggal di sana.
Betul.
Karena kan mereka geografisnya nggak terbatas sama nggak kepisah laut apa. Mereka emang satu daratan.
Walaupun jauh ya ke sana ya.
Walaupun jauh ke sananya.
Oh iya, FYI, waktu itu gue sempet juga ketemu orang Malaysia Sabah.
Atas berarti.
Dia ke Indo tuh nggak naik mobil. FYI, naik kapal laut. Aneh kan? Naik kapal laut.
Masuk ke Batam.
Jadi lewat Selat Makassar. Bukan.
Oh, dia ke Selat Makassar terus ke Jakarta.
Bukan ke Kalimantannya Indonesia. Kan sama-sama Kalimantan ya?
Oh, dia begini.
Iya, begini.
Karena mungkin emang ya teritorial kita nggak ada
tahu. Iya,
peraturan.
terrainnya sana lah.
Ya.
Mungkin di sana jalannya belum jadi kah atau gimana, susah untuk bangun jalan.
Ya, mungkin.
Pegunungan gitu mungkin kan?
Mungkin enggak juga sih kalau pegunungan sih.
Enggak ya? Enggak tahu sotoy aja gue.
Enggak tahu sotoy juga sih gue.
Tapi dibilang begitu, kemarin gue diceritain.
Iya, sembari ini mungkin kita juga balik lagi tadi ke pembahasan mengenai eFootball ya sekarang ya.
Betul.
Saat ini Putri Pramesti well deserved.
Mantap, luar biasa.
Wah, saya akuin memang.
Menurut gue masih banyak sih, masih banyak gameplay dari pemain dari kategori putra yang masih kalah dibandingin sama Putri Pramesti. Karena kan memang biasanya kalau menyangkut sepak bola, tuh seakan-akan kalau yang putra tuh diunggulkan daripada putri.
Betul, karena kalau konvensional itu menyangkut tentang
ada fisik, ada aspek fisikal di situ.
Cuman kalau misalnya udah di sini, ini udah aspeknya lebih ke arah aspek apa ya, timing, aspek mental dan lain sebagainya. Putri Pramesti menurut saya nggak kalah.
Benar.
Nggak kalah kuatnya maksudnya untuk sebagai winning contender ya.
Nah ini akan menjadi pertunjukan yang menarik ketika kita nonton di mix double.
Ya betul. Di mix double itu merupakan format yang cukup menarik ya. Nantinya kita pasti akan melihat bagaimana mereka berada dalam satu tim dan harus berkomunikasi. Karena itu juga hal yang menurut saya unik ya. Karena di co-op aja maksudnya cowok sama cowok nih yang kita bermain gitu, yang udah biasa satu tim, banyak banget terjadi miskom dan lain sebagainya.
Aduh, itu gimana ya?
Ini nanti besok. Oh, mix kategori itu.
Oh, jadi solo gitu ya?
Solo lawan solo, tapi jadi mainnya BO3. Jadi pas lagi game ketiganya itu toss coin untuk milih main kategori atau omen.
Wah, panitia kurang kreatif.
Oh iya, otentik gak bisa co-op.
Oh gitu.
Terima kasih panitia.
Oke.
Lu udah kesebut lagi panitia kurang kreatif, padahal emang gak bisa.
Ya dibikin ke dream team gitu.
Oh iya. Tapi kalau misalnya emang ini mungkin bisa jadi salah satu
kan jadi menarik
ini ya.
Kalau jadi
Putra, coba bikin
bisa
format
tuh.
turnamen itu.
Bisa
Testing.
Menarik.
Menarik loh kita ngeliat, cewek cowok gini. Apalagi ntar kalau misalnya ada meta bucin, nggak ada yang tahu ternyata pacaran main football daripada main ML doang.
Ya ampun. Tapi gue lihat kalau di geng tuh udah ada.
Udah
Di
ada?
Malaysia tuh udah ada ini.
Mix gitu atau?
Pemain cewek maksud gue.
Oh, pemain cewek banyak. Gue juga yakin di Indonesia pasti banyak yang
Iya.
belum muncul ke permukaan aja, cuma banyak banget. Karena ada beberapa kali gue temuin emang nama-namanya udah ada kok. Mereka udah sampai masuk official clan atau official e-sport apa.
Komunitas besar ya.
Termasuk ini Ayu Pramesti mulu. Putri Pramesti.
Anak siapa sih Ayu
Nggak
Pramesti?
tahu, Putri Pramesti ini juga udah melalang buana di e-sport. Udah namanya udah lumayan besar juga.
Bener. Nggak tahu sih, foto aja gue.
Gue jujur kalau misalnya karena gue tahu gue dengar lah dan lain sebagainya, sempat nanya-nanya lah untuk wanita kayak gimana gini
Iya,
ini. Putri Pramesti pasti kesebut.
Tapi gue main apa turnamen WA gitu jarang ketemu, nggak pernah ketemu malah. Apa gue nggak tahu ya sebenarnya cewek itu yang gue lawan ya?
Mungkin atau enggak memang ternyata dia kan udah tier 1 nih. Lalu di sini sob.
Oh iya ya.
Lu nyadar level.
Mana main WA sih? Nggak, maksud gue bukan
dia
Putri
udah invitation,
bukan
sob.
Putri Pramestinya.
Oh, maksudnya
Maksud gue
komunitas yang woman player ya.
Iya.
Mungkin
Football
kadang-kadang
ladies
anonimus.
gitu.
Karena kalau misalnya online kayak itu biasa. Layar langsung dari Malaysia, tepatnya di Sarawak.
Emang iya?
Enggak, salah.
Sotoy.
Ya, kita sudah melihat
Tiba-tiba
di sini
nyebut
Putri
kota.
Pramesti sudah memasuki arena. Tampak juga sudah mempersiapkan technical preference dari seorang Putri Pramesti itu sendiri.
Kenceng banget.
Ya, di sini kita melihat sembari sapa-sapa dari para penonton di rumah.
Ya, masih kita tunggu persiapan dari Malaysia Slin berhadapan dengan Indonesia Pramesti. Di mana jika kita saksikan di pertandingan sebelumnya, Putri Pramesti berhasil mempertunjukkan sebuah performa yang sangat dominan berhadapan dengan sang jagoan negeri Brunei Darussalam, seorang Syahirah. Apakah kembali performa dominan dari seorang Putri Pramesti kembali bisa dipertunjukkan saat berhadapan dengan punggawa tuan rumah yaitu Syafirah aka Slin?
Pakai
Nyampe-nyampe.
enggak. Apa?
Balsem.
Bedak.
Oh, bedak. Gue kira balsem.
Pernah lu emang ngelihat orang kalau mau ngelicinin pakai balsam?
Biar tambah adrenalin.
Pernah lu ngeliat begitu lu, tegas.
Lah, masih wajar Mas. Siapa yang cerita? Lu yang cerita ya?
Ya,
Pakai abu rokok.
abu rokok banyak. Itu zaman game-game lain juga banyak kayak gitu maksudnya ini. Ada yang di IFeL waktu itu di kantor IFeL lagi streaming kayak gitu. Dia tuh pakainya baby oil. Ahmad Nugraha Edi aka Matlay.
Matlay ya. Iya.
The man, the myth, the legend. Dan ini kita saksikan langsung pertandingan selanjutnya antara Indonesia berhadapan dengan Malaysia pada kategori women's kategori. Selamat menyaksikan. Seorang Putri Pramesti masih menggunakan Milan, sedangkan dari tim Malaysia menggunakan Atalanta ya.
Atalanta pilihan yang cukup menarik dari seorang Slin, tapi memang sebelumnya sempat terlihat ya Slin berhasil mendominasi perlawanan-lawannya menggunakan tim Atalanta. Kita lihat mampukah preferensi dari seorang Slin membawa manfaat yang mujur sekala berhadapan dengan sang raksasa nampaknya di eFootball putri, yaitu Putri Pramesti. Lob trupas kali ini Ruben Loftus-Cheek yang dituju, terlalu dekat kepada Francesco Rossi. Langsung saja high punt, bola arahkan ke depan mengincar kaki dari pemain-pemain Atalanta. Ibrahim Sulaiman kali ini, Ederson.
Tampaknya juga ada perubahan pemain ya dari seorang Putri Pramesti. Di sini menggunakan Saleno Vos di sini, Silvano Vos. Ya, kita memberikan throw in diberikan untuk seorang Putri Pramesti. Ada fake throw. Theo Hernandez di sini memberikan Silvano Vos, berikan stunning pass, nampaknya namun terpotong begitu saja. Ademola Lukman, ada Dominic Vavasori di sini. Malaysia bahaya, sudah memasuki kotak penalti, namun sebuah tackle yang cukup baik dan membuang atau meng-clearance, memberikan throw in untuk Malaysia di sini. Tampak ada passing di sana, extra pass. Kebelut di sana. Bukan sebuah clearance yang baik. Hati-hati. Namun di clearance begitu saja sekarang. IFeLeague di sini, seorang putri Pramesti. Nampaknya juga dalam jalannya pertandingan 22 menit. Masing-masing mencoba untuk membangun serangan dan juga mencoba untuk mencetak gol. Seimbang kita bisa melihat di sini. Ruben Loftus-Cheek ada adu kepala di sana. Kylie Walker memberikan terupas sekarang. Loftus-Cheek terlepas. Sudah ada 2 pemain di dalam kotak penalti. Mencoba mengkotak-atik, tidak terburu-buru. Ada Kylie Walker, stunning cross di sana. Silvano Fos dan Putri Pramesti. What a goal! 1-0 melalui kaki seorang Kylie Walker yang memberikan stunning cross. Dan header yang cukup baik dilancarkan oleh seorang Silvano Fos. 1-0 untuk unggulan sementara Putri Pramesti.
Luar biasa gameplay yang dipertunjukkan oleh seorang Pramesh Putri tadi. Berhasil menemukan kepala seorang Silvano Fos. Menurut kita respon positif yang coba dipertunjukkan oleh pemain tuan rumah kali ini. Ada berbahaya sana Dominic. Masih gagal mengelabuhi central back dari seorang Putri Pramesti. Ada curian di sana, berbahaya. Silvano Fos menyerang dari sebelah kiri. Coba dikejar oleh Posh kali ini. Masih Silvano Fos. Berputar-putar Silvano Fos, kurang cermat. Masih membentur pemain belakang dari seorang Slin. Hanya hasilkan sepakan pojok kali ini. Second chance bagi Indonesia untuk kembali mengancam datangnya gol kedua. Kyle Walker yang akan mengambil eksekusi dengan corner kick kaki kanan. In swinger nampaknya. Bola diarahkan ke arah gawang. Pendek saja. Diarahkan kepada IFeLeague. Umpan Theo Hernandez. Malik Thiaw coba ciptakan situasi kemelut di kotak penalti kali ini. Theo Hernandez. Sebuah umpan mendatar. Lebih dekat pada pemain bertahan dari seorang Slin kali ini. Clear saja bola ke depan.
Ya, tampaknya kebelut di tengah di sini, mencoba untuk merebut kembali Fofana. Masih ada perebutan bola-bola nyangkut di sini. Memberikan stunning cross atau stunning through. Nampaknya dari seorang Malaysia atau seorang Slin mencoba untuk mendobrak pertahanan dari Putri Pramesti yang cukup sangat ketat di sini. Tambahan waktu 1 menit, memberikan penyerangan namun terpotong dan inilah dia turun minum 1-0 keunggulan sementara untuk seorang Putri Pramesti dengan one shot on target dan 1 goal. Berikan atau menunjukkan tajinya Putri Pramesti. Sebuah penyerangan yang cukup baik tadi. Memang dia tipikalnya nih, kalau misalnya saya lihat dari permainannya ini menggunakan klub yang sama Huda, cuman lebih agresif si left back sama right backnya untuk ngikut join attack.
Betul.
Jadi memberikan opsi untuk memberikan long ball atau stunning cross di sini.
Ya. Dan juga permainan dari Putri ini cukup dinamis ya. Maksudnya memang dengan terlibatnya fullback dari Putri untuk ikut menyerang, jadi pilihan menyerangnya tuh jadi lebih terbuka.
Ya.
Entah dia mau main crossing, mau penetrasi dari sisi atau justru lolos dari tengah. Dan nampak cukup efektif sejauh ini. Permainan dari seorang Putri Pramesti berhasil mengungguli pemain tuan rumah di game pertama.
Tengkumi itu ya?
Tengkumi sampai turun tangan.
Iya, nampaknya juga memang kalau misalnya seperti ini diperbolehkan ya untuk berdiskusi terkait dengan strategi-strategi, dan kita kembali melihat di layar kaca seorang Slin mencoba untuk membangun serangan namun ada kemelut di sana. Ben Loftus-Cheek, Tammy Abraham mengotak-atik memberikan pas yang cukup baik. Loftus-Cheek di sini akankah melancarkan serangan di sini? Extra pass niatnya namun terlalu dekat ke arah kiper.
Itu masih di shoot padahal.
Iya, tapi memang namanya di waktu yang sangat mepet ya, harus memberikan decision yang cukup baik di sini. Tammy Abraham, Silvano Fos memberikan terupas namun tampaknya terpotong alur penyerangan. Kembali Bayer Leverkusen mencoba untuk passing. Kyle Walker, Ruben Loftus-Cheek di sini mengkotak-atik, tidak terlalu terburu-buru. Yusuf Fofana, Loftus-Cheek, sayang sekali, langsung dibuang bolanya begitu saja. Ada kemelut di tengah, bukan sebuah serangan yang berarti. Namun pertahanan dari seorang Putri Pramesti cukup kuat, cukup memaksakan seorang Slin untuk berpikir keras bagaimana cara untuk membobol gawang seorang Putri Pramesti. Kembali kemelut di tengah di sini, melancarkan serangan, mengatur tempo. Slin, Zamarzik, Favasori di sini sudah dipotong, sudah dipepet 2 orang, memaksakan menendang. Apakah kemelut di sana? Apakah bahaya? Dan langsung di clearance begitu saja. Tammy Abraham tidak terlalu ingin menanggung resiko tampaknya, langsung di clearance saja. seorang Fofana yang cukup baik dan ada true pass di sana, baik sekali. Tammy Abraham sendirian depan gawang, mampukah? Iya, ada extra pass di sana. Silvano Vos tidak terlalu terburu-buru untuk melancarkan serangan di sini. Fofana, Kyle Walker di sini. Adakah akan running cross? Tidak. Ruben Loftus-Cheek, ada Kyle Walker memberikan crossing di sana dan terlalu melebar ke atas. Tapi satu yang bisa saya notes di sini, defensif dari seorang Yusuf kan dari seorang Putri Pramesti itu ada berada Yusuf Fofana tadi.
Betul.
Karena dia nggak langsung buru-buru untuk ganti kursornya ke CB, cuman dia langsung turunin CM-nya untuk ikut turun. Jadi posisi CB-nya EA yang gerakin untuk menutup serangan, dia akan ngepressingnya melalui CM-nya.
Betul sekali.
Ini daging guys.
Daging.
Karena hal ini itu juga bisa jadi kasarnya dua pressingan yang secara langsung. Kenapa? Ya.
Luar biasa.
Ya mungkin ya memang diperbolehkan di sana. Nggak ada yang tahu guys.
Ya luar biasa pertunjukan yang dipertontonkan oleh seorang Putri Pramesti, namun juga perawanan yang cukup kuat. Ya. Dipertunjukkan juga oleh seorang Slin, sempat tadi membahayakan gawang dari seorang Putri. Ada skrip sebenarnya di sana, skrip yang hampir pasti gol, cuman
bisa ditahan, bisa dikemelutnya ya.
Masih bisa dihalau dengan cukup baik oleh seorang Putri. Serangan kembali kali ini untuk Indonesia. Ada Joe Felix masuki kotak penalti dari seorang Malaysia. Kita lihat ada pergerakan menusuk dari pemain menyerang. Berhasil ditemukan oleh sebuah crossing mendatar Joe Felix. Jadikan gol kedua bagi Indonesia, 2-0 kali ini. Tidak puas tampaknya dengan skor 2-0, langsung balik menyerang. Hampir saja menjadikan gol ketiga bagi Indonesia. Buang saja bola keluar. Menjadikan gol kick kali ini bagi Malaysia. Kita lihat bagaimana sangat baik pengamatan dari seorang Putri Pramesti, menemukan pergerakan menusuk. Langsung disambut oleh sebuah crossing mendatar Joe Felix. 2-0 dengan menyisakan 10 menit waktu yang tersisa di babak kedua. Kali ini ada kombinasi umpan pendek di sana, berhasil dibuang, berhasil dihalau. Malaysia berusaha menyerang, Yusuf Fofana berhasil track back untuk melakukan perebutan bola.
Yusuf Fofana di sini sangat baik sekali dimainkan oleh seorang Putri Pramesti untuk benar-benar mengisi role pemain ke-6, di mana role anchor untuk melakukan drag back di sini. Yusuf Fofana kembali melancarkan serangan di sini. Putri, Joe Felix ada back pass namun tampaknya kurang cermat di sini. Bahaya, sebuah kesempatan untuk seorang Slin dan langsung langsung first time shot di sana, namun berhasil kembali dibendung penyerangannya. Tersisa hanya kurang dari 1 menit babak injury time. Dibuang saja dan inilah dia kemenangan di babak pertama untuk seorang Putri Pramesti dengan skor 2-0.
Luar biasa, masih mendominasi kali ini sang jagoan Indonesia Putri Pramesti. Kali ini berhadapan dengan pemain tuan rumah yaitu Safira aka Slin. Bang, tolongin gua bang, asli bang, susah banget bang, kata Slin dari itu ke Tengkumi.
Nah, ini memang di sini ya mungkin sampai semuanya turun kayak gini tuh lah. Berarti memang diperbolehkan mungkin ini kamu jangan kayak gini, kamu jangan kayak gitu. Gitu. Ya tampaknya memang juga kalau misalnya ini kita membaca environment ya. Putri Pramesti juga tenang di sana. Dia tidak terlalu terburu-buru untuk huda gini dan lain sebagainya. Kita nggak tahu kejadian di sana, cuman memang Putri Pramesti juga menampilkan pertandingan atau permainan yang cukup solid. 2-0 dilancarkan atau 2-0 telah dicetak golnya pada round pertama ini. Seorang Putri Pramesti memang sangat efektif ya, bisa dibilang penyerangannya. Dan juga memang itu yang tadi saya highlight adalah defensif, cara bermain defensif dari seorang Putri Pramesti itu. Dari seorang Putri Pramesti itu yang cukup apa ya? Disiplin dan juga memang benar-benar bisa memainkan dengan formasi yang tepat. Maksudnya ini dari tadi yang gue lihat dia 4-4-2 nih. Putri Pramesti. Orang 6 atau posisi 6 seorang CDM-nya itu benar-benar drag back ke belakangnya itu tidak tidak cuman sekedar formalitas. Jadi dia emang melakukan pressing untuk sehingga nanti kursornya diganti ke CB yang intercept.
Enggak Pak, dia ini 3 back.
Oh 3 back, berarti 3-5-2.
5 back. Cuman full backnya tuh jadi pemain maju gitu loh.
Oh, yang duanya.
Memang itu kalau 3 back harus benar-benar disiplin.
Berarti 3-5-2 kan?
5-3-2.
Oh 5-3-2, cuma paling attacking, yang duanya ini benar-benar sampai maju jadi
jatuhnya
attacking.
Sebenarnya backnya itu cuma ada 3.
Iya.
Nah itu tuh memang harus disiplin banget dia. Kalau misalkan nggak sengaja kepres aja, kalau maju gitu salah satu dari 3, backnya otomatis tinggal 2.
Ya.
Itu bisa kebobolan.
Ya. Makanya memang dia benar-benar harus gimana
Press
caranya pressnya pakai CDM
doang.
Iya.
Kalau sampai seandainya dia salah kursor, nggak sengaja ngepres maju 2 langkah gitu.
Iya, kosong langsung pasti.
Udah.
Space create space buat lawan ya.
Dan sejauh ini masih sangat kokoh.
Ya.
Seorang Pramesti dengan pertahanannya dan kedisiplinannya tidak terpancing untuk melakukan pressing dengan CB. Karena apalagi kalau misalkan kita nih lagi buru-buru banget pengen nyerang, bola kita kerebut, pasti tuh bawaannya pengen
langsung
nge-press
aja intercept lagi ya.
Aja. Dan akhirnya lolos pasti. Luar biasa memang sebuah performa yang dipertunjukkan oleh seorang Putri Pramesti. Ini kalau masuk IFeL Liga 1 seru menurut gua.
Jujur itu jadi unik banget.
Jadi unik banget. Gua nggak tahu ya secara regulasi boleh nggak sih kita.
Kalau regulasi sih regulasi itu nggak ada sampai detik ini ya. Sampai detik ini nggak ada
secara olahraga gitu, bukan cuma di IFeL doang nih. Kalau di IFeL kan nggak ada, memang nggak ada.
Ya kalau misalnya emang e-sport ya, e-sport rules book officialnya ya, nggak ada perbatasan gender, kecuali memang di dalam kompetisi tersebut memang dibataskan untuk memang gendernya khusus men.
Betul.
Cuman kalau kita berkaca dari IFeL itu nggak ada pembatasan gender.
Belum ada ya?
Belum ada, cuman kan ada term and conditionnya. Term and conditionnya misalnya contoh wanita nih. Ya, dia harus stay 2 bulan dan lain sebagainya. Itu tuh hal-hal yang masih harus dikonservatif lah. Ya, bisa dibilang. Tapi kalau misalnya untuk memang kualitas, jujur kualitas Putri Pramesti nggak kalah dengan komunitas-komunitas atau bahkan pro-player yang sering kita lihat di layar kaca. Ini bisa menjadi insight baru juga buat teman-teman di sini.
Atau bahkan lebih bagus lagi, kalau misalkan kita udah berhasil nyiptain bakat-bakat dari eFootball Putri dan ngebikin environment sendiri. Ya bisa itu bikin ekosistem untuk sendiri. Women's bener ya kan? Iya. Itu lebih mantap lagi.
Itu lebih keren lagi. Karena hal-hal kayak gini, talenta seperti ini, contohnya seperti Putri itu sayang banget kalau dilewatkan. Betul. One of a kind loh ini jatuhnya. Kok tiba-tiba ada CO2 ya? Dan kita kembali lihat di sini Silvano Vos. Dari seorang Putri Pramesti melakukan kick off di sini. Theo Hernando, Silvano Vos tidak terlalu terburu-buru untuk mengatur pola penyerangan. Rafael Leao kotak-atik. Nampaknya terpotong begitu saja. Bola di clearance, tidak mau mengambil resiko dari seorang Slin dari pemain Malaysia ini. Coba untuk membangun penyerangan. Kyle Walker kotak-atik. Bahaya di sini ada Katelere. Atalanta. Marco Bersiani nih tidak terlalu terburu-buru. Slin mencoba untuk melakukan crossing, namun tampaknya nyangkut begitu saja. Demi Abraham, Putri Pramesti. Sekarang terlihat pada 10 menit pertama tertahan setengah lapangan. Performa yang cukup berubah ya dari seorang Slin ya. Yang tadinya terpres sekarang mengepres.
Ya. Bersama tampil lebih menyerang nampaknya di sini seorang Syafirah aka Slin. Coba diredam, serangan-serangan dilakukan oleh seorang Putri Pramesti. Ada serangan kali ini, kombinasi umpan pendek, lob through pass, Demi Abraham yang dituju, masih mampu di-clear. Namun belum sepenuhnya aman, kembali gelombang serangan datang dari arah Indonesia. Rafael Leao, lob through pass, ada Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Gagal menemukan kaki seorang Demi Abraham maksudnya. Kembali masih momentum serangan untuk Indonesia, coba diredam oleh pertahanan Malaysia kali ini. Sambil membangun serangan balik. Harus di-delay sebentar, Matteo Bugeri kepada Ibrahim Sulaiman, Lopez dia. Ada chance di Keteler kali ini. Ada gerakan track back, seorang Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Mundur dia ke belakang untuk membantu pertahanan. Tapi kali ini kembali Daniel Maldini berhasil merebut bola. Ada Lopez, kurang cermat, lebih dekat pada pemain bertahan ini seorang Putri Pramesti. Back pass saja dia, back header kepada Mike Nan. Bali skor 0-0 masih bertahan memasuki menit ke-28 kali ini. Coba membangun serangan seorang Putri Pramesti dari sebelah kanan. Dari kaki seorang Kyle Walker. Rafael Leao kali di tengah. Kurang cermat tadi. Sedikit terburu-buru untuk melancarkan sebuah skema umpan pendek yang nampaknya sudah direncanakan ya. Namun justru tepat seperti sebuah antisipasi yang dilakukan oleh pemain-pemain Malaysia. Kali ini Silvano Vos. Theo Hernandez. Masih Theo Hernandez berputar-putar dia. Masih Theo, ada umpan menggantung menjadi gol pembuka dari kaki seorang Ruben Loftus-Cheek di mana sebuah crossing menggantung dari seorang Theo Hernandez diarahkan ke tiang dekat, menemukan seorang Ruben Loftus-Cheek dengan sangat mudah mengarahkan bola ke arah gawang dari Malaysia. 1-0 kali ini Indonesia memimpin atas Malaysia, mengancam datangnya kemenangan kedua yang menutup pertandingan 2 game langsung di sistem best of 3. Kembali posisi tuan rumah tertekan setelah datangnya. Kita ada peluang kembali. Rafael Leao terlepas, knock on sentuhannya tadi sedikit terlalu deras, memudahkan goalkeeper dari seorang Slin untuk mengamankan bola. Namun datang lagi ancaman Ruben Loftus-Cheek kepada Kyle Walker, arahkan bola ke depan. Temi Abraham, Rafael Leao mencari Silvano Vos maksudnya. Lagi-lagi masih mampu dihalau dan menjadi akhir dari babak pertama, di mana kali ini Indonesia kembali unggul dengan skor 1-0. Momentum kemenangan masih ada di tangan seorang Putri Pramesti yang berpotensi menutup pertandingan 2 game langsung.
Ya, satu shot on target dan langsung dikonversikan menjadi 1 gol. Penyerangan yang cukup efisien dari seorang Putri Pramesti dengan ball position sebesar 64% berbanding dengan 36%. Bisa kita tarik garis lurus bahwa memang pada babak pertama ini, walaupun di menit-menit awal seorang Selin ini mampu mencoba untuk melakukan pressing, tapi ternyata Putri Pramesti tidak gentar, tidak ngedon, tidak getar. Dan kita harus melihat lagi bagaimana nanti berjalannya pertandingan di babak kedua. 45 menit kedua ini, mampukah Putri Pramesti mengembangkan sayapnya dia, melebarkan keunggulannya, atau bahkan malah ada kejutan dari seorang Slin?
Ya, kalau kata kolom komentar, solo versus squad.
Ya, karena mungkin bisa dibilangnya dikerubungin.
Udah mah santai aja dulu. Jago temen gue.
Iya, Putri mah ini udah mah unbeaten ini.
Iya.
Ibaratkan Pau di zaman liga.
Itu Tengkumi ketemu dia geter. Enggak, beneran, serius. Gameplaynya keren sumpah.
Iya, ini bisa dibilang keren, dan kita melihat kembali di sini sudah memasuki menit ke-47. Kyle Walker di sini mencoba memberikan passing di depan, ada stunning pass di sana, mencoba untuk memberikan kembali lob through pass, namun tampaknya ada sedikit miskomunikasi sehingga langsung di-clearance saja oleh seorang Slin, tidak terlalu ingin menanggung resiko. Throw in diberikan untuk Putri Pramesti. Kyle Walker ada fake dibohongin kita semua ternyata guys, memaksakan jatuhnya Put. Iya, kita melihat di sini mencoba untuk melakukan serangan balik cepat, namun dibaca saja oleh Putri Pramesti. Passingnya cukup tenang, berikan passing bola ke tengah, namun tampaknya sudah dibaca oleh Slin. Oh, sayang sekali ada kemelut di sini. Temi Abraham berikan through pass ke Rafael Leao, terlepas di sana, namun bukan dalam posisi yang tepat untuk melancarkan atau melontarkan tendangan. Kembali ada kemelut di tengah. Mampukah bola masih dikuasai oleh seorang Putri Pramesti di sini, setengah lapangan, masih memberikan pressing yang cukup ketat. Bahaya sekali di sini Tiao. Mampukah memberikan body contact yang cukup baik.
Untung masih mampu dikejar tadi pergerakan penyerangan dari Malaysia. Namun kembali Malaysia coba melakukan serangan, berusaha untuk menekan. Ini pertahanan dari seorang Pramesti lagi-lagi masih mampu dinetralisir. Bahaya yang coba ditebar oleh lini serang Malaysia. Theo Hernandez temukan Silvano Vos, Rafael Leao terlepas, Rafael Leao kepada Temi Abraham, ada ruang untuk Temi Abraham, masih mampu diblok. Bola rebound kali ini nampaknya dibiarkan karena sudah sadar dalam posisi offset tadi Silvano Vos. Menjadi kesempatan serangan balik bagi Malaysia. Lob through pass kurang cermat, ketahuan nampaknya maksud arah tujuan dari seorang Mas Slin. Ada peluang kali ini Rafael Leao. Sangat baik. Sebuah peluang emas gagal dimanfaatkan. Masih mampu di-clear tadi. Itu seandainya dia nggak ngegocek penalti padahal. Luar biasa. Theo Hernandez, Silvano Vos, lob through pass. Theo Hernandez kembali, crossing menggantung Rafael Leao. Justru di header. Padahal kalau tadi di bicycle kick lebih keras tadi hasil tendangan. Mencatat peluang kembali Rafael Leao kali ini. Coba gocek satu pemain, gagal tadi mengelabuhi pemain bertahan dari Atalanta. Kataler kali ini ada peluang di sana, langsung diapit 2 pemain bertahan dari AC Milan. Clear saja bola keluar, tidak mengambil resiko di sini. Seorang Putri Pramesti menghadapi serangan-serangan dari Slin yang sudah memulai untuk menemukan pola serangannya nampaknya di sini.
Ya.
Ada sedikit pause.
Oh iya benar, 5-3-1-2 ya.
Ya, 5 sekarang diubah lagi jadi 5-3-2. Nampak coba untuk bermain lebih bertahan tanpa memainkan AMF di sana.
Tadi itu berarti posisi IMF itu diisinya sama Loftus-Cheek ya? Bukan dong.
Bukan, Loftus-Cheek itu biasanya dia CMF.
Dia harus kan CMF memang Loftus-Cheek sama Fofana atau
Entah itu Silvano Vos.
Oh iya Silvano Vos IMF.
Dia itu Silvano Vos sama Joao Felix
Harusnya. Strikernya kan berarti si Tammy Abraham sama Leao.
Betul. Ya cukup menarik memang strategi yang dipilih oleh seorang Putu Pramesti. Dimana dengan bermain 5 back 2 wing back begitu dia bisa bermain dua-duanya, bisa bermain bertahan ataupun bisa bermain lebih menyerang. Tapi kita kali ini kembali ada skema serangan dari seorang Putri Pramesti. Yunus Musa kepada Silvano Vos. Ada Silvano Vos lob terupas nampaknya kepada Rafael Liao, berhasil diblok. Biar saja bola jauh ke depan, hati-hati. Kembali ke Theo Hernandez menguasai bola, coba sirkulasikan kembali bola ke belakang. Masih Theo, tanggung di sana. Beruntung gagal direbut tadi oleh pemain menyerang dari Malaysia. Keteler kali ini, trupas, tidak jelas arahnya kemana. Berhasil diamankan oleh Malik Tiaw. Yunus Musa kali ini hanya 1 menit. Tambahan waktu diberikan oleh pengambil virtual. Kali ini ada Skamaka. Dan menjadi akhir dari pertandingan di mana kali Indonesia berhasil merebut kemenangan 2 game langsung atas sang pemain tuan rumah.
Ya, satu-satunya gol yang diciptakan melalui kaki seorang Ruben Loftus-Cheek dari umpan seorang Theo Hernandez di sini membawa seorang Putri Pramesti win streak 5 bos. Enggok dong. Nah, itu dia Putri Pramesti masih menunjukkan taringnya dan bertengger di puncak klasemen dengan total raihan poin 5. Tapi berarti total 15 poin, sorry.
Betul. Ya, nyatanya memang bahkan tuan rumah aja yang bermain di depan publik sendiri gitu dikupas abis.
Walaupun memang
cuma 1-0 sih.
Posisi yang di match keduanya ini Selin memang udah lebih agak dapat bukan momentum untuk menahan at least ya. Tapi sebenarnya iya possession masih banyak
karena kita bandingin sama pertandingan dia di game pertama. Jadi katanya berkembang. Tapi menurut gue sebenarnya nggak ada peluang yang
signifikan.
Sebenarnya nggak ada peluang yang benar-benar mematikan gitu, yang mengancam. Yang bikin kita khawatir. Yang bikin kita khawatirnya sebenarnya tadi kan nggak dapet shoot.
Script jatuhnya itu kayak skrip-skripan.
Benar.
Ya bisa masuk akal memang. Tapi memang berarti kita bisa menarik kesimpulan bahwa memang Putri Pramesti bisa dibilang konsisten.
Benar, betul.
Itu yang harus digarisbawahin. Ini adalah konsisten itu adalah hal-hal yang susah sekali ditemukan pada pro player.
Benar, betul
bisa
sekali.
Bisa dibilang seperti itu. Maksudnya untuk dari lini pertahanan maupun lini penyerangan, pola penyerangan ya dia konsisten untuk melakukan serangan tersebut dengan temanya atau polanya seperti itu. Kadang karena juga maksudnya pro player memang harus dituntut untuk bagaimana bisa kreatif mungkin untuk bisa mencetak gol dengan menciptakan peluang. Padahal maksudnya kalau dari sisi saya memang mau di luar dari kekreatifan itu harus ada blueprintnya, harus ada memang polanya yang patternnya yang memang harus seperti ini. Dan menurut saya Putri Pramesti melancarkan pattern itu dengan sangat baik dengan formasinya yang dia pilih 5 berarti 5-2-1-2 ya kan 5-2-1-2 ia menciptakan atau menggunakan pattern yang sesuai dengan formasi tersebut.
Betul.
Dan juga memang mungkin pemilihan dari klubnya yang sesuai dengan keinginannya sehingga berhasil menunjukkan bahwa memang output dari yang dia pilih ini 5-0.
Betul.
5 kali kemenangan dalam 5 laga.
Ya, luar biasa tentunya dengan hasil ini kembali memperkuat peluang bagi seorang Putri Pramesti untuk bisa lolos ke babak selanjutnya dan menjadi awal yang sangat menjanjikan bagi penggawa Indonesia untuk bisa perform dengan baik di babak knockout stage. Dan sesaat lagi kita akan menyaksikan lanjutan dari pertandingan di ASEAN Malaysia Youth Esports Championship 2025. Jangan kemana-mana, tetap di Indonesian Football IFeLeague.
this, if I can see it from here. But we did not know yet the other official results yet. But we do have one player or one country with a 0-loss record, and it's Laos.
Wow.
5-0 so far. 5-0 as of 5 games. So now it is going to be Brunei up against Malaysia, and Tsubasa will have the opportunity to try and exert some pressure, especially on Huda from Indonesia, and to get even a higher seed.
Yeah, indeed, because right now we are entering our 7th game already, if I remember myself correctly. So it's now or never. Now is the time for you to find that additional points to make sure that you are clustered in the top 6 echelon of our tournament for today. So here it is, Tsubasa, where he did valiantly going up against Indonesia, Huda. But let's see how can he perform this time around, where there is a 6-point up for grabs.
Yeah. Well, you can say 3, but
3, yeah.
But still, a very, very important thing to suggest is that this is like the critical points, the critical time, because we are going towards the end of the league phase. And for Malaysia, for Tsubasa, a player from Todak, by the way. So it's going to be absolutely important for him to get as many wins on the board as he can, although he lost to Laos very early on, but now he's on a win streak.
He's on a win streak, so I believe that the players are ready. If they are, let's go straight into the game, where for this matchup is going to be Brunei will be using Bayer Leverkusen, and for Malaysia, Tsubasa will be using Manchester United in the white kit. I better not get confused, because you know, not just Manchester United is wearing red, but Leverkusen also has some.
Yeah, Leverkusen, actually their main color is red and black. So red with some shades of black. And black is their second kit for the previous season. Black as well as white kit. So they have 3 kits. While Leverkusen United is wearing the white in this one as the away team, which is Tsubasa using Manchester United. And the 2 top will always be tanky. Rasmus Højlund and Joshua Zirkzee. So that will be the main target man, especially Leverkusen losing their own tanker in defense, which is Jonathan Tah.
Yeah, true. Trying to look for greener grass on the other side of the fence, but that's how the transfer market goes. As Mazrui was able to intercept the ball at the most crucial time, looking for Mainu. How about Diego Dalot going for Kobe Mainu up front, but not a problem. Ball is cleared out of danger. However, we see Hazy trying to attack, possibly with a tactical brilliance, trying to play it central, but Casemiro has other ideas.
Mainu. Fernandes almost losing possession is Tsubasa. You'll get the Said Masraoui in the mix as well. It's a fake shot, but there are 3 men in front of him. Joshua Zirkzee with a fake shot. Oh! That went off the bar. But that was some effort.
It was a shock that the ball did not go in. The keeper was frozen. We were shocked. The viewers were stunned. But that's how the game goes. As we can see, here comes Tsubasa again. Christian Eriksen, slow and steady. However, Ken Zirkzee makes it. He loses the ball, but able to regain possession. Stop ball from Mainu. A back heel, Zirkzee, Rasmus Højlund looking for a return pass, but the keeper was quicker off the line.
Well, the one who was quicker was actually Robert Andrich. Just made that vital interception. Almost a 1-2 and then the cutback as well. But the German international said no. It's now Alejo Sarko. He loses possession for Hazy. Now Subasa will come again. Hoylund. A bit of a fake shot and then winning it back. And it's 1-0. Rasmus Hoylund took advantage of a defensive lapse. And Subasa and Malaysia are in the lead.
What a solid finishing, taking advantage from a mistake in defense. Should have cleared the ball. Not sure what he was trying to do side by side, side to side. And yeah, steals the ball and sends the ball back into the net. And it's 1-0, Malaysia leading in the first game of the best of 3.
Yeah, it's very vital to have the first goal of the game, especially in a vital game such as this. But Subasa will want to get another one. That's a long one for Rasmus Hoylund. He was forced wide, almost sending one to Xerxes, but Lucas Radetsky was the way the ball was closest to.
1 minute, it's gone on extra time, and here is the score where it's only separated by 1 goal, 1 shot on target that come from Rasmus Hoylund. And I'm sure there's going to be a change of strategy, a change of formation, a change of tactics between these two players. And if you're watching live, wherever you are, what do you think? Adakah Malaysia akan memenangi game pertama atau Brunei membawa pulang game pertama? Put it out on the chat. Let's see who is leading. What do you think? And don't forget, we'd like to say thank you to our strategic partner, which is Makers, and also IQ Vivo for particular this model, which is IQ Neo 10 as the official tournament phone. Thank you so much.
Yeah, as Subasa, as of now, leading by a solitary goal to nil. And
number 22,
change already made for the second half. Seeing a change with Victor Boniface coming on for Alejo Sarko. Victor Boniface, one of the main target man in that championship winning run, unbeaten season under Xabi Alonso. Hoffman almost finding his man there. It's now Kobe Mainu all alone. It's now Rasmus Hoylund. Tries to get inside, tries to go for a 1-2. Hoylund sends one in and out for a corner.
Yep, out for a corner. Good effort, good idea. Try to be a little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of agility being played. Again, looking for more goals. Manchester United through this corner, attacking set piece. What can be done? Is it going to add more salt to one more goal? Calling it short, but we see 3 players at the edge of that box. Is this going to be a goal? No, it just went by. Not troublesome for the goalkeeper.
Well, but still, that was a very good idea coming from Subasa. He went for a driven cross from a corner and almost getting into the height in which Rasmus Hoylund can swing his foot in for the volley. But he just mistouched it. Almost a 2-goal cushion, as he actually made the contact, but not the contact that he was hoping for. It's now Bruno Fernandes, back for Masraoui, finding options. There's the pass, headed back for Mainu, it's 2. A long ball was always the key. Headed back by Hoylund, and Kobe Mainu with the finish.
Unmarked, in a good position, and spectacular finish by Kobe Mainu. Malaysia leading 2-0. What will be the response from Hazy, who is currently trailing with only 23 minutes left on the clock? Is it possible? Yes. Is it hard? Also yes. But every attack must be a goal, not like that, as we can see Tsubasa leading the way currently and looking for more goals to score.
Yeah, of course, because goal difference could be a factor after this. Mainu 1-2 with Hoylun, away by Alejandro Grimaldo. But still, Tsubasa is on the charge. He'll want to add some more to his collection. Long one towards Hoylun. Couldn't win that. Now an opportunity for a counter for Hazy. Face wants to make a run, but no pass was made to the Nigerian. Mainu. Eriksson chips it back to Mainu on the right-hand side, but he no longer has any stamina to make the chase.
Yeah, the ball was so far away, no stamina, bad positioning, but at least having a 2-goal advantage, having that the comfort of knowing that this game might be in the pocket of Team Malaysia, being carried by Tsubasa. Going forward again in numbers, Xerxes, Eriksson, 1-2 pass, good passing, but however, if that interception did not connect well, it will be a chance on target, maybe possibly try to clear the ball out of danger for Hazy. It's very, very difficult with 5 minutes left on the clock. Could it be another one, another goal conceded? I think maybe not.
Still, Tsubasa piling on the pressure. Grimaldo with a vital interception, trying to go for a counter. Jonas Hoffman.
There will be 3
Dallo
minutes
winning it
added
back.
time.
3 minutes of time added on. Will we see another one? Rasmus Højlund from distance and straight at Lukas Radetsky.
There you go, the whistle marks the end with 2-0, where Manchester United is leading the charge, 4 on target, 2 goal. That is a 50% conversion rate from shot on target to goal by Team Malaysia, captained by Tsubasa.
Is he not Captain Tsubasa?
Should be, might be,
He's a Malaysian.
but he has to drink first.
I mean, but he's Malaysian.
It's okay.
He's not from Nankatsu.
It's okay.
He's from Perak.
It's okay.
But anyways, I would say that it was the clinical aspects, and then once again, the passing style of Tsubasa that caught Hazy's defense off guard, because most of his passes are done quickly, crisply, and, well, with vision as well, especially the second goal. It was cleared away, and then he just went through, made a stunning ball, made a stunning long ball, in which Højlund gets the header back behind for Kobe Mainu, who was open.
Yeah, he was open on mark, and if he was to miss from there, oh, somebody's gonna get a really good beating.
Yeah.
Open goal, but again, in eFootball, it's all about that timing and composure. If you miss the power press, it goes so high. If you tap it so low, it went the other way around. It's all about precision. That's why these are esports athletes. They know what they're doing. They're experts in their craft. And hopefully, maybe, for the next second game, we'll see some more better action.
Yeah, but for Tsubasa, he is now on a good track, especially with the record now. He is piling on the pressure on Huda. He is 2-1, or should I say 3-1. Only 1 win behind Huda, but Huda is 4-1. So which means that if he wins this, he's going to
tie.
Yeah, he's going to tie the records with Huda Olivia after himself beating Huda way early on.
Yep, so the players are ready. So let's go straight into the game. And if what I've been told, it's going to be the same team where Hazy will be attacking from left in the red kit of Bayer Leverkusen, while Malaysia, Tsubasa will be in the white kit. attacking from right to left, and maybe, possibly, trying to get that first goal, running around. Joshua Zirkzee, keeper goes out, collects the ball with authority.
Well, I like the idea, but the goalkeeper has gone there first. He smelled the danger. Now Hazy comes in with Florian Wirtz, but easily defended by Tsubasa. Stunning ball for the clearance, but it is a high pressure situation. Hitting Patrick Schick instead of oh, actually it was the defender.
Yep.
And it's out for a corner for Hazy. Grimaldo sends in, and Patrick Schick was the man at the near post, but he couldn't redirect it away. And for another corner. So he wanted the players to be at the 6-yard area, but this time that corner was cleared away, and now a chance for a counter charge. Ezequiel Palacios was there for Hazy to continue with the attack, and Palacios tries to go for the stun shot. Cleared away by Tsubasa once again.
Yep, cleared away only to find Edmund Tapsoba. Florian Wirtz with a nice through ball. Could it be this time around? A little bit of a nutmeg and a very, very weak shot, but still not away from danger. Still panic in the penalty area. As you can see, players scrambling to get the ball, but this is beautiful. Chip it in, but keeper was faster to clear the ball out of danger. However, still with Joshua Zirkzee. Hello! 23 minutes, and Joshua Zirkzee breaks the deadlock with 1 goal, and Malaysia is leading in this second game. Beautiful counter-attack, and there is no one marking. 3 red shirts surrounding Zirkzee, and no one actually went in for a shoulder budge.
Well, first touch and then straight away a finish. Yes, you can say about the 3 defenders, they're not getting in closer towards Zirkzee, but it was the speed in which that all happened in just an instant from Tsubasa. Now Kobe Maino finding Hoylund, trying to find a second, and Hermoso clears that away, not taking any chances, because if he waited for 1 second longer, it might get robbed. And now Hazy on the left is Jonas Hoffman. That's a good defending, but not the clearance though. Palacios, a double touch before the finish, but well defended once again. Stunning cross coming in, punched away by Heaton. Palacios once again, trying to find a space. Oh, great move. Almost got that, Patrick Schick.
Almost, but that was a good move. If that turn happens well, it will be a chance on target, but Edmund Tapsoba pushing the ball forward and maybe running, but I believe Casemiro will be the first one to reach the ball. Counter-attack in motion. As we can see, the transition of the attack is very, very fluid between these 2 players. 1 minute of extra time! And an equalizer comes in the nick of time. After being pushed and shoved, Hazy gets 1 back.
Wow, but look at this. The turn from the 17-year-old. And then the stunning shot into the near corner. No chance whatsoever for the goalkeeper. That's where you need your stunning shots, when you want to shoot it into the near post where the goalkeeper is. But that was just too powerful for Tom Heaton.
To forget that he was being pushed and shoved. He could have been out of balance, but he does take a shot, and it does lead for an equalizer. So if you're watching live, could this be a comeback for Brunei? Or will it be a 2-point victory for Team Malaysia? Another 45 minutes is waiting for these two players.
Yeah, and the score is still tied between these two because of Kerim Alaibegovic. He has got double touch as well, Alaibegovic, which means that Bayer Leverkusen is one very interesting team to have or to use, even without Jonathan Tah and Jeremy Frimpong and possibly in the future Florian Wirtz, because you still have a whole player in Jonas Hoffmann. You still have some other players with double touch as well. You still have, but the only issue is with the defenders who are tall enough to deal with all those high balls.
Coming on the
Aerial
field
threat
is
is always a
number
threat,
22,
especially when
Victor
you have people
Boniface.
who are tall and tanky. It's going to be a vulnerability. So we restart where Team Malaysia will be attacking from left in the white kit of Manchester United, while Hazy from Brunei will be using the red kit, attacking from right to left, going from over the top. Now this is looking something special. Able to cross to the right. Hoffmann has a chance. He stops the momentum. Try to dribble past one, dribble past two. Thiago Dalot is actually being easily overrun. A swing of a cross, adjust the shot, but well saved by goalkeeper.
Well, he couldn't get a shot in time because he just got the first touch right at the edge of the 6-yard area. And then he only managed to get the shot on when the angle was already awkward. But still a very good save from Tom Eaton to ensure that the score stays 1-1.
Yes, if not, if it goes to, I think it's going to go for penalty. Running forward, Victor Lindelof with a good interception. Kobe Mino sending the ball forward. Here comes the Manchester United running in numbers. Through ball, Kobe Mino will lose the ball as Amoso was able to intercept using his strength to clear the ball out of danger.
Yeah, he also waltzed the ball out of play, so it's going to be throw in for Tsubasa, and some more changes are going to be made. And I am very, very thrilled to see some Manchester United youngsters also have whole players play style as well for Tsubasa. That is why Manchester United is one of the favorite teams to use in uniform rating. Back in season 24, season 23, Manchester United has always been the popular option in eFootball. But now the changes are already made, and it will be a myriad of changes.
Number 10, Wirtz.
25
Coming
minutes
on to
left
replace
on the
him
clock.
is number 16.
One goal could be the
Substitution in
deciding
progress.
factor. Throwing it far. Cleared upfield. As Victor Lindelof will clear this ball, no problem. Tom Heaton, as you can see, Obi has been brought in. Fresh legs in the attacking. Hopefully, maybe produce something stunning. Mesraoui. Mount. Oh, this looks something special. This looks dangerous, but Edmund Tatsoma has other plans.
Yeah, Chidobe, the Manchester United youngster, tried to go at it, but now offside though is Brunei on the counter. But the chip was done with the runner just badly timed this run. Now, last quarter of an hour. Still 1-1 between Hazy as well as Tsubasa. Samiro sends one up. Oilun wins possession, but no, it is Emi Buendia who wins it back for Leverkusen. Jack Morehouse is one of the players with a whole player skill. Siku Kone tries to go for a through ball, but couldn't find his strike partner. It's now Emi Buendia once again. Oh, that was really, really vital, because there comes a stunning shot once again. And if you let that be, surely it's 2-1.
Yeah, surely it's going to be a goal. But again, another swap in formation. Another change of players. I wonder what will be playing in the mind of these two players. Hazy and also Tsubasa. It's 1-1. If Hazy gets this, we are going to game number 3. But But if Tsubasa gets it, it's going to be a 2-0 victory. May the best strategy win, and also who is calm and cool under the pressure of getting both draws right now, or else they'll be going into penalties, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Whew. Penalties.
Tsubasa surely will want to win the game
Without penalties.
without extra time even. The ball is still with him,
Number 12.
and he will want to make it count. Tapsoba out for Jono Velocio.
Substitutions taking
Manuel
place.
Ugarte on for Tsubasa. Mason Mount. Free kick, United, 7 minutes to go. This could be very, very important to send one quality ball in.
Still waiting with a very high anticipation. 1-2 pass, going past its marker. Boniface going to be a corner. And a corner is a very, very dangerous place to concede, especially when you have 6 minutes left on the clock, not including extra time. This could be it. The moment of truth. Sends it into the far post and cleared away, looking for the secondary ball. Ugarte passing it. Oh, this looks dangerous. Yoro Obe! Ah! He makes it count at the edge of time. Jack Morehouse, the substitute, comes on and bring hope to Tsubasa. What a goal!
This is what I said about having extra whole players. Look at Jack Morehouse's run. He makes that extra run, anticipating a cutback from Chidobe. We thought that Tsubasa will shoot this with Chidobe, but that composure was second to none with the cutback, and Jack Morehouse with what would surely be the winner, unless IFeLeague can come up with something special in the dying embers. But that could be the one that will put Tsubasa 4-1.
Oh, it's now defending time. Tsubasa will drag everybody into defensive mode, while Hazy will send every able body into the attacking position. He knows that it's only one goal. Satu goal sahaja. One goal needed to tie this game into penalties. And it's all going on this attack.
Number
Sending
7,
everybody forward.
Coming on to replace
Athletes
him
been
is
brought into the
number
fray
21,
with only 2 minutes
Athlete.
left on the clock. Going long. And a header. Jack Morehouse is
There will
now
be 5
sending the ball.
minutes added
5
time.
minutes! 5 minutes of extra time. That is going to be a moral boost for Hazy in his plan to get that equalizing goal.
But great defending, and then the clearance, a double blue bar for Tsubasa, trying to win it high at the pitch. No time for Hazy, and Tsubasa is 4-1. What a final moment here in this game. Tsubasa finally clutching up with a goal to win it through Jack Morehouse, a youngster from the academy side of Manchester United, another whole player, and that will bring Tsubasa to 4-1.
Good game, well played. Good game, well played for both players. But it's Tsubasa who pulls the rabbit out of the hat, and he gets it with a corner attack. What a game, son. What a game. Congratulations. And I believe he is in the top 2.
Not yet.
No, I mean
Because-
currently, because the other games are...
Well, Huda is also 4-1, so
Yeah.
we need to see. Because
The
because we need to see the
other behind backstage game.
yeah, the backstage
Yeah,
games
yeah.
are 1. But he's now tied with Huda at 4-1. Although he won against Huda, but he lost against Laos.
Yeah.
So we still need to see the set difference. We still need to see the goal difference, and that is why we will need to wait before we get to know where does this man stand. But as it stands, it's looking good for Tsubasa. It's not looking good for Brunei though after his third defeat.
So as you can see, that marks the end of that match. So we will take a short break and we would like to send it back to our good buddy near the trophy. Don't take it back home. Tomorrow we still have the prize giving. Flava, it's all yours.
No, prize giving is not tomorrow even.
Yeah, it's the day after tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Abe, for the amazing commentaries here. And trust me when I say this, no, I'm not going to steal it, although they might have sniffed out my intentions over there. But what a game that was, and what a series it has been. Close to making our way to a full series itself right there. But of course, some amazing plays were executed, but can only be one winner in that particular series. And that has got to be one of the best one we've seen so far throughout the day. But I do believe there's going to be more coming at the end of today, and even more tomorrow, day number 2, and the final day here in the tournament segment. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, you're currently tuning in to the ASEAN Youth Esports Championship 2025, proudly brought to you by amazing co-organizers from Esports Integrated, ESI, and the Malaysia Esports Federation, MESF, in conjunction with the Malaysia ASEAN Championship 2025, happening here at ESI Hub Space Rubik's Puchong in Malaysia. Now, before we send it over to our break, just a gentle reminder to everyone, for those who can actually join us tomorrow on day number 2 of the competition and witness the grand final, which will transpire here on the main stage, do join us tomorrow and stand a chance to win some amazing prizes from our amazing strategic partners from IQ and Makers, where we're giving away 1 earbuds from IQ as well as 2 shoe units coming on from Makers from local sneakers. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, in a few short moments, we're going to be right back together with you with more eFootball action happening here on the main stage right after this commercial break. I'll see you guys in a bit. ASEAN Youth Esports Championship 2025. This event is proudly brought to you by amazing co-organizers from Esports Integrated ESI and the Malaysia Electronic Sports Federation MESF in conjunction with Malaysia ASEAN Championship 2025. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, for those who just tuned in to the live stream, wherever you may be, you're currently tuning in to the eFootball 2025 competition, the mobile version. And trust me when I say this, this is going to be a clash of giants because coming up next is going to be none other than the men's single. Now this time it's going to be round number 6 between two amazing giant of nations. It is going to be none other than Laos up against Indonesia. Now Laos on the other side here has not lost a single series yet, whereas we're looking at Indonesia who has only dropped a single series thus far. So we're looking at a 5-0 up against a 4-1 score right now, and this is definitely going to be a very big series and you don't want to miss it. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I do believe our athletes are on the ready here, ready to go up against one another. So we're going to be heading over to our commentators to witness and tell us a little bit of storytelling about what we can expect here from this game. So we're getting back together on the decks here with Sakaichi and the Cypher.
Thank you very much, Flavor, once again.
Yes, kembali lagi di Asian Youth Esports Championship 2025 di mana kita akan menyaksikan lanjutan pertandingan di babak knockout stage, di mana tadi kita sudah mendengarkan bersama-sama bahwa saat ini kita akan menyaksikan pertandingan di knockout stage antara Indonesia melawan
Laos.
Iya,
di mana yang pada saat ini ini kita masuknya ke men's kategori ya.
Ya,
Di mana men's kategori Laos yang pemuncak klasemen tadinya.
betul.
Laos berhasil memukul rata pertandingan-pertandingan ada di grup stage dengan kalau nggak salah itu dia 6-1. Jadi dia sempat ada 1 kali kalah.
1 kali seri, 1 kali kalah.
Sebentar, mending kita cek dulu aja sembari kita pastikan
sebentar.
sejenak ya.
Sudah di-update belum?
Udah. Dia real time update-nya. Iya. Oh, sorry.
Oh, masih 5-0 ya.
5-0 nih.
Berarti 5 kali menang, belum pernah seri, belum pernah kalah, luar biasa. Sementara itu Huda Yuliviar tadi sempat kalah lawan tuan rumah ya.
Ya. Berhadapan dengan Malaysia, dengan Indonesia itu 4-1. Berarti 12 poin dari 5 pertandingan.
Betul sekali. Dan
sebentar deh, tapi kalau misalnya kayak gini, ini 5, ini harusnya tuh masih belum masuk ke knockout stage tau. Harusnya belum, karena kan dia posisi harus 7.
Oh iya, belum.
Harus semua beres.
Berarti belum, benar.
Karena posisinya gini, kita memberitahu kepada teman-teman semua di rumah bahwa memang kita di kondisinya ini adalah kompetisi yang berjalan secara offline di Malaysia. Jadi dari tim kami di Indonesia ini kami mendapatkannya hanya berupa via bracket.
Betul.
Untuk memberitahukannya. Jadi memang kalau misalnya by bracket, posisinya adalah Indonesia ini baru bermain ke 5 match. Sedangkan untuk berarti di match ini itu posisi match ke-6.
Betul.
Match ke-6.
Tapi tadi di jadwal playoff ini ya.
Ya, makanya itu yang ya udahlah kita tetap lanjut aja. Karena benar, posisinya masih belum masuk ke knockout ini. Kita masih belum masuk ke playoff.
Menyisakan berapa pertandingan lagi? Masih menyisakan?
Berarti sisa kalau ini main berarti sisa 1 lagi.
Sisa 1 lagi.
Karena 7 match round robinnya. Berhadapan dengan Laos yang dimana Laos ini posisi berarti bukan 6-1 tapi berarti masih posisi 5-0. Win streak berturut-turut menyusul Putri Pramesti di women kategori.
Nama baru lagi
juga. Iya, nama baru lagi kan.
Ya, apakah Sutipon akan mampu mempertunjukkan performa konsisten dengan mencatatkan kemenangan ke-6 atau justru Huda Yuliviar yang berhasil memberikan kekalahan perdana bagi tim Laos? Sudah nampak di layar kaca kalian pemain-pemain yang akan bertanding dan juga piala yang diperebutkan. Ya. Dan kick off pertama sudah dimulai, di mana kali ini Laos nampaknya menggunakan Bayer Leverkusen, jersey home merah hitam. Sementara itu Huda Yuliviar Indonesia masih menggunakan jersey away dari AC Milan.
Iya, di sini kita mengucapkan selamat menyaksikan pertandingan AC Milan dari seorang Huda Yuliviar. Tampaknya ada kemelut di sana, namun mencoba kembali untuk membangun serangan. Kyle Walker passing ke Mike Tiao. Kembali Kyle Walker. Wah, ada sedikit jauh tampaknya, namun masih mendapatkan bola. Joe Felix Tidak terlalu terburu-buru seorang Huda. Ada stunning pass di sana. Rafael Leao mencoba langsung men-shoot, namun sudah terpotong, sudah tertutup alur penyerangan ya. Masih kembali bola dikuasai oleh seorang Huda. Tidak terlalu terburu-buru mengatur tempo, namun tampaknya dari central midfielder, dari seorang atau Laos nih siapa tadi? Aufti ya, kita bilangnya Aufti aja. Mau menutup penyerangan dari seorang Huda. Ruben Loftus-Cheek tidak terlalu terburu memberikan true pass yang cukup baik, memberikan long ball, namun bola nyangkut begitu saja di kaki pertahanan dari seorang Aufti. Joe Felix ada double touch di sana, mencoba untuk passing namun terlalu rapat. Tidak diberikan ruang untuk memberikan passing di sini, tapi pressing yang cukup baik dari seorang Huda. True pass, mencoba mengotak-atik di sini, tidak terlalu terburu-buru. Joe Felix ada di sisi kanan lapangan, masih menunggu pemain, tapi nampaknya Huda memang terlalu memaksakan untuk menyerang dari lini tengah saja ya.
Ya.
Oh, ini perebutan peringkat 2 kalau kata operator. Ya betul, di grup stage ini peringkat 2. Namun kita melihat kembali di sini seorang Aufti yang sedang mengamankan bola di menit ke-28 ini, tidak terlalu terburu-buru, mencoba untuk mengatur tempo, long ball saja di sana, ada heading, namun bola kembali dipassing, hampir saja sebuah blunder di sana. Ada kemelut Alejandro Grimaldo. Grimaldo berikan true pass di sini. Begovic, dipotong saja oleh seorang Huda.
Masih bertahan skor 0-0 hingga ke menit ke-34. Babak pertama ada serangan kembali dari Laos kali ini. Masih mampu dihalau oleh Pavlovic, hanya hasilkan corner kick bagi Laos. Kesempatan kedua bagi seorang Sotipon, Sintong, untuk bisa kembali mengancam ini pertahanan dari Indonesia.
Ya tampaknya di sini kalau misalnya kita pengen membahas, memang Bayer Leverkusen ini juga menjadi salah satu pilihan ya, yang cukup eksis pada kompetisi kali ini. Namun yang agak saya ini berarti di right back-nya ini nggak ada yang pakai Frimpong.
Karena udah pindah orangnya.
Belum dong, Floranwitz aja masih ada.
Oh iya ya?
Masih ada ini harusnya. Karena di sini kalau Floranwitz pindah berarti Frimpong juga pindah. Iya, tapi di sini ada corner langsung ditepis begitu saja Floranwitz. Andrich di sini mencoba untuk passing. Aduh, hampir saja terselamatkan oleh Mister Gawang, memberikan true pass kembali, namun berhasil diamankan. Clearance yang cukup baik dari seorang Huda, namun belum sepenuhnya aman. Tapsoba, Floranwitz memberikan true pass, dipotong oleh Kyle Walker dari seorang Huda. Tampaknya Auti juga sudah menurunkan satu bar ke bawah, mencoba untuk tidak terlalu atau tidak memberikan celah agar ada serangan balik cepat di sini tampaknya. Namun back pass yang cukup baik. Begovic ada fake pass di sana. Bahaya sekali di sini kemelut. Langsung di-clear saja oleh seorang Huda.
Tidak ada tambahan waktu nampaknya diberikan oleh pengadil di babak pertama. Dan babak pertama berakhir dengan skor 0-0. Belum ada satu gol pun yang tercipta dari masing-masing pemain, di mana kedua pemain Indonesia dan juga Laos hanya melakukan satu kali tembakan, tidak ada satupun on target, sehingga belum terjadi satu gol pembuka hingga ke menit ke-45. Kita lihat kejutan seperti apakah yang akan dipersiapkan oleh Huda Yuliviar dan juga oleh seorang Sotipon. Melihat serangan dari kedua pemain di sini belum efektif, namun juga saya rasa sebuah kejutan diperlihatkan oleh Sotipon, di mana Laos belum dikenal selama ini sebagai pemain ataupun penegara yang memiliki pemain kuat di football mobile. Namun Sotipon menunjukkan bahwa ia mampu memberikan tekanan kepada Huda Yuliviar. Huda kali melakukan serangan, Temi Abraham, semua tembakan sambil membalikan badan tadi, masih melebar di sebelah kanan gawang milik dari Sotipon. Belum kembali berhasil untuk membuka keunggulan, hanya menghasilkan sepakan gawang bagi seorang Lukas Radecki. Goal kick jauh saya diambil, mengincar posisi dari seorang pemain menyerang milik Leverkusen. Kembali jatuh di kaki pemain dari Joe Felix. Ada serangan kali ini Rafael Leao. Temi Abraham terlepas, cepat pergerakan, ada Temi Abraham mengincar tiang dekat, masih sedikit melebar ke sebelah kiri,
memaksakan untuk melancarkan stunning shot tampaknya di situ. Memang juga kalau misalnya terlalu diulur lagi, bola sudah pasti terebut itu ya. dengan kondisi seperti itu, dan kita bisa melihat di sini Sotipon mencoba untuk melakukan build up dengan tempo yang tidak terlalu cepat, namun terpotong. Kembali ke Melut, ada di tengah di sana, bahaya. Terpotong kembali. Dua pemain sudah berani untuk maju ke depan, mengatur penyerangan, berikan trupas, namun tampaknya ada sedikit miskomunikasi dengan IFeLeague di sana. Bola kembali aman, tidak terlalu membahayakan untuk posisi dari Sotipon di sini, mencoba untuk membuild up, namun terlalu deras di situ trupasnya. Yunus Musa memberikan bola ke tengah, namun terlalu memaksakan tampaknya. Floranwirs dari Sotipon tidak terlalu terburu-buru, menunggu pemain di depannya, mencoba untuk melakukan setup, namun tampaknya sedikit kesalahan di sini. Dua pemain mencoba untuk melancarkan serangan balik cepat di sini. Huda Yuliviar, memberikan bola jauh saja ke IFeLeague. Sudah ada 3 pemain yang ada di kotak penalti. Mampukah ia melancarkan long ball position di sini? Namun tampaknya ada kemelut dan terciptanya pelanggaran di sana. Ya, tampaknya sedikit ada tackle ya.
Ya, sebuah defensive effort dari pemain Laos dianggap sebagai sebuah pelanggaran oleh pengadil virtual, menghadiahkan sebuah tendangan bebas bagi Indonesia. Kesempatan bagi seorang Huda Yuliviar untuk mengirimkan bola ke depan mulut gawang, menciptakan situasi kemelut dan menebar ancaman. Namun sebelum kita menyaksikan lanjutan pertandingan babak kedua, nampaknya ada tactical pause yang diambil oleh kedua pemain untuk kembali mengadjust strategi formasi dan juga taktik untuk memanfaatkan, memaksimalkan sisa waktu yang ada di babak kedua.
Ya, menit-menit ke-80, menit-menit ke-77 itu merupakan menit-menit krusial yang dimana memang mengharuskan peserta untuk melakukan super sub ya.
Betul sekali.
Karena dengan stamina yang sudah terkuras, dan kita bisa melihat di sini sudah diloncarkan. Pulisic memberikan passing ke Theo Hernandez, memberikan trupas di sana. IFeLeague ekstra pas, namun terpotong dan tertutup begitu saja. Bola langsung di clearance, tidak mau menanggung resiko dari serangan Huda Yuliviar di sini. Christian Pulisic, ada body contact di sana, namun bukan sebuah pelanggaran dan diberikanlah hadiah throw in.
Masih kali ini throw in untuk Indonesia. Kesempatan bagi seorang Huda untuk kembali mengancam pertahanan Laos. Yunus Musa tanggung umpannya, berhasil direbut, coba dikonversikan menjadi sebuah serangan balik cepat dari kaki Alejandro Grimaldo. Sedikit tertahan tadi serangannya, sedikit hilang momentum serangan Laos, justru berbalik. Possession untuk Indonesia. Yunus Musa arahkan kepada Omorekbe. Yunus Musa kembali, Bob Omorekbe menjadi gol pertama
Omorekbe
bagi Indonesia, memanfaatkan kesalahan dari lini serang pemain dari Laos. Kaki kiri seorang Bob Omorekbe arahkan bola ke sudut kanan gawang dari Laos. 1-0 kali ini Huda Yuliviar memimpin atas Sotipone.
Iya, dengan adanya sedikit first touch fake shot ini ya, membuka ruang, langsung merobek gawang sisi kanan dari seorang Sotipon di sini. 1-0 keunggulan sementara untuk Huda di menit ke-77. Bola kembali kick off di sini. Sotipon tidak terlalu mencoba untuk langsung satu bar ke atas, bahaya. Mencoba untuk melakukan meta kick off, namun pertahanan dari seorang Huda di sini agak sedikit rapat. Bahaya sekali di sini, kebuka dan bagus sekali. Fofana drag back ke belakang, mencoba untuk men-tackle dan akhirnya di situ ada kemelut, bahaya. Dua pemain, Adli passing, ada back pass di sana. Mencoba untuk one two dia di situ ya. Hawas berbahaya sekali bermain di belakang, namun bola bisa kembali di clearance. Posisi yang cukup bahaya di sini, kemelut terjadi di tengah lapangan, namun tidak sekarang. Saat ini mencoba untuk mengatur tempo, mencoba untuk mengulur penyerangan di sini dari seorang Huda. Ada 3 pemain dari lini pertahanan atau setengah lapangan dari Sotipon sudah terlalu rapat, dan ada passing yang kurang cermat memberikan throw in untuk seorang Sotipon.
Sedikit terlalu dirasa di sebuah umpan yang dilepaskan Pavlovic mengarah kepada Pulisic, hanya hasilkan throw in. 3 menit tambahan waktu diberikan oleh wasit di injury time. Coba langsung di-clear saja bola ke depan. 2 bar turun dari seorang Huda Yuliviar untuk mempertahankan kemenangan di game pertama. Best of 3, 1-0 kali ini Indonesia memimpin. Ada sebuah momentum bagi Indonesia untuk memenangkan pertandingan dengan 2 game langsung. Namun kita masih tunggu tentunya kejutan apakah yang akan dipersiapkan oleh seorang Sotipon guna dapat memaksakan datanya game ketiga, atau justru seorang Huda Yuliviar yang berhasil menutup pertandingan 2 game langsung.
Iya, tampaknya di sini juga memang Huda sudah mulai. Mungkin kalau misalnya tadi kita berkacanya dari match yang kita tonton berhadapan melawan Malaysia, mungkin ini berbanding terbalik karena apa? Setelah dari Malaysia ini Huda tidak terkalahkan, 4 straight win, dan mungkin ini bisa menjadi chance untuk menjadi 5 straight win. Yang dimana kalau misalnya Huda menang di pertandingan ini 5-1. Nah ini menyetarakan posisi antara Laos dengan Indonesia.
Bahkan mungkin kita bisa naik ke atas.
Bisa naik ke atas tergantung dari goal difference.
Posisi 1,
either posisi 1 atau posisi 2
ya.
Tergantung dari Malaysia ini nanti seperti apa. Karena Malaysia posisinya juga poinnya
Posisi
sama 2. Posisi 2 itu dengan 4-1 ya, betul.
Dan dia next match lawan
saat ini nanti kita bisa ngecek. Cuman di sini perbedaannya adalah dari goal difference.
Nah, cuman nampaknya di sini ada sedikit kesalahpahaman dengan teman-teman yang di YouTube ya. Jadi teman-teman mungkin kita klarifikasi lagi bagaimana sistem dari turnamen kali ini. Jadi yang kita saksikan kali ini adalah bagian dari fase round robin.
Betul.
Dari turnamen Asian Youth Esports Championship 2025, dan dari round robin ini akan diambil top 4 untuk masuk ke babak knockout stage.
Betul. Di saat ke knockout stage ini akan bertemulah bracket antara bracket 1 berhadapan dengan bracket 4 dan bracket 2 seeding seeding 1 lawan 4, 2 akan bertemu dengan 3, dan placement yang akan ada nanti dari top 4 atau hasil dari klasemen sementara seedingnya itu akan menentukan placement di bracket nanti di knockout stage.
Benar sekali. Nah, jadi seperti itu. Jadi ini belum ada yang gugur ya. Satupun kontestan belum ada yang gugur. Mungkin di klasemen terbawah, di klasemen juru kunci ada yang sudah tidak pasti belum lolos. Sudah pasti tidak lolos.
Tidak lolos karena memang perbedaan poinnya cukup jauh.
Cuman belum kita cek karena kita belum perhatikan banget itu di juru kunci ada siapa, dan
di
kita
juru kunci itu berarti di sini ada Vietnam.
Vietnam juru kunci.
4-0.
4-0. Kira-kira masih ada nggak tuh kesempatan? Udah sulit
jauh.
Udah cukup jauh.
Dan kita bisa melihat kembali di sini kick off babak kedua telah dilaksanakan. Sotipon di sini mencoba untuk mendominasi di lini tengah, namun ternyata ada tackling dari seorang Huda memberikan love through pass, namun tampaknya kurang cermat di sini. Serangan balik cepat dilancarkan Sotipon, ada back pass di sana. Dipotong oleh seorang Huda. Joe Felix mengkotak-atik, langsung buang ke sisi kiri lapangan. Theo Hernandez mencoba untuk memancing pergerakan pemain dari Sotipon, tidak terlalu terburu-buru untuk melancarkan serangan, mencoba untuk mengatur tempo, mencoba untuk memberikan true pass yang cukup baik. Joel Felix, ternyata langsung stunning shot dari situ.
Ya, nampaknya
misklik lagi kah?
Ya, fake shot kepencet ya.
Iya, mungkin fake shotnya itu tidak terlepas.
Ya. Hanya hasilkan goal kick bagi Laos, langsung tempatkan bola ke depan, justru jatuh di kaki seorang Yunus Musa. Jadi kesempatan bagi seorang Huda Yuliviar untuk membangun counter kali ini. Ruben Loftus-Cheek seperti Temi Abraham. Fake shot sedikit dia. Ada ruang yang terbuka sebenarnya. Awas, hati-hati. Terlambat tadi pemain bertahan dari Leverkusen untuk melakukan clearance. Beruntung bola deflect-nya masih mengarah kepada goalkeeper dari Laos. True pass kali ini kurang cermat, terlalu dekat kepada mainan. Hanya hasilkan sebuah high punt bola ke depan mengincar kepala Temi Abraham. Ada Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Berbahaya dari ruang sana. Temi Abraham on one. Kurang cepat. Sudah terlebih dahulu ditutup tadi ruang tembaknya oleh goalkeeper milik dari seorang Laos. Hanya hasilkan throw in kali ini bagi Indonesia. Theo Hernandez dari sebelah kiri dibaca oleh seorang Andrich. Intercept bola dengan sangat baik. Lob through pass berbahaya kali ini. Ada Kerim one on one. Kerim shooting.
Sebuah skema yang cukup baik, memanfaatkan terlambatnya lini pertahanan dari seorang Yuda Yuliviar, dan akhirnya bisa memberikan tembakan untuk merobek gawang dari seorang Yuda Yuliviar.
Keren.
Ya, memang di sini kita melihat sebuah lob through pass itu kayaknya ya.
Ya, lob through pass jauh yang langsung jatuh ke kaki Kerim, memanfaatkan kesalahan sederhana dari Huda tadi.
Ya.
Dia nggak memperhatikan kalau di belakang pemainnya itu udah ada Andrich yang ancang-ancang untuk intercept bola. Sangat disayangkan, namun kita lihat masih ada banyak waktu tentunya di babak pertama untuk Huda mengubah situasi di papan skor. Theo Hernandez kali ini kepada Yunus Musa. Kesempatan bagi Huda untuk kembali membangun serangan, namun nampak di sini pertahanan dari Laos masih cukup disiplin.
Ya.
Bukan sebuah pelanggaran tadi tackle terhadap Rafael Liao. Kesempatan serangan balik kali ini bagi seorang Sotipone, Francis yang dituju. Masih mampu dihalau. Kembali Yunus Musah kali ini, ada sedikit ruang di pertahanan Laos di sana. Oh, RLC terlepas, RLC shoot.
Itu dia Ruben Loftus-Cheek dari seorang Huda Yuliviar yang terlepas penjagaannya melontarkan di equalizer, gol penyama kedudukan. Game on 1-1 di menit ke-35.
Tidak membutuhkan waktu yang cukup lama bagi seorang Huda Yuliviar untuk bisa menemukan gol penyama kedudukan, memanfaatkan kelincahan dari seorang Temi Abraham berputar mengelabuhi dua bek milik dari Laos dan melepaskan pergerakan dari RLC yang sudah bergerak menusuk. Temukan jala gawang sisi tiang jauh dari Laos. Satu sama kembali sama kuat kali ini menuju menit-menit akhir di babak pertama. Robert Andrik lakukan trupas mengincar Florian Wirtz, arahkan ke tengah, ada Kerim Alach Begovic. Lob trupas Florian Wirtz. Sebuah save, rebound, gagal dimanfaatkan. Masih mampu dihalau oleh Indonesia. Kesempatan serangan balik kali ini. Ada Joao Felix, coba diapit 3 orang main bertahan dan mampu kembali ditahan pergerakannya, berbalik kembali. Ball possession untuk Laos. Ada kesempatan menyerang kali ini Kerim. Lagi-lagi mampu diblok. Kembali berbalik momentum serangan di kaki pemain-pemain milik Huda Yuliviar Trupas. Lepaskan Temi Abraham. Masih Temi kepada Rafael Liao. Skill move sangat baik Temi.
Huda Yuliviar menunjukkan kelasnya, mengkocek-gocek di depan mulut kotak penalti, memberikan penyerangan yang tak terduga ekstra pass di sana kepada kaki Joao Felix. Kita lihat di sini kejadiannya, berikan passing di sini, ada sedikit back pass langsung di sini, memberikan ekstra pass yang tidak diduga-duga. 2-1 Huda Yuliviar atas Sotipon.
Luar biasa performa ini dipertunjukkan oleh sang pemain representatif AC Milan, Huda Yuliviar. Kembali mampu membongkar pertahanan dari Laos, menutup pertandingan di babak pertama dengan sebuah comeback story. 2-1 kali ini Indonesia balik unggul atas Laos. Namun ada usaha terakhir dari Laos berhasil dipatahkan. 2-1 kali ini Indonesia memimpin masih atas Laos yang sejauh ini belum terkalahkan. Namun justru Indonesia memperoleh momentum untuk bisa menutup pertandingan 2 game langsung.
Ya, di sini 45 menit selanjutnya menentukan akankah Laos dapat mengejar ketertinggalannya dengan gap hanya 1 bola. Itu tidak terlalu menutup kemungkinan, apapun bisa terjadi di football. Dan kita melihat kembali di sini sudah menjalankan babak kedua atau 45 menit kedua di babak kedua ini. RLC coba untuk memberikan trupas di sini. Rafael Liao memaksakan di sana dan bola tetap diamankan pada sisi negara Laos. Onyeka, baru dengar saya ini Onyeka di sini. Alejandro Gimaldo, Robert Andrich mencoba untuk membangun serangan. Florian Wirtz dari memang kalau bisa melihat nih tipikal dari Sotipon ini yang tidak terlalu terburu-buru menjalankan penyerangan. Sebuah fake shot di sana, 2 kali fake shot, tidak terlalu terburu-buru untuk melontarkan serangan. Kembali mencoba untuk build up. Sotipon berikan trupas yang cukup baik. Hampir saja.
Padahal tadi yang dekatnya kebuka ya. Cuman memang kalau di posisi seperti itu biasanya agak lebih memungkinkan kalau ngincer tiang jauh.
Betul.
Namun justru melebar. Hampir saya tadi kembali disamakan kedudukan oleh seorang Sotipon. Beruntung finishingnya masih jauh dari kata bagus. Rafael Liao kali ini untuk Huda Yuliviar. Temi Abraham, ada pergerakan dari Rafael Liao. Namun Mario Hermoso lakukan track back memotong umpan yang dilakukan oleh Temi Abraham. Namun belum hilang. Kali ini kembali di recycle momentum serangan untuk Indonesia. Temi Abraham, ada sebuah crossing di sana. Masih kembali di back header saja oleh central back dari Leverkusen. Arahkan bola ke depan, kembali jatuh di kaki pemain Indonesia. Joao Felix, ada pergerakan di sebelah kiri, berbahaya kali ini. Ruben Loftus-Cheek, masih Ruben, merangsek ke dalam dia Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Bukan sebuah pelanggaran. Nampaknya dianggap sebagai sebuah body contact yang legal. Kali ini giliran Laos yang menyerang dari Florian Wirtz, kurang cermat. Lagi-lagi berbalik, nampak cepat kali ini. Ritme pertandingan berjalan. Ada Temi Abraham untuk Indonesia. Temi terburu-buru untuk lepaskan pergerakan RLC di sana. Kembali masih 2-1 bertahan di 15 menit akhir waktu babak kedua. Florian Wirtz, hati-hati, awas. Masih mampu ditutup kembali alur pergerakan dari Laos. Giliran Temi Abraham kali ini untuk Indonesia. Masih Temi. Terlalu lama mengambil keputusan dia. Direbut oleh Alejandro Grimalo. Ada Francis Onyeka, ada Arthur di sana, kembali ke Onyeka. Ada ruang dari seorang Begovic. Florian Wirtz berputar-putar dia. Florian Wirtz sudah ditunggu oleh Yusuf Fofana. Kembali gagal usaha dari Laos di sana. Oh, ada pergerakan berbalik kali ini Yunus Musa. Yunus Musa menyerang. Yunus Musa one on one kepada Rafael Liao. Masih Rafael Liao.
Tampaknya gol ini akan menjadi pemupus harapan untuk Soutipon mengejar atau mengembalikan posisi, karena dengan waktu yang sudah mepet tampaknya tidak ingin melangkahi Tuhan, namun sangat cukup berat untuk at least bisa menyamakan kedudukan dengan komposisi atau komponen kan dengan forma penyerangan, dengan performa juga pola build up yang dilancarkan oleh seorang Huda Yuliviar cukup baik dan cukup menarik. Perkembangan yang sangat bagus dibandingkan dengan match pertama tadi.
Luar biasa memang performa yang dipertunjukkan oleh Huda Yuliviar di game kali ini, di mana hampir bisa dipastikan Huda Yuliviar akan kunjung berhasil menutup pertandingan 2 game langsung menghadapi Lau Afti yang sejauh ini belum terkalahkan di babak round robin. Mampukah gol ketiga dari Huda Yuliviar mengirimkan Huda langsung ke posisi kedua ataupun posisi pertama dan melengsarkan posisi dari seorang Lau Afti? Namun tentunya masih ada waktu bagi seorang Soutipone untuk bisa mengubah kedudukan di papan skor atau justru malah membalikan keadaan. Kita lihat ada tactical post yang kali ini diambil oleh kedua pemain, tentunya akan dimanfaatkan oleh seorang Soutipone untuk bisa menciptakan sebuah gameplay yang membawa perbedaan. Dan dari sisi Huda Yuliviar tentunya ia akan berusaha untuk melakukan adjustment taktikal yang mampu membantunya mempertahankan posisi keunggulan yang sudah ada.
Ini yang menarik nih, Pong. Saya baru ngeh di sini. Ternyata yang diambil tuh 6.
Wih, yang diambil 6.
Yang diambil 6 karena mainnya double elimination.
Oh, ada playoff tapi ya.
Iya, playoffnya itu double elim.
Oke, paham. Jadi 6 tapi ada playoff.
Ada ya, tapi nanti kita akan bahas ini setelah habis ini dan kita akan melihat di sini sisa-sisa waktu yang ada mencoba untuk melancarkan serangan Soutipon. Namun pertahanan dari seorang Huda cukup kuat dan cukup solid di sini. Robert Andrich terpotong begitu saja. Ada Bob Om Grebe. Siapa itu? Ya, Luka Jovic di sini. Iya, ada sudah satu pemain memberikan stunning shot namun ternyata terpotong, dan ini dia hasil akhir dari pertandingan antara Laos berhadapan dengan Indonesia yang dimenangkan oleh Indonesia 2-0 tanpa balas.
2-0 menjadi skor kemenangan yang sangat meyakinkan bagi sang perwakilan representatif dari Indonesia, Huda Yuliviar, menyumbangkan satu kekalahan perdana bagi Laos.
Ya. Namun di sini kalau misalnya sudah yang kita lihat dari real time, Indonesia masih seeding kedua karena berbeda goal difference dengan Laos ya. Ya, Laos 30. Sedangkan Indonesia 27. 23.
Berarti kita tinggal menunggu hasil dari pertandingan Malaysia.
Ya, betul.
Kalau Malaysia menang berarti hampir dipastikan kita ke balap lagi ya.
Ya.
Kalah head to head. Nah, cuman kita nggak tahu di sini karena kita bukan panitia.
Enggak, tapi either mau ini udah kalah dari goal difference.
Siapa?
Malaysia 28.
Oh iya.
Jadi bukan head to headnya aja. Biasanya kalau misalnya diambil untuk poin pertama, maksudnya untuk tiebreaker seperti ini, tiebreaker itu pertama dilihat dari total poin, otomatis maksudnya total poin. Habis total poin itu biasanya dilihat dari win, total winnya dulu.
Oh, total winnya dulu.
Total win sudah masih tetap sama, baru kita bisa melihat dari goal difference. Dari kalau misal goal difference, oh sorry. Apa sih? Dari goal difference, setelah dari goal difference baru di head to head.
Oke.
Setelah di head to head ternyata juga masih sama. Let's say di head to head ternyata dia draw. Baru di situ harus ada special case. Special case-nya ini adalah tiebreaker game.
Oh, produktivitas nggak dilihat?
Nggak.
Jumlah gol doang, nggak dikurang.
Ya.
Nggak dilihat ya?
Apa tuh?
Jumlah gol doang.
Kok jumlah gol?
Kalau goal kan ada goal difference, ada jumlah gol doang.
Ada goal for.
Iya, goal for.
Goal for enggak?
Goal for nggak dilihat ya? Wah, kasihan.
Karena kan dilihatnya dari GD.
Oh.
GD
Berarti
itu
kalau
didapat itu kan dari GF dikurang GA.
berarti pemain yang ngegolin 5 kebobolan 4 sama kuatnya sama pemain yang ngegolin 1
kebobolan 0.
kebobolan 0.
Betul.
Oke,
Betul.
menarik.
Ya, dan kita tadi ingin membahas bahwa memang yang menarik dari kompetisi kali ini adalah dari total round robin yang terdiri dari 8 negara, nantinya akan diambil 6.
Ya,
Diambil 6 dan akan masuk ke babak playoff, di mana di babak playoff akan bermain format double elimination.
oke.
Jadi memiliki 2 nyawa.
Oke.
Nah, tapi kalau misalnya 6, ini saya harus melihat dulu sih bracketnya seperti apa kalau untuk double elim. Karena berarti otomatis sebenarnya itu akan ada yang namanya mulai langsung di lower bracket.
Lower bracket. Berarti 4 di upper
Mungkin,
bracket, 2 di lower
langsung
bracket
di
gitu
lower
ya.
bracket.
Oke.
Benar.
Oke.
Dan ini kita akan menunggu lagi untuk hasil update yang akan berjalan, maksudnya dari pertandingan-pertandingan berjalan secara offline, dan nanti kita akan langsung infokan. Tapi setelah yang satu ini tetap di IFeL.
Esports Championship 2025. It is a beautiful, beautiful thing, and this event is proudly brought to you by none other than Esports Integrated ESI and the Malaysia Electronic Sports Federation (MESF) in conjunction with Malaysia ASEAN Championship 2025. And we're currently here at ESI Hub, Space Rubik's Puchong, Malaysia for this spectacular event. Now we've had a very, very long day. We've concluded 6 rounds thus far in the group stage, and we're down to our 7th round right here, which means that all the 8 nations is competing here for these 3 amazing categories, or should I say 2 so thus far, are definitely trying their level best to ensure they're able to grab enough points to make it towards the playoff, which makes this a very, very important round for each and every one of these nations competing in this competition. And of course, we're back again here up on stage, and this time we're going to be featuring Timor-Leste and Vietnam this time about. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe our athletes are on the ready over here. Here on the left side, we have our athlete from Timor-Leste. Here on the right, we are from Vietnam. We're going to be heading over to our all amazing commentators here to narrate us a little bit of storyline about what we can expect from these 2 teams based on their past achievements in the group stage and what we'll be expecting to see in the game itself here in this best of 3 series. So we're going to be heading over back to none other than Hafiz Abing Sudi aka Decipher and Aiman Rosizam aka Sekaishi for this game. Take it away, boys.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back. This is your big man Decipher and my good buddy Aiman Sakaichi as your official commentator for ASEAN Youth Esports Championship 2025, where currently we have the men's singles category, where we can see on screen right now is going to be Timor-Leste going up against Vietnam. And we would like to say thank you to our strategic partner, which is Makers, and also IQ. So, Aiman, my good buddy, we are late in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And we see that these players are still giving 110% in their game.
Yeah, and especially now when it is getting towards the factor, or should I say the last few games, where every single win, every single goal can be a factor that determines your qualification or your elimination. So still, it is going to be absolutely huge for both these men to get the win or to get the result that they were hoping for.
Yes, indeed, because as mentioned, this is the best of 3. Out of all of the contestant players that we have, only top 6. Only the top 6 will be advancing into the knockout stages. As you know, we wish all the best to both of the players from Timor-Leste and also Vietnam, because the burden and, what should I say, the flag is on your shoulders. It's only you can carry it to glory, and make sure that you have prepared your strategy to the best of your ability.
Yeah, and interesting to see that Vietnam has not really played that many games yet. He only played 3 games, won 1 and lost 3. Timor-Leste won 2, but have lost already 4 games and currently sitting in 6th place. So which means that Anat of Vietnam could actually, if he beats Duven here in this matchup, then Anat may well have a chance to leapfrog Timor-Leste.
And going into that top 6 echelon of teams that will be advancing into the next stage. So for all of you guys who are watching live, wherever you are, I bid you welcome. If you're watching on Facebook, if you're watching on TikTok, and I think it's YouTube also have, if I'm not mistaken, across multiple platforms.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yep, I wish you all a very, very good day wherever you are. So I believe that the players are ready. Without further ado, good luck, have fun to Timor-Leste and also Vietnam, because we will take you straight into the game where Duven, Timor-Leste, oh hello, Arsenal,
hello,
going
Arsenal.
up against Inter Milan. Hello Arsenal, the Gunners are on the field for the first time.
Well, for the very first time, we are seeing somebody that uses Arsenal in this competition. And let's see, Timor-Leste already won 2 games, but Anat, that's the 1-2 chip. So have it David Raya, one of the best goalkeepers for the season. Just it's the catch, although there's one player on the run who's trying to score the first goal for Vietnam.
Yes, indeed. The man to watch, of course, is going to be Martin Ødegaard in that camp position. Can he create magic? But however, needs to defend. Hits the crossbar. That should have been a goal, but denied again and again by the crossbar.
Yeah, Marcus Thuram. He was a tall man. He was a very tall man there. He just bullies defenders, and then he gets his head to the ball, he gets his head to the cross, but unfortunately for Anat, he just hit the bar and went out. Sucic. Thuram, offside, is the Frenchman, the son of a legend, Lilian Thuram, who also has a brother who also plays in Serie A, Kepren Thuram.
Yeah. I got confused, mixed up, to be honest.
Kepren Thuram is a midfielder. How do you get that mixed up?
No, because just by the name, I
Okay.
assume it's the father, you know what I mean.
Yeah, okay.
But again, as you can see, William Saliba in defense. I do not know why, but I have a big smile when I see Arsenal on screen.
Why are you just a fan?
No, it's because I really wish for Mikel Arteta's sake for them to win EPL. Not for the team, but for the manager. Like how Klopp, not because of Liverpool, but just because of Klopp winning a trophy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
For the sake of football, don't ask for those things.
Yeah.
For the sake of football, I'm sorry, Arsenal fans, don't hate me.
But I really
anyways.
wish that Arteta can win something for crying out loud. The EPL.
Oh yeah, maybe like the Asia Trophy, pre-season Asia Trophy or whatever.
Yeah, if
Going
Arsenal,
with that.
if Arsenal can get their strikers in order.
They did not even buy any striker, for crying out loud.
That's what I'm trying to say. If they can get their team in order. But Arteta, I love you. But back to the game. Matteo Motta, easily intercepted by Declan Rice. Gabriel Jesus, Kai Havertz 1-2 pass. Can Gabriel Jesus get that? Nah, he's not that pacey enough. 10 minutes left on the clock.
And it's still Anat. He is actually having more possession. But Duven now on the attack. Martin Ødegaard. There's the chip. Trying to find Gabriel Jesus. But easily defended by Anat. Cleared away by Jan Sommer. Which is a very, very interesting inclusion. Although he is Inter Milan's #1. But in this uniform rating, it's not the tallest. But Marcus Thuram's there with the header. But just wide of the mark on that right-hand post.
Yes, indeed. Again, a poor clearance, giving chance for Anat to make something
There will be
special.
1 minute added time.
It seems like the god of football is denying Anat to get an early goal in this first half. And with only 1 minute left on the clock, I think it's not going to change. And by possession-wise, can Arsenal make something special? But nope, it's still 0-0. Let's see the stats. Yeah, Arsenal is 37%.
Yeah, and like I said, Anat is actually having the more possession. But and then some of the best chances of the first half as well, especially with that Marcus Thuram crossbar challenge from the header, and some other chances as well. Another cross comes in for Marcus Thuram, and then he just missed it by the skin of the teeth at the right-hand post. David Raya looked beaten already, but still, it is scoreless after the first half.
Jorginho is out, being subbed with Leandro Trossard, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. 1-2 pass, even though fresh legs could not pass the ball properly. This is dangerous for Arsenal. If they want to attack, Duven needs to do something special. Kai Havertz over the top, maybe. Again, Kai Havertz. Martin Ødegaard over the top again. Is that a good chance? He does! He just pokes the ball into the back of the net. 1-0, Kai Havertz.
Well, that could be the game, the goal of the day. The cross, and then that poke from Kai Havertz for 1-0 Timor-Leste. And although albeit all the pressure coming from Anat, it is Duven with the first goal of this encounter. And Anat is in a serious, and I mean serious pressure, because he has lost 3 games already. He doesn't want to lose. Number 4, Mkhitaryan's cross in was chipped in towards David Raya's grateful arms. Still, Calhanoglu, Matteo Motta, Mkhitaryan, stunning cross behind for a corner.
Yep, it's going to be a corner. As we can see, Duven is currently possibly changing his strategy and also wanting to add more depth into his team. At the same time, Anat is thinking what more, how do I say this, performance can he scrounge up in the team that he currently have with lacking of stamina. Needs to come up with a plan to equalize and drag the game possibly to penalties. We haven't had a penalties yet on stream, so yeah. Maybe yes, maybe no.
I would say that he was very, very unlucky with some of the chances that he's had.
Yeah, he should have had a goal. Yeah, he should have got a goal. Agreed on that motion.
Coming on the field.
It is still
Number
Anat in the
23,
corner. Sends one in. Marcus Thuram was the target.
15,
Headed away to safety by Timor-Leste. Yes, now Kai Havertz, the first goal scorer of the game, and tries to play it under pressure. Perhaps with a little click of a button. Went instead for the lob. Calhanoglu for Anat. Trying his very best to ensure that Vietnam is still in the conversation for the playoffs. At the very least for the playoffs for 5th and 6th. Odegaard. Ethan Nwaneri for Duven. Calhanoglu got there in the nick of time. Zielinski. Marko Arnautovic, another big man from Austria. Former West Ham United man, Marko Arnautovic. But still, Anat had no way in.
Yep, no way in. Leandro Trossard a little bit too far. Looking for Kai Havertz. As we can see, we have 9 minutes left on the clock. Mikel passing it squarely. Mkhitaryan easily dispossessed by Ethan. How about Leandro Trossard this time around? Tried to sidestep. Maybe that was not the master plan because he was very, very close indeed towards the opponent's feet. Now, Marcus Thuram. Oh, that was a very crucial interception by Kiwior just now. Leandro Trossard looking for momentum, passing it back. That was a little bit suspicious. He should have went forward if he does want to waste time. But now he's on the defense. Oh, Haka Calhanoglu possibly for the goal! He makes it stick in the dying second. A mistake not to clear the ball. He took the gamble and risk, and it was not in his favor. Anat with a final second equalizer. That's the spirit, and that is the way to go.
Wow.
Penalty.
Anat, well, it could be penalties, but Anat, some fighting spirit that he had. Although it looked out of his hands, they won the ball back. He was gifted with the ball and then went for a cross, a small chip, and then Mkhitaryan with the header in front of the 6-yard box, just outside of the 6-yard box, and it is 1-0.
Substitution
It's
for
still
Arsenal.
game
Number 2,
on between these two, and we are level after 90 minutes. And this is going to be absolutely interesting to see. Oh, look at Anat, yeah.
Yep.
Little celebrations that he's had as well, but the game is not over yet, though.
Yeah, the game is not over yet. But again, that was, see, he knows, Duven knows he made a mistake. He should have just cleared the ball. He decides to bring the ball back. Why
Behind.
Yeah, why would you want to bring the ball back in your area, in your space, where it could be attacked?
Yeah, that is why.
I mean, I've seen it happen in futsal. I mean, you're trying to waste time by holding the ball in your own D box. And it's not a good idea.
Yeah, it's still extra time.
No goal is penalty.
Yeah, 30 minutes of play to find a winner. And Duven, who has, what can I say, as one of the goals of the tournament in our broadcast here, has just conceded a free goal right at the end of things. Marko Arnautovic was the target, the intended target from the cross by Anat. Double blue bar for Duven. He still has not changed that yet. Sucic back again, but easily given it away for Timor-Leste. Trossard, there's the run, there's the energy, trying to get by two, but eventually got cleared away by Anat.
Yeah, he was over-ambitious, but still coming again in numbers. And that's the end of first half extra time. Let's see, going into the second half of extra time. With the amount of time left, I will not be surprised. It will be showing you the first penalty of the day on live screen. On the live stream, that is.
Yeah. Well, this is the first extra time, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
We have still not got a game 3 yet.
Yeah, true. But again, anything can happen, and we can see Duven and also Anat is literally thinking what can improve, where can we add a little bit more performance, where can we break the opponent defensive line. Well, thank God we are not playing golden goal.
Well, if there's one thing that Duven needs to do now, is to forget that that thing happened in the 92nd minute.
Yeah.
At 91.59 at +2 of added time, and just move on. 15 minutes to go, prime time for a winner. No time to be making mistakes, that's for sure. It's now or never in this first game. And this is going to be absolutely huge for their race to be in the playoffs for tomorrow. Lewis Kelly for Arsenal, for Duven. Odegaard. The ball for Nwaneri into Havertz. Tries to go for 1-2. It's Nwaneri. Nwaneri tries to get a shot, but eventually got swept away by Anat, who now goes on a counter. But Calafiori, the Italian defender for Arsenal, just intercepted that. This could be the final opportunity. Havertz, Sucic was there. Clearance as far as possible. And it is going to be the lottery from 12 yards. The shadow of the penalty shootout is now on the clouds of Puchong.
Penalty, penalties, penalties. One small error, one small mistake, one small swipe of the screen can throw the game out. So it's going to be a Duven with the first kick. Let's see where he will go against Jan Sommer. Easy set.
So Anat need to score this. First ever penalty shootout we have on broadcast here today. It's Marko Arnautovic. Into the middle as well. Goalkeeper moved out of the way.
And next up is Declan Rice going up against Jan Sommer. Well struck to the right of the goalpost.
Goalkeeper dived the wrong way. And Anat now, and Marcus Thuram up against David Raya. Oh, into the middle as well. I would say that's ballsy to go to the middle. Once is already ballsy, but for the second time, that's something else.
Martin Odegaard. Well saved! Martin Odegaard miss. Advantage to Anat.
Well, not yet, unless if he scores. Into the left. Goalkeeper went to his left, which means that the goalkeeper has guessed wrongly. So it is advantage Anat.
Andrew Trossard. Oh, well guessed by Anat. The ball was going center.
And now Anat to win it. Nicola Barella. Vietnam resting on the shoulders of Anat. Into the middle it goes. Goalkeeper unfazed. And still with a chance, it's Duven.
Ethan. Well struck center, it swings free. Burden of proof on Anat currently.
Well, Anat must score to win this to avoid sudden death. Davide Frattesi to win it. Anat has crawled himself from the death in injury time in the full 90 and has won it on penalties. So it is advantage Anat for Vietnam.
And the first penalty on live stream. First extra time on live stream. And we have the winner. Yep, point number 1 going in favor of Team Vietnam. Anat is having a very a time where he said, yep, game 1 is done. Now let's go to game number 2, I believe.
Yeah, of course. And especially after that kind of comeback, that was special from Anat, and that was very... that will relieve all the stress, all the pressure that was resting on his shoulders. And only one more game, and he will leapfrog Timor-Leste in 6th. So he may well kicked open a door for himself to be back in the mix, in the conversation, to go to the next round, at the very least the playoffs tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. So again, checking by the marshals, making sure that everything is fine and dandy, and we are waiting for the game to start. But if you just tune in, welcome to ASEAN Youth Esports Championship 2025, brought to you exclusively by Esports Integrated and Malaysia Esports Federation in conjunction with ASEAN 2025 Malaysia Chairmanship. And we would like to say thank you to our strategic partners, which is Makers, Vivo, IQ, Neo 10 as the official tournament phone. And also thank you to you guys who are watching live wherever you are across the ASEAN region.
And wherever you are, wherever you watch this from, because we are live on almost every social media here at ESI, Esports Integrated. We are also live at Esports Integrated Hub, Space Rubik's here in Puchong. We also have a Puchong representative as one of the players, which is Eslin, the Malaysian, who I believe she has finished a group stage ending at 3rd place behind Malaysia as well, behind Indonesia, as well as Thailand. So that concludes, I believe it has been concluded, because the women's game only has 6 players, whereas the men's game has 8 players, so surely it will take longer than expected, especially when every single game is a best of 3 series. So Anat currently holds the lead over Duven. Duven actually led the game all the way to 91-59.
Yeah, he needs to break out from that feeling of guilt for his mistake, come back stronger, and we are going back into the game when everyone is ready. Let's look at the team. It's still going to be Arsenal going up against Inter Milan, where Martin Odegaard going forward, where Duven in the red kit attacking left to right, and while Anat will be attacking right to left in the blue kit of Inter Milan. But however, we see Lautaro Martinez over the top, but it was easily intercepted. Declan Rice, the combination of Martin Odegaard to start an attack is going to be so crucial. However, having that, I believe, a defense with Gabriel Martinez is going to be a solid combination in my book, that is.
Anat. The first attack here, Marcus Thuram. He's got two runners right in front of him. Mkhitaryan, Darmian tries to go with a first time stunning cross. It wasn't to be. Well, when you hit it first time, usually you will catch your oppositions off guard. Oh, he's playing with fire there, Timor-Leste. But sometimes that could be pretty, sometimes it could be, that could turn very ugly. And now Thomas Partey just loses possession. And Saliba gets it back for Duven. It's still a midfield battle between these two sides. Still no domination by anyone whatsoever. As when they were about to make one run or perhaps one pass, he will always be intercepted. Kai Havertz, this time won back by Anat. Kayo Saka, perhaps playing as a number 10 this time, gives it away to Lautaro Martinez. It's now Marcus Thuram, 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, and he converts. 1-0 up is Anat in his quest for redemption.
Oh, the keeper stepped out of the line. He went so aggressive, putting a lot of men forward. That is why the counter-attack, especially when you have Marcus Thuram, who is spacey, who is speedy, is going to be dangerous. Look at this, going again, one more. However, Gabriel was able to pick up the loose ball as we are going forward. Kai Havertz being pressured by two blue shirts, pulling defenders away, trying to find option. Mikel, Kai Havertz, oh, nice move, praise, equalizer, nice through ball, Duven makes it count when it matters. From Butler just now, it's 1-1 in the first half.
Well, that's a good right turn from Kai Havertz to just change his pace and also change his direction. Oh, but good save nonetheless. Anat trying his level best to be back in the lead in this one. And it's a corner. Matteo Motta will be taking it for Anat. And surely they want to get back in front. Good ball, good save from the header. And once again, Anat piling on the pressure.
Piling on the pressure indeed. Trying to get maybe a goal just before half-time. 1 minute of extra time given by the referee. But however, the referee does not want to give additional time more than already allocated. So it's 1-1 going into second half. It's going to be very critical indeed.
Yeah, and especially when you see Duven already switching his formation. No more two tankers up front. No more one tanker, one speedy player up front. Kai Havertz plays more like a 10. And there you got Butler or the AG, who makes the run for the equalizing goal. Anat, as per usual, you know about his experience. And then when he finds a space, he will usually execute them to perfection. That's how he got his first goal in this game too, and it's still all level. Still, nothing to separate between these two.
Yeah, still even Stevens, I would say. Leandro Trossard has been brought into the fray, and also Ethan brought into the fray. But however, we see Anat attacking with a good cross, punched away by the goalkeeper. Now Arsenal looking to capitalize on this attack, but the ball did not fall for the guy in red and white.
Oh, Matteo Motta just gives it away to Ethan Waneri. Duven Trying to find the space for the counter-attack here. Declan Rice, stunning cross, Hammers! Could not get there in time.
Good effort indeed. Again, effort is not enough. It must be clinical time to each second perfection. Leandro Trossard looking for Kai Havertz. But however, Jan Sommer collects the loose ball. Again, if we are at level pegging, go extra time and also going to penalties. But right now, advantage is for Anat. Duven needs to defend. Can he defend well? Matteo Motta sidesteps, going central. Hakan Chanaloglu, Mkhitaryan. It's a little bit too congested in that deep box to do anything worthwhile.
Yeah, that was almost 3 or 4 players around the 6-yard box. That is why you see Henry Mkhitaryan just moving around, trying to find some space. But eventually he could not. And from the resulting corner, punched away by David Raya. And Odegaard wins it back. Perhaps a chance for a counter. Trossard. A long one into Odegaard. Çalhanoğlu fits it well, the Turkish midfield maestro for Inter Milan. Once again, he wins possession back for Anat. Around 20 minutes to go between these two. Or might we need another extra time? Trossard behind for Declan Rice, but the pass was done when he was out of balance. That is why it becomes an inaccurate pass.
Time to spice things up with a change of formation, maybe with the inclusion of fresh legs on the field, because it can go anyway. If Duven wins this, we will go to game number 3. If Anat wins this, and we will have our winner in this best of 3. Pressure, pressure, pressure on the shoulders of these 2 players. Over the top. As Arturo Martinez, Ethan, Declan Rice, slow and steady. Gabriel Jesus, Mark Erdogan, plus 73 was able to intercept. As now we can see the ball is passing forward with purpose and direct intention to find a goal! What a save by the keeper!
What a save. David Raya just rushed across to meet Marcus Thuram, and a super save to deny goal-scoring opportunity for Anat. And now it is Matteo Motta with the set piece, with the corner. Sends one into the near post. Good save, goalkeeper. And away by Declan Rice, but De Vrij will be recycling that. Matteo Darmian into Motta, and Saliba wins it back. Wins it back cleanly as well. Now a time for a counter. Jorginho. Aurel Bisek said no. And once again, this time it is Stefan De Vrij who makes the interception. Thuram almost winning the header, but at least it's still with Anat here. Last 5 minutes. Lautaro Martinez. Back for Matteo Motta. Tries to drive himself forward on the left-hand side, but there was William Saliba. We might need another extra time here to suffer.
Yeah, possibly another extra time. And also Duven needs to be careful, needs to be focused. Keeper will catch this ball with no problem, and we will go into extra time to settle the debate between who will win game number 2. But the thing is that Anat has more shots on target, but he just could not convert.
Well, that's what I said. Sometimes you have lots of chances, you have lots of opportunities, just that you could not score, and sometimes you lose just because of that. So Anat, if he really wants to win this, he will need to make sure of the percentage rate of success, of the percentage of the probability of success is even higher before he can go. And actually, he has some higher percentage of chances of scoring. especially in one-on-one situations. It's just that he was not clinical enough. Because if he was clinical enough, this game would be in his hands a long time ago.
Yes, indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the game. Oh, what was he doing? He was on the verge of getting the ball, but he decides to reverse himself. He was not in the offside position. That was a clear waste of chance for Duven. However, he does have the ball. Ethan loses the ball. Martin Erdegaard passing it to Jorginho. Good pass, but Stefan de Vrij has other ideas with that interception. But yet again, it's all about Duven trying to pour pressure, but it's not going to plan.
Yeah, Francesi. It's now Zalewski. Thuram are already backtracked. And now it is Duven's turn. It's end-to-end stuff football between these two nations. But still, no extra goal in extra time just yet. But Marcus Thuram has just won it back. And it is Lautaro Martinez. Well saved, but there's Barella into Thuram. And out, and that'll be the end of the first half of extra time. Two chances, two huge opportunities for Anat to score the winner.
Oh, again, the chance. He's shaking his head. He knows that could have been a goal. But again, as mentioned, if it was destined that ball not to score, do whatever you want. It ain't going to score.
Well, Decipher, I will want you to do this one thing before we start the second half, perhaps when the second half starts. Make the best impression of Ahmad Fakhri Sarani, the Malaysian legend.
What? Oh, I think I remember what he said.
You just said that a moment ago.
I know I did, but I forgot the intonation.
That's what I mean. Make the best impression of that man.
The thing is that I haven't heard it. I only read it.
Well, everyone surely has heard, have heard that.
Yeah, but sadly I did not. But let's go, Leandro Trossard. Jorginho, possibly, maybe, looking for a win. Duven, still not giving up. Suchik. Oh, that's a nice long ball, but however, Gabriel gets it first. If not, it's going to be a penalty.
Oh.
It's a very close call for, I believe that is Anat, and chance went wide.
No, he was in an offside position either way, so that would be counted anyway.
I thought he was onside, but again.
Yeah, but that was some chance missed, and that was some mistake as well. Trying to go with a stunning pass, stunning short pass is already a huge risk in itself, because you risk the players that could actually bobble the pass. Now it is Lautaro Martinez. Arnautovic into Zalewski. Jorginho with an all-important interception. Less than 1 minute to go. We might need another penalties, and yes, we do.
It all has to be in this game. Everything comes out. Extra time, penalties, and I'm not surprised.
Do not jinx it.
I ain't gonna jinx it, but I have a feeling inside of me that this game's gonna be a little bit longer. A little bit longer.
A little longer.
So,
well, anyways,
Kayasaka, Jan Sommer.
well saved! Wow. And still instincts alone. And the first save already, Marko Arnautovic going up against David Raya, who also was denied by Duven.
Back to level pegging this time around. Jorginho. What can he do?
What can you do?
Stop jumping around, but it's just him.
Hashtag what can you do? Now Anat with Lautaro Martinez. We have 3 failed penalties so far. High pressure situation. Lautaro Martinez as well as Anat
Oh.
This time, the goalkeeper dove the wrong way. Finally, a goal after 4 penalties.
And how about Leandro Trossard? Where will he put this ball into? High pressure, high stakes. A save! 3 for 3.
3 in a row. That's some goalkeeping masterclass from Anat. And now for 2-0, Davide Fratesi.
We'll wait.
Oh, hello. Duven ensures that he is still in the mix.
Martin Odegaard. Oh, that is very, very risky in the center.
And especially after you saving one yourself in the center. But Anat still with the opportunity to make it 2-1 for him.
Barrera.
Into the middle it goes. David Raya dove out of the way, but now Duven needs to score.
High tense, Ethan. Up against Jan Sommer for 2-2. Nice. Slots in 2-2.
Well, now Anat, for the second time in a row, in a score-to-win situation in 2 games in a row. And Matteo Kopchi has won it for Anat and Vietnam. Huge, huge pressure. Now everything has been relieved. Finally, a win for Anat on stage. And this is his second win in the competition. And he now goes 2 and 3.
The best part is all of that win was from a penalty.
Yeah, both of them from penalties, 1-1. But can we talk about the comeback in the first game?
Yeah.
At last moment, although it looked as if he was gifted with the ball, but he still needs to score. The cross into Mkhitaryan, and then from there, it all went ballistic. He won the penalty, he won on penalties, and on second game, he also won it on penalties.
So here you go, your winner for the match between Timor-Leste and also Vietnam after a little bit longer time. But
No.
still, it's two match.
Yeah.
But a little bit longer because they took the penalty so slow.
I need to make that impression because he just loved that.
Yes, a little bit slow, but it's Anat who takes the victory. So we are sending back this time around. I'm not going to summon because Flava is already there waiting. So Flava, take the show and it's all yours.
Definitely a hard match to watch as both went off overtime. Of course, we had to see such an ending to such a spectacular match. Of course, kudos to both athletes for bringing in their all here on that particular series. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes that series here happening up on the main stage. Now, look forward because right after this, we're going to be featuring more matches here on the main stage. We're almost done with day number 1 here of the competition. So for those who's currently tuning in back at home or wherever you may be, do keep on supporting your favorite nations that's competing here at the ASEAN Youth Esports Championship 2025, proudly brought to you by Esports Integrated and the Malaysia Electronic Sports Federation, MESF, in conjunction with Malaysia ASEAN Championship 2025, which is happening here in Malaysia. And of course, a big shout out here to our amazing partners from IQ as well as Makers. winners as well. And remember, to those who are not together with us today, do not worry, because tomorrow there's an opportunity for you guys to actually join us here at our official venue at ESI Hub Space Rubik's Puchong in Malaysia, for you guys to stand a chance to win some amazing giveaways from us, as IFeL is giving away an earbud just for you, as well as special giveaway for makers as they give away 2 pair of shoes to 2 lucky winners for this giveaway. So be sure to join us tomorrow and witness the grand finals right here in front of your very eyes for all 3 categories, for the women's singles, for the men's singles, as well as the mixed doubles. All this and more happen very, very soon, so don't go away. We'll be right back after this. in conjunction with the Malaysia ASEAN Championship 2025. And of course, we've witnessed some amazing series happening here throughout the whole day itself, and it is only day number 1. All these teams are battling things out through the group stage, and of course, only a number of teams out of the total amount of participants will be making their way towards the playoff itself, and look forward to see which nations will be making their way towards that stage of the competition, which is going to be happening tomorrow, day number 2 and the final day here of the competition. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that you've witnessed some amazing performance by the nations you guys are cheering for. Probably some of you guys were not able to cheer as much as the others did, as your nations were not performing as well as they should be. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, all this do happen as it is a competition, and it is not merely just a competition here as ASEAN Youth Esports Championship. This is an opportunity for nations to gather together, build good sportsmanship and relations with one another. But of course, knowing there's a competition, at the end of the day, they could only become one winner and champion at the end of tomorrow's grand finals for the men's singles, for the women's singles, and the mixed doubles. And standing next to me is none other than our overall championship trophy here, which will be handed over to the nation with the highest amount of achievement after combining all 3 of the winnings here out of all 3 categories. Look forward to see who's going to be crowned the overall champion here for the ASEAN Youth Esports Championship 2025. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, back again to the match. This is the men's singles. Here on my left, we have from Thailand. Here on the right is going to be Vietnam. All our athletes are geared up and ready to battle in yet another best of 3 series of their life here in this competition. We're going to be handing over back to our official commentators once again, and this time we're going to be joining together with the Cypher as well as Sakaichi. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Flavor, as the host for ASEAN Youth Esports Championships 2025. Sakaichi and the Cypher once again. And this could be one of the final matches for this, for day 1.
Yeah. If Intel was correct, this is going to be the last game of the day. And I believe it's going to be maybe another penalty.
Oh my goodness me. You know what? That penalty shootouts are lovely to watch. But
not for them.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's good to watch for us, for all of you guys at home or at ESI Hub Space Rubik's here in Puchong. But certainly not for the players.
Yes.
It was never good for the players. Because you taking it for yourself, or even as a goalkeeper, pressure's galore. And although Alan Shearer did once say that pressure is for tires, well, he's not even playing in that game. When he said pressure, what pressure? He was not even playing. And although he will feel that one because, well, of course, he's English and that was an England game during the Euros. But no, you can never match the amount of pressure, the amount of mental craziness in one's head when he was about to take a penalty. If he was about to make a save on a penalty, or maybe try to save a penalty. But I don't know. If this is going to be another penalties galore, then, well, as a neutral, I'm all for it. Yeah. Especially when Vietnam is now up to 4th, Thailand is 5th. So this could determine who is going to the playoffs and who is going to the main draw.
True. But again, my mind was actually running about the penalty just now.
Oh my goodness, why?
No, because if we look back across times, sometimes a nation wins a trophy because of penalty. A nation lost because of penalty. And sadly, if memory serves correctly, Simeone Zaza for Italy lost a penalty. I think it was the Euros, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it World Cup?
That was Euro 2016.
Okay.
Where he made that, slow jaw and slow jaw and slow jaw and become infamous. That became infamous. But you know who tried after that? Who tried that one after that? Manchester United fans will never forgive that. Paul Pogba.
Oh, he did?
Well, he did. But of course he scored. But still, that run-up was traumatizing. And that's only an understatement.
And also, it does not just happen to non-star players, but if memory serves correctly, was it the World Cup in Mexico where Brazil won because Roberto Baggio missed the penalty?
Yeah.
And he's an Italian also. Why does Italy have some issues with penalties?
Well, if anything, they won. They won the World Cup in 2006 via penalties.
They lost again by a penalty, but back.
Well, way back then, but still, if you want to say that Italians have a traumatizing time about penalties, remember they got one of the best moments in history on penalties against a Zidane-less France. That was 2006, the peak of football. A young Ronaldo, a young Messi.
Was it that defender who lifted the trophy? Is it what covered?
Cannavaro.
Oh yeah, was it that one?
He won a Ballon d'Or.
That was the one.
Double touch! In the post. Well, we are in the game now. It is the Milan derby once again. So Thailand using AC Milan and almost scoring from his first attack. And Anat still on Inter, winning 2 penalties in a row. That sends Timor-Leste bottom of the league phase.
And these two are Italian teams. Yep, penalty is on the way. So Loftus-Cheek.
What are you even trying to do? Are you trying to jinx it all the way?
If it's going to be a penalty, my God. I hope tomorrow there's no more penalties. But Fikayo Tomori sends it all forward to Rafael Leao. Theo Hernandez pushed and shoved, but however, Theo Hernandez does get the ball back, has to send the ball all the way to Kyle Walker because that midfield is so compact with white shirt. However, looking at option, tried to skip past Hakan Çalhanoğlu, it just could not work.
Pavlovic. Still, the ball is with CRM Jacob for Thailand. Silvano Vos into Leao. Santiago Jimenez was blocked away by the defender. Pavlovic wins it back. Theo Hernandez chips it forward for Rafael Leao, but Mkhitaryan ensures that ball is away from the final third. Inter, now Jimenez! That was a huge opportunity for Jacob to open the scoring for Thailand.
How did that ball swerve outside, not inside to the goalpost? Is a huge mystery. But yeah, that was a really, really good chance gone begging. But again, we have 10 more minutes left in our first half. Suchik, Joao Fit, being chased. Currently on that left flank, over the top, Joao Felix, a chance and a shot, well saved. He had no option. He cuts back ball, falls to the defender. He shoots, he hits the keeper, and he rather take that chance with the keeper for the shot.
Leao, last 5 minutes, it is Joao Felix once again. He tries to open his body to try to go for the finesse. But well defended, Jimenez, the left footer. This time from outside the area, a stunning shot, well saved by the goalkeeper. Remember, Santiago Jimenez is actually left-footed.
Oh.
That is why he missed with his right foot just a few minutes back.
Oh, well, at least he tried. At least he tried. No extra time given by the referee. And clear stolen by Motta. And we go into second half with the score currently 0-0. CRM Jacob looking calm, cool as a cucumber. And also Anat currently thinking, should I drag the game or should I kill the game as soon as possible? Because he was lucky in penalties, but yeah.
Well, you cannot count on that too much because it's like a flip of a coin. You just don't know. You just don't know.
We will never.
But say if he takes this to penalties again, and if he wins again, might have called him Penking. Now Mkhitaryan on the follow-up after the header from Marcus Thuram, the initial effort, which was saved by the goalkeeper. And then the second opportunity behind for a corner.
Yep. Floats it in possibly. And going to the edge, but the keeper went sailing to catch the ball. And it's no danger at all. Everything is even. But all alone, Jimenez, that is a little bit hard for him to beat 3 white shirts.
Yeah, of course, especially when you're going YOLO all by yourself. And now it is Anat, Matteo Motta on the left-hand side, trying to find space for Çalhanoğlu, Fikayo Tomori. Some Chelsea fans has been talking about Fikayo Tomori and his form at Milan, stating that they should have never sold it, but now Rafael Leao outpaces De Vrij, hitting the upright as well.
The attendance for this match was 71,649.
It is a battle of posts and crossbars, because these two men certainly have hit them, both of them. Matteo Motta. And now still with the tie, but well defended by the Vietnamese.
Going forward, Arturo Martinez could not get the ball down. Kyle Walker with a long cross, but however, not as accurate as intended. Marcus Thuram was able almost to chase the ball and snatch it underneath the feet of Anat just now. Going forward, and not going to plan. It seems like the midfield battle is very, very crucial in this game. Santiago Jimenez, he tries to fake the shot, but he was surrounded by those white shirts.
Well, that Cruyff turn was actually spot on, but when he was about to make the stunning left-footed shot, the defender just came in to save the day for Anat, Stefan De Vrij. Good ball forward for Zielinski. 2 men forward, tries to go with a stunning cross, and Malik Thiaw was there. Out of position, actually, Malik Thiaw is a centre-back covering on the left, and a corner with 9 minutes to go, and surely there will be some changes. That's a usuality in football. When you come towards the end of the game, you'll want some fresh legs to come in, fresh faces to replace the already tired players, because most of the time the players will be red on stamina.
Yeah, by this time when you have a player which is fatigued, they tend to do mistakes, the passes is not accurate, and then their running is not as perfect, and so on and so forth. Bringing fresh legs, as mentioned, to boost up the defense if you're leading, the attack if you're in need of gold, and in midfield if you know that your midfield is always in overrun.
Yeah. Still, the ball is with Anat for the corner. You might have a 0-0 scoreline for the very first time in this broadcast after 90 minutes. Yusuf Fofana in the middle of the park, but that's only one of the plethora of changes by both men. Matteo Motta sends one in. Marcus Thuram was the target. Headed away, all his wise. Joaquin Correa. Zielinski runs into traffic. Here's Matteo Motta. Now Liberali. Fresh face for Rafael Leao. In front of him is Yunus Musa playing centrally. Rafael Leao got blocked. Good save, goalkeeper. Tapping with the goal. But how did that happen? That's a howler from the defender. And then the goalkeeper right after that. That was a nightmare for Anat.
How? That is so not right. If you're listening to F1, no, that's so not right. The keeper. How on earth did that ball did not stop?
Oh wow. That's a freak goal to concede, especially so late on as well. Now 2 minutes of time added on, and he just loses possession. Is Anat, and that'll be that. CRM Jacob takes the win at game 1, but with, wow, I mean, I was speechless about that goal myself, and I just could not believe what actually happened to Anat.
See, even Jacob can't believe that was a goal. He was like, how did that go in?
Well, I believe every one of us are CRM Jacob.
Yes.
Not
So-
knowing what happened. Anat also couldn't believe what had just transpired.
Yes,
He
and
tried to clear the ball.
Yes.
He tried to clear the ball. And Tammy Abraham just came in, and then, well, by a luxury of fortune, he actually got a touch. But how did that went through the goalkeeper's legs at his near post is beyond me.
See, that's what you call the mystery of football. Things happen. Even in real life football, if I'm not mistaken, there was a keeper in Borussia Dortmund that does mistakes. I forgot what his name. Multiple mistakes in one game.
What's that, Borussia Dortmund?
Yeah, was it Dortmund?
Was it Borussia Dortmund?
Yeah, the one in yellow. The keeper.
Yeah, I know, but what mistake did he do?
No, I think he accidentally went off his line. He looked at the ball and went in something. Was it Dortmund?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I could easily remember that. That was, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, he thought that, yeah, I'm cool. Everything's okay. And then suddenly there was a high ball. Like, wait a minute. That's a bit high. I'm off my line. And he went in. And he was like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
But I mean, a real life glitch does happen.
Yeah.
but sometimes it's when keepers go over, go well off his line.
Yeah, that was like.
But not when your goalkeeper is perfectly positioned.
Well, only in what we have to do.
Well, perhaps the North Korean keeper could actually have a debate with me over that Maicon goal during World Cup. That was a 2010 World Cup, that prime Maicon before he got smoked by Gareth Bale. At the near post, yeah. I mean, that kind of goal that we just seen, well, that never happened.
Oh.
I don't know. I may have a short-term memory loss, but that has never happened when I watch football all these years.
Yeah.
But I don't know what. I just don't know what to say anymore.
Yep. Especially with that goal, brings back memories how Brazil got 7 in the World Cup.
All 7 were all world-class goals.
Yeah. No, it's not about mistakes. Just suddenly there's a flashback. It's like,
for what?
The face of the keeper is like, guys, help me.
No, Anat is not even making any faces.
No, what I'm talking about, the keeper for Brazil at that time is like, guys, help me, save me, save me. Where's my defense? Save me. Oh.
Yeah, but that time the defender actually betrayed Anat. in this one, the defender did betray. I don't know if it's a defender, if it's a goalkeeper, if it's a mixture of both, but I could say that both of them actually betrayed Anat's trust. He might want to change teams tomorrow if he qualifies. Because now he's in a very tough situation, because after this he's going to face Malaysia as well for his final game. This is only his second last game. Some teams have already finished their journey in the league phase, but certainly not Anat, certainly not Tsubasa.
Yeah, they're still playing, but putting all the side quest talking about goals and mishaps. Let's go into the game where Thailand currently, CRM Jacob is using a Milan while before that, still the same team. Yes, it is still the same team and the same jersey.
Yeah, but this was a very good opportunity. A fake shot. Usually when you shoot after a fake shot, the goalkeeper would not be able to save that, because he usually goes to the corner. Kyle Walker in swinger. Away by the defender and away by Hakan Çalhanoğlu as well. Joao Felix double touch. That was fantastic. To the top draw from CRM Jacob. Joao Felix. Double touch into a stunning shot into the corner. And that's stunned early on in the second game.
Look at this. Joao Felix take a sidestep. Hello, and blasted one to the back of the net. It was so far away, the keeper should have seen it coming, but it was the velocity, the speed, the raw power, and also accuracy of Joao Felix. No spin, drops the ball in front of the keeper, and the ball bounces up. No chance for the keeper to save that. 7 minutes, and it's a goal.
Well, I forgot to add a side note when I said that usually when there's a fake shot and then a shot, it usually goes to the corner and no goalkeeper will be able to save it in eFootball. Well, same goes to double touch. That was a double touch being done by Joao Felix. Not every player can do that. You need to check for a double touch skill in the player profile for each player. That's why there are some players being used, some players that are not used.
Yeah.
That is why for Bayer Leverkusen, some players might go for the young Bosnian.
Yes. Because of the skill move and also the trade is already been, what do you call it? Equalized, is it?
No, it's already in the player profile, which is he's got a double touch and he is very fast as well. But that's why. But here for Joao Felix as well, he's also got a double touch, and that is why AC Milan, or well, both Milan teams as well, actually is two of the most popular choices amongst the licensed team in eFootball.
And we have a corner. Kyle Walker a little bit too close to the goalkeeper. Jan Sommer will not have any trouble collecting that ball, sending it forward. A little bit of a mix-up just now. And ball does go back to the goalkeeper for CRM Jacob to restart the attack from deep, only to lose the ball where we see Anat try with a long drive, but that was a chance. Almost, where the defender of CRM Jacob was literally standing still.
Wow, that was a huge chance as well for Lautaro Martinez. He done well to ensure that the shot was on the ground, which made it so hard for any goalkeeper to save it. If he goes to the corner, it's just wide on his right. And now Marcus Thuram on the right-hand side, sends one in, trying to find Sucic, into Zielinski and Mkhitaryan, but a well won back by Theo Hernandez for CRM Jacob for Thailand. And now a counter-attacking opportunity, trying to find Ruben Loftus-Cheek, but Sucic has done well to win it back. Oh, but look at that. That was some passing and a first-time shot as well, but it was blocked.
Yep, it was well blocked, and we still have a few more minutes left on the clock. 7 minutes to be precise. Kyle Walker easy off to the front. Rafael Leo has option. Ruben Loftus-Cheek sends it back. That was a little bit suspicious in my book. He has other options which may be better in creating chances, but he does try to play around. But look at this, Hakan Çalhanoğlu. Marcus Thuram was dropped down. No foul, says the referee. With 2 minutes. Oh no. What was that? Rafael Leo turning on his jet, going full force, cuts it back, and Jimenez with a volley of not of high quality, but still 1-0 split between these two teams.
Well, I gotta correct you there. Individual brilliance separates between the two. A double touch into a finish, but after that, CRM Jacob, well, he should have scored even more. Only for the final ball, only for the final touch, final opportunity. But he is in front, and that's all that matters for now. But Anat will want to change that as we head into the second half.
Going into the second half, where we see Anat is wearing that white kit. Not so good passing. Loftus-Cheek passing it forward. Santiago going to Rafael Leao, but however, well interception in the most crucial time, initiating the counter-attack. That never happens. We are now currently 1-0, where CRM Jacob is taking that advantage.
Leao was the target. Good headed away. Thuram losing possession instantaneously as well. Loftus-Cheek into Jimenez, back to Kyle Walker, makes the overlap. Matteo Motta was read well when there was a run being made by Jacob's players. Mkhitaryan with yet another interception. This time it's a good through ball for Marcus Thuram. It's 1-on-1. He tries to go for that stunning shot, but Mike Maignan will save it at his near post.
That was a good tussle and also well covered by the goalkeeper. No way through, only a shot that is open as a reliable option, but in the same time getting a corner. So let's see, possible change of players, change of formation, and maybe a strategy to get a goal in this dying moment.
Yeah, especially for Anat, because he's on such pressure that he is having right now. A win would actually give him the opportunity to be amongst not the top 6, not just top 6, but also top 4, a top 4 finish in the league phase. But now he is trailing, and that top 4 finish might go to Thailand. Mkhitaryan, good shimmy, headed away by the defender. Matteo Motta tries to go for the stunning shot by Yusuf Fofana. The fresh leg has just won the ball, and now counter-attack, 3 against 3. Tammy Abraham, another fresh legs, into Rafael Leao, hits the post, and there is still Hernandez with a cross, out for a corner. But once again, another double touch, and then that powerful shot by hitting the post once again.
That was the second post in today's game, in this set of games. A good, oh, beautiful! Talking about the upright, Pavlovic makes it 2-0. CRM Jacob is running away with this game. Oh, beautiful cross, beautiful delivery of the ball, and it goes straight into the back of the net with that stunning header.
Yeah, look at this. Across, it looked as if it was straightforward, but look at this delivery as well. That was straight onto the near post, and Strahinja Pavlovic just buries it with the help of the crossbar as well. That one hitting the crossbar, but this time that bounced into the back of the net. And CRM Jacob, 2 very well taken goals, and Anat had no answer, and he needs to reply in 22 minutes or so.
So for throughout the game of this set, we see CRM hitting the upright 2 times, maybe more. But when he hits the crossbar, it went in. So keep aiming to that crossbar. Maybe it's a good luck. Aim to the crossbar and hope that, dear God, it bounces in. Just like what happened when England going up against Germany, Frank Lampard goal was denied.
Well, it was denied after hitting the crossbar, and
that is
why VAR was introduced.
Yes, because at that time the big screen was showing the ball clearly went in. Manuel Neuer said, "No, I ain't having a part of it."
Well, I mean, Manuel Neuer can say no all he wants, but if the referee has actually, if the referee or the linesman had actually 2 functional eyes,
make it 4 the others.
Yeah, or perhaps even millions, then it could actually, the history could be actually changing. I don't know, I'm no England fan, I'm not an England fan, but I'm a fan of what happened next because of the VAR. Just that, well, the implementation must be good. You can't have VAR and still making wrong decisions. I'm looking at you, Pukmol.
Substitution.
Well, still, okay.
Okay, so I was drifting away in that mini rant, but what we can see right now, CRM Jacob is holding the line. He has to defend. 15 minutes left on the clock. Does he want to kill the game? Going all defensive, if I am correctly seeing it, because he do not want to concede any more goal. Hakan Çalhanoğlu floating the ball in, punch the ball away. Yunus Musa Now with Rafael Leao, 2 runners. A good pass, Tammy Abraham, maybe one more goal, make it number 3, and he does take a shot straight to Jan Sommer with 7 minutes left on the clock.
Taranolu. 5 minutes left, and I believe the win has all but confirmed. It's going to be CRM Jacob. The first game, well, you can make all the debates about the goal that CRM Jacob has, quote-unquote, scored. In the second game, there's no denying the impact, the way that he scored, the tenacity, as well as the quality that CRM Jacob have shown in the second game. One with a double touch, and another one with a corner routine. A corner straight into the near post as CRM Jacob 2-0 over Anat Minamino. So Thailand 2, Vietnam 0 in this men's singles league phase game.
Oh, what a game full of dramatics. And here is your winner from Thailand, CRM Jacob, with a straight 2-game victory. And especially in that second game, just now that finish with that beautiful, powerful header and also a long drive by Joao Felix. Congratulations, good sportsmanship, crossing the line, shake hands, and having said the above, that is the end of the set games.
Yeah. So Thailand now is in top 4, overtaking Vietnam with 3 and 4. But still, Vietnam has the opportunity to be back in the top 4 if he can beat Malaysia in his final game. So for Jacob, he is now in top 4. So and he has done his very best, 3 and 4, and that'll be that for our games on broadcast here today.
Yes, indeed. And also, for all you guys out there watching, for the current updates about the positioning, the scores and whatever, the table will be updated on the social media ASAP after the day end. So, any last word before we wrap our day and send it to Flava?
Well, thank you very much for all the support. And thank you very much to MESF as well as Esports Integrated for this. We will see you again tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. So make sure to stay tuned. Much action, more dramatic, and we will pause the day for our good friend Flava, who is getting ready on stage to close the day. Flava, it's all yours. Minta ampun, minta maaf. Kasih gegar.
Thank you very much, Cypher and Sakaichi, with those amazing commentary from Saturday, early in the morning, all the way up to the end of all our matches here on the main stage. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned by them just a while ago, all the updates regarding the current standings and position throughout today's day 1 of competition at the ASEAN Youth Esports Championship will be updated in our relevant social medias. To those who are interested to get to know better in regards to where your nation stands in the competition, that will be the place to be to check them out. So don't forget that tomorrow is going to be day number 2 on the 25th of June 2025, where you get to witness all the continuity factions in the playoff, as well as witness the grand finals for all 3 categories, for the men's singles, for the women's singles, as well as the mixed double. And at the end of the day, we'll get to know the winner and champion of respective categories, and we'll also get to know on the 26th of June, day number 3, where we'll be having our gala dinner and the prize giving ceremony, which will be live streamed for everyone to stay tuned and witness this grand ceremony, and we will get to know which nation will be bringing back home this grand overall trophy for the ASEAN Youth Esports Championship. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, before we close our curtains for this live stream, we'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you so much to our amazing organizers. We have Esports Integrated, the ESI, and the Malaysia Electronic Sports Federation, MESF, in conjunction with Malaysia ASEAN Championship 2025. And this event is definitely not possible without our amazing strategic partners from IQ and and makers. So for IQ especially, they actually have their IQ Neo 10, which is our official tournament device, which will be utilized by our athletes throughout today's procession and tomorrow as well. And of course, to makers, as they are also strategic partners, especially our local partners in providing this amazing pair of shoes for our delegates. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of day number 1. Thank you so much to each and every one of you back at home or wherever you are tuning into this official live stream for the ASEAN Youth Sports Championship. And we do hope to see you tomorrow on day number 2. And of course, if you do have a little bit free time, do join us here at our official venue at ESI Hub at Space Rubik's Puchong in Malaysia for tomorrow to witness all this action and the opportunity to win some giveaways from our amazing strategic partners from IQ as well as makers. That's all from me. Thank you so much, Duven. Have a good day and goodbye.